Chapter 973, 973, The Rise of the Church of Destruction, Part 1. 3 days had passed since the conference in Wingdom City. Uneasy peace descended upon the Signy continent. The humans and the jinns also seemed to have come to an unspoken understanding that all hostilities were on a temporary ceasefire until the high-tier gates started to open. Both sides wasted no time, silently making their preparations for the upcoming battle. Except for a certain group of people who were currently meeting in a secluded location in the Signy continent. All of them were wearing masks and black cloaks. Clearly, they were hiding their true identities. If people found out they were members of the Church of Destruction, those who believed the jinns were the world's true saviors, humanity would surely launch a crusade against them for betraying their own kind. Of course, none of them cared. They would rather watch the world burn than let the corrupt monarch clans and prestigious families trample over them as if they were ants. For the first time since their organization was founded, the Archbishop declared that all those who held high positions in the Church of Destruction were to come to their very first grand meeting. They were in an underground bunker, secretly built by the executives of their church, which now served as their meeting place. "Thank you for coming, my brothers and sisters through faith," the Archbishop, who was wearing a black ceremonial robe with golden embroidery on it, said with a smile. "The time has finally come for the world to embrace our new masters and the true saviors of the world. They, who will come en masse a week from now, will cleanse this world of evil and start a new world order." The members of the church all raised their hands and started their chant. "We are the last mercy. We are the last mercy. We are the last mercy." The Archbishop then raised his hand, gesturing for everyone to calm down. "The real reason why I gathered all of you here today is to introduce you to the one who will open the gates of destruction and deliver the corrupt leaders of this world to their doom." The Archbishop paused to let everyone digest his words before he continued his speech. "Many of you thought that I was the leader of this church, but in truth, I am only a figurehead," the Archbishop stated. "I am merely following the orders of our true Lord, who wished to bring a lasting peace to this world." The Archbishop then moved to the side and bowed to the spot where he originally stood a while ago. Suddenly, a red dimensional gate appeared, prompting the followers of the Church of Destruction to cheer and chant once more. The dimensional gate opened wider until it was 10 meters wide. When everyone saw the beings who were standing on the opposite side of the gate, all of them knelt on the ground and offered their greetings. The Archbishop knelt as well and was the first one to offer his greetings. "We offer our greetings to our masters. We offer our greetings to our masters. We offer our greetings to our masters. We offer our greetings to our masters." Standing on the other side of the portal were Kamsats, Camarasipa, and Paimon. All three of them unleashed the power of their ranks, making everyone understand that they were seeing three magians far stronger than the monarchs of their world. "It's time for a new world order to take over this world," Camarasipa said with a smile. "And all of you will be the pillars that will make it happen. Right now, we have chosen our own champion, who will lead this organization. He is someone very familiar to you all, and I hope you will support him. Since his identity is very sensitive, I hope that all of you will keep it a secret. For now, you will refer to him as 13. As soon as Camarasipa finished speaking, she moved aside, and someone dressed in black armor appeared behind her. The green gem shone faintly from the armor's chest, and a pair of green glowing eyes looked at the followers, as if seeing right through their souls. Since he was covered by the black armor from head to toe, none of them could tell who he was. 13 stepped out of the red portal, making the believers look at him with crazed gazes. After all, he was the champion that was chosen by the magians, who would lead them to a new era of prosperity. Suddenly, a young lady appeared beside him. The believers couldn't help but look in her direction because the moment she appeared, the room they were in seemed to brighten. She was the most beautiful lady they had ever seen in their lives. She looked so perfect that she seemed unreal at the same time. 13 then snapped his fingers, and a golden throne appeared behind him. He then sat on it and looked down at the followers of the Church of Destruction as if he were a king. Princess Aracel then knelt on the side of the throne and rested her head on 13's lap, showing a face filled with bliss. A moment later, a pair of white phoenix wings appeared behind her back, making everyone realize she wasn't human but a magian. Just as Everyone thought that the climax was finally over. Another powerful presence descended upon them. This presence was more powerful than the three magians who stood on the other side of the portal. "I am Metatron," Metatron said in a sinister voice that made 13 give the god of the apocalypse a thumbs up in his heart. "And I am the god who wishes to see the end of the world. All of you who share the same belief are my children. Forget about Laplace Demon, forget about the One. Those two have no power here. We will reign supreme." Metatron laughed like a third-rate villain, making the followers become more fanatical with their worship. "We will reign supreme. Long live Metatron. We will reign supreme. Long live Metatron. We will reign supreme. Long live Metatron." Seeing how lively everyone was, the god of the apocalypse chuckled. Clearly, he was in a good mood because he was the true sponsor behind the Church of Destruction. Chapter 974. The Rise of the Church of Destruction, Part 2. When everyone calmed down, Metatron made a gesture for 13 to talk. "Since we are now on the same side, I will now let you all know my true identity," 13 said, after which he took off the helmet of his armor, revealing his face to everyone. Gasps of disbelief spread inside the bunker as the followers gazed at the one person who was at the very top of their kill list. "Surprised?" Metatron asked, as if finding everyone's reaction very amusing. "Yes, the same person whom the organization wishes to eliminate is also the champion I have chosen. Xylen Leventus is on our side, and is hiding his true identity as my champion to the world. Now that all of you know that he will lead you to a new era, make sure to give him your utmost support. It will not be the monarchs nor the prestigious families who will rule this world from the shadows. It will be us, and even they would have to kneel and beg to be accepted in our organization." After that brief moment of confusion, all the followers once again cheered. They then did something that they weren't supposed to do and took off their own masks, also exposing their identities to everyone. People from high positions in the world looked at their comrades with smiles on their faces. "Renz Elrod, so you are also a believer of destruction," the CEO of Blackspire Industries, one of the companies that produced weapons of war, said with a smile. "Well met, Albus," Renz replied. "Seeing you here makes me happy. Ha. We don't really get along that much, but I think we can now be good friends." "I feel the same way." Similar conversations were happening inside the bunker as the people, who were devout followers of the Church of Destruction, greeted their competitors, rivals, and enemies as if they were brothers and sisters born from the same parents. The sense of liberation that they felt after meeting the Metatron, Commissats, Camerasipa, Paimon, 13, and Princess Aracel made them feel fearless that it was as if the world was already in their hands, and all they needed to do was grasp it, as you may already know. Not all the djinns that have arrived here in the Signy continent deserve to become part of our organization, 13 said. They are merely dogs sent here by their respective factions. However, we are the true rulers of this world. Together, we will create a new world order, free from the control of the monarch clans and free from the control of the prestigious families. A world where everyone will have equal rights, including the djinns, whom many despise as our enemies. We are the true future of Pangaea, and those who stand in our way will understand why the Church of Destruction will reign supreme. The followers looked at 13 with fanatical gazes. They were the people who had always bowed their heads to the people in power, particularly the monarch clans and the prestigious families. They were people who had something precious taken away from them by those who wielded power and influence. They were the people who wished to burn everything to the ground and take revenge upon those who had wronged them. Now that they have a leader who will guide them, they were bound to become an unstoppable force that could even make the monarch clans feel as if they had kicked a steel plate. Brothers and sisters in faith, do take note that we should proceed more carefully from now on, 13 said. Contact the Archbishop if you encounter some difficulties, and I will send someone to handle it. Remember, you are no longer alone. You have us to help you, and believe me when I say that those arrogant monarchs, particularly Aaron Ashford and Norman Stallard, will get their just desserts. They are not needed in the world that we are going to create. As for Douglas Griffin, Wendell Elrod, and Trevor Remington, I will give them a chance to convert to our cause. But that will have to wait until the war is over. 13 raised a finger and pressed it over his lips. Remember, we are the ones chosen by Lord Metatron. 13 replied. Keep the identity of your brothers and sisters to the grave, for we are part of one big family. Yes, Your Excellency. 13 then lightly patted Princess Aracel's head, making the latter rise up to her feet. She then closed her wings and followed behind 13 as he walked back toward the red portal. Metatron gave his believers one last glance before closing the portal and disappearing from everyone's sight. Archbishop, thank you for inviting me to this meeting. An old man, who seemed to be around 70 years old, held Colbert's hand and shook it happily. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad that you feel that way, Colbert replied. Just make sure to stay healthy and live for a decade longer, old man. We still need you on the front lines. The old man chuckled. I have already retired, so don't call me into active service again. But I will gladly support you in the background. Thank you, Sir Alfred. Colbert smiled. That means so much to me. The other members also took the opportunity to talk to Colbert because he was the archbishop of their cult and handled almost everything about the organization. While this was happening, 13's comrades were having a chat inside the domain of the apocalypse. You really don't hold back, do you? Kamasats asked with a smile. You made us appear just to make your followers become true fanatics. Maybe I should also start a cult that worships me in Solterra. Who would want to worship you? Paimon chuckled. I mean, no offense, but if it were me and Camarasipa, I'm sure many will be willing to enshrine us as deities. The two Magian princesses were beautiful ladies, so it was indeed quite easy for them to be worshipped by the people of the world. But I am already being worshipped by humans, Camarasipa commented. You should also start doing it, Paimon. Indeed. Paimon nodded. I'll ask you for some pointers later. Okay. Thanks. Kamasats snorted before glancing at Metatron, who was quietly listening to their conversation. You're really being spoiled by Metatron, 13, Kamasats said. Bringing him, there was overkill. I want them to be completely loyal to me, so having Metatron appear is crucial, 13 replied. Also, he has been pestering me about when I will introduce him to followers of the Church of Destruction that he had co-founded. Metatron smirked, but made no comments. 13 understood how important the upcoming war was, so he needed to rally the Church of Destruction to his side before they were swayed by other factions. Now that he had revealed his identity, he had no doubt in his mind that they would offer their full support to him whenever he needed it. The upper echelons of the Church of Destruction control nearly 70% of the companies in Pangaea that didn't belong to the monarch clans and prestigious families. In short, they could pull their own weight and offer manpower and resources for their cause. This also opened up new outlets for 13 and his people to move more freely because they now have more allies on their side. After spending another hour in the domain of the apocalypse, 13 returned to the real world with Princess Aracel. Are you tired? 13 asked as he sat on the couch with Princess Aracel. No, Princess Aracel shook her head. I'm glad I was able to help you. That you did. They were all infatuated with your beauty. 13 smiled. Princess Aracel wanted to say that it held no value to her. After all, while the other humans had been charmed by her looks, the teenage boy still remained unfazed, and it honestly made her a little disappointed. However, she was still happy because she was able to help him, and that was all that mattered to her right now. She then took the initiative to hug 13, enjoying the last few days that she would spend with him. Princess Aracel understood that a week from now, she would need to return as the princess of House Pavareth and help the teenage boy gather information about the movements of her own family. Although she felt guilty about it, she had already surrendered herself to Xylen, and she put his happiness way above her family's happiness. She understood that this reasoning was simply illogical, but that was what she truly felt. Right now, she didn't mind even if the world were to burn around her, as long as she could still stay in the arms of the teenage boy, who reminded her of someone she had met a lifetime ago. Chapter 975, 975, An Irreconcilable Grudge. Sherry glanced down at the sleeping teenage boy cradled in her arms, then looked over at Princess Aracel, who was embracing Xylen from behind. The Magian princess was also very much awake, and just like Sherry, she looked at her master's sleeping face, eyes full of tenderness. The high-tier dimensional gates would open in a few days. With that in mind, Princess Aracel asked Xylen to spend as much time with her as possible. She was set to return to Alcove City, where she'd wait for the main army of House Pavareth to cross over to Pangaea. 13 agreed. allowing her to sleep on the same bed with him and Sherry. "You know, I envy you," Princess Aracel said after making sure Xylen was in deep sleep. "You envy me?" Sherry asked, her voice laced with confusion and curiosity. "Yes," Princess Aracel replied. "Have you noticed? Every time Xylen holds your hand, his eyes soften a bit. Every time you kiss him, he would kiss you back and even hug you tightly. I can see he struggles to show his real feelings, unlike normal beings, but I can tell at a glance that he really cares for you. Lastly, I feel envious. I know that when he sleeps, he would suck. MMPHH. Okay, that's far enough," Sherry said with a beet-red face, her hand tightly pressed against Princess Aracel's lips. "You don't need to say anything else." Princess Aracel nodded, and Sherry finally pulled back her hand. "You know, Xylen wasn't always like that," Sherry said. "It took us nearly 2 years to make him open up." "How did you do it?" Princess Aracel asked with great curiosity, hoping to also learn the trick that would make the teenage boy see her in a different way. "It just happened, you know," Sherry replied. "Anyway, I know you want to get close to him. But before anything, you need to gain the approval of Erica and Shauna first." "How about you?" Princess Aracel asked. "You're also Xylen's fiancé. Don't I need to earn your approval, too?" "I will follow whatever Erica decides." "I see. The two of you are very close." "Yes. It was our joint effort that thawed a part of the ice that covered Xylen's heart." Princess Aracel sighed. Truth be told, she wished she had met Xylen before he met the other ladies in his life. Unfortunately, he wasn't born in Gamara, and even if he was, Princess Aracel might have completely ignored him. There were countless djinns and magens who wished for her hand in marriage. Every single one of her top suitors was more good-looking than Xylen, stronger than Xylen, and more suave than Xylen. But the teenage boy had something that they didn't have: wisdom, and the boldness to use that wisdom to take action. The teenage boy reminded him of her father, who had led House Pavareth to become one of the strongest factions in Gamara. His diplomacy, bravery, and ruthlessness allowed their faction to thrive, intimidating their neighbors from taking action against them. "I'm sure he will like him if they meet," Princess Aracel mused. The Magen princess then planted a kiss on 13's head from behind before closing her eyes to sleep. Seeing the princess no longer wished to talk, Sherry hugged Xylen a little tighter before closing her eyes to sleep as well. Asterisk, 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 somewhere in the Signy continent. "Your Highness, when our main force arrives, I'll make sure the general will immediately hear of the humiliation you suffered at the hands of that bastard, Xylen Leventis," Crag said with determination. "We will make him pay for what he did to Commander Zoran as well." "You do that," replied Kesari, who had taken over Prince Zoran's body. "He must pay for the crime of harming this prince." "Yes, sir." Crag placed his closed fist over his chest, as if making a pledge. "Strength beyond death." "Strength beyond death," Prince Zoran replied. "Now go. I wish to rest." Crag knew how much suffering his prince had experienced under the hands of the hateful human. With that in mind, he no longer said anything and left the room. "Huh. He's finally gone," Kesari thought before glancing at the floor beside his feet that a black shadow emerged from it, forming a shadow clone that looked exactly like Prince Zoran. After Kesari had taken over the prince's physical body, the clone he produced also looked exactly like the prince. "What did you discover?" Kesari asked. "I found the portal the Scavari have used to cross over to this world," the clone replied. "It's located in an underground cavern, 2 miles away from this city." Kesari nodded. "Have you informed the master about it?" "Yes," the clone answered. "I shall resume gathering more information about their war preparations. Make sure you don't get discovered." "I know." After that brief exchange, the clone once again merged with the ground and disappeared from sight. 13 had asked Kesari to properly pretend to be the prince of the Scavari race, and if possible, become its crown prince if his subordinate could plant himself in a position second only to the emperor of the Scavari. Xylen would gain an authority that would allow him to give orders to an entire race. 13 understood that it was impossible to fight against so many factions at once, especially when they were about to send over a rank 9 sovereign to Pangaea in a few days. He had been informed that the barrier protecting Pangaea and Solterra had considerably weakened, allowing the high-tiered gates to mutate. Athena could only be used 3 times at the moment, which meant he could only kill 3 rank 9 sovereigns. Not to mention, her attack was so devastating that it was comparable to a nuke. She could instantly vaporize a city from the face of the world from outer space, making her the strongest trump card in 13's arsenal. Since the number of shots she could fire was limited, Xylen planned to let Kisuri, Prince Xylen, and Princess Aracel direct their armies to attack the other jinns instead of targeting the humans at the beginning of the war. While the chances of them pulling it off were slim and might not be achieved by the start of the war, things could change once the jinns understood just how tenacious and stubborn humans were. Actually, Kisari liked his new role better. Not only was he now a prince, but he was also more good-looking than before. Of course, while he admitted that his previous form was more awesome, it didn't change the fact that he had more benefits as Prince Xylen than as the demon Kesari. Just as the prince was about to sleep, his communicator suddenly made a notification sound. Seeing the person calling out to him, the prince frowned before accepting the call. "Greetings, Your Highness. My name is Aaron Ashford, and I have a proposal for you. Would you like to form an alliance with my Ashford clan? You and I have an irreconcilable grudge against Xylen Leventus, and I want the two of us to work together to eliminate him. What do you say?" Chapter 976. 976. I can't wait for this war to start. How was it? Norman asked Aaron, who had just finished his chat with Prince Xylen. Prior to contacting the prince, they had reached out to another Jinn faction that they believed had a high chance of conquering the lands of the Signy continent. From them, they learned what Xylen had done to Prince Xylen. The Skavari prince is very eager to get his revenge, Aaron replied. Although we didn't see what that brat did to that prince, the jinns we talked to earlier said that Xylen skinned Prince Xylen alive, not once, but several times. Skinned him alive? Norman arched an eyebrow. Not once, but several times? How did he get healed? Maybe the Saintess helped him. Aaron shrugged. Or maybe someone around him could instantly heal a being who had been skinned alive. Come, Norman. This isn't the first time we've seen such a thing happen. Lawrence has that same ability, you know? The monarch of the Stallard clan nodded, aware of the Grand Marshal's ability that made him a very difficult enemy to fight. So, how many factions have you managed to ally with? Norman inquired. Just 2 factions, Aaron answered. The Skavari and the Azrakith court. However, both of them stated that, although they were currently the leaders of their respective factions, the true leaders of their factions would only arrive in a few days. We can contact them again at that time to offer an alliance. Norman nodded because this was indeed a good move. Little did they know that both of them were dancing on the palm of 13's hands at this very moment. Back then, when the one made an announcement to the entire world that he didn't need wanderers who refused to fight the jinns, he was being serious about it. The moment Pangea falls, all wanderers would lose their powers, turning them once more to being ordinary humans. Aaron and Norman knew this, but they both thought that as long as the Sirius continent and Aldebaran continent remained standing, the god of wanderers would not punish all of humanity. They planned to form alliances with the jinns so that their own territories would be preserved, while the lands of their enemies would be taken over by their allies from another world. But this was where they missed a very grave detail. Point 13 was very close to Laplace Demon, and the one that all he needed to do was say a few words like, Aaron and Norman have no intention of defending Pangea, so there's no use in letting them stay as wanderers. Considering Xylen's history of persuading them, he might even succeed. He'd only have to mention that, if the god of wanderers used the 2 monarchs to set an example, all the wanderers would become more serious in defending Pangea from the threats of the jinns. However, 13 had no intention of doing this right now. Sure, beating the crap of 2 powerless monarchs had advantages, but it would not satisfy his vengeance that he wasn't the only one who wanted a piece of the monarchs. His former host, Erasmus, wants to kill Aaron and Norman more badly than he did, since Wendell and Trevor stated in their meeting that they would fight to the best of their abilities without sacrificing their lives in the process. 13 decided to give them a chance to redeem themselves. So, are we really going to make our move once the armies of both sides clash? Norman inquired. Lawrence is still here in Sirius. Should we wait for him to head to the Signy continent before we make our move? Let's wait for now, Aaron answered. All we need to do is make our preparations and go for the kill once the perfect opportunity presents itself. Since everyone now treats us as traitors of humanity, we will show them what we can do. As for Lawrence, things are different now than in the past. He now has more people he needs to protect, so we can always target his family to prevent him from taking action. He won't like that, Norman commented. He will probably start to hunt down our people until we release them. You know that dealing with him is going to be our greatest challenge. Taking his family hostage will not work. We just need 2 hours, Aaron stated. I'm sure he will agree to our condition if we add that we will also go to the Cygni continent to help defend it after we've finished our mission. Huh, you're still a sly bastard. Norman sneered. But wouldn't doing that be pure hypocrisy? After all, when they heard about what we've done, wouldn't they go all out to kill us? The question you should be asking is this. Aaron smiled. Can they kill us? Norman chuckled because this was indeed the crux of the matter. Among the 5 monarch clans, the Ashford and the Stallard clans were the strongest. Once they worked together, they would be able to defeat the other monarchs even if they teamed up against them. Last but not the least, they had already reached out to the prestigious families, and some of them agreed to support the plan that would change the status quo of Pangaea to their favor. I can't wait for this war to start, Norman scoffed. I want to see Douglas beg for forgiveness. That bastard really dared to stand against us. He's just a desperate man who is about to lose his home, Aaron said. He really thinks that Xylen Leventis can save his territory? Simply delusional. You know, we should have killed that boy when we were still in the Cygni continent, Norman commented. We can't do that. Aaron shook his head. The one to kill that brat should be the Djinns. Lawrence thinks highly of him, so the safest way to deal with the problem is to use the Djinns as our borrowed knives. Norman nodded because this was indeed a foolproof plan. All they needed to do was supply the Djinns with information, which would come from their spies from the 69th Battalion. As long as they were aware of the teenage boys' movements, they believed that they would find an opportunity to eliminate them once and for all. By the way, you said that Project Exodia is already complete, right? Norman inquired. That's what we're going to use against Lawrence. Indeed. Aaron nodded. Project Exodia was made to deal with the greatest threat we are facing, and that is none other than Lawrence. Of course, if we are able to negotiate with him, then we don't need to use this trump card that I have created. Just how strong is that secret weapon of yours? Is it strong enough to defeat rank 9 sovereigns? Yes, it can defeat rank 9 sovereigns. Norman smiled because Aaron's confirmation made him feel a little better. If there is a chance to steal or copy it, I'll make sure to take the opportunity to do so, Norman thought. For now, I'll use this bastard to eliminate my enemies, so I can rule in peace. I'll squeeze the usefulness of this fool until he croaks. Aaron sneered at Norman in his heart. He is also a threat that I need to eliminate after I deal with Lawrence. The 2 monarchs smiled at each other, not knowing what the other was thinking. Both of them were birds of the same feather, and the fate waiting for them was roughly the same as well. E/N. This is probably the only time 13 agrees with fate. Chapter 977, 977, a bond that not even death could sever completely. I'll return to Alcove City tomorrow, Princess Araceli said. I know, 13 said. The princess of House Pavareth then lowered her head to kiss the teenage boy's lips. Since today was the day that they would part, she asked him to grant her selfish wish, and he granted that wish. The soft rustle of fabric filled the room as the most breathtaking woman in all of Gamara pressed her lips on 13's, then gently guided him down onto the couch. She settled into his lap, facing him. Her expression was calm as she offered her heart and body to the person whom she had chosen in this lifetime. Knowing it would be her first time, the teenage boy made sure she would be ready to accept him. His hands teased, caressed, and wandered all over her body, making her tremble from time to time. Not out of fear, but out of overwhelming emotions rising to her chest. She had decided to offer everything to him. Her heart, her body, and her entire being. A few minutes later, she wrapped her arms around his head as she panted for breath. You're good at this, said Princess Araceli in praise, and perhaps a little bit of complaint as well. 13 didn't reply as he lightly kissed and sucked on her neck, leaving a mark behind. Perhaps that act of acceptance and a little bit of love relaxed the princess' body. The teenage boy then held onto her waist and looked up at her with a smile. You can still turn back, 13 said. We don't need to do this. I already accepted you as one of my people. Princess Araceli shook her head as she raised her hips. I don't want to become one of your people. I want to become your woman. Reaching out her hand, She guided him to her entrance before lowering her hips. A pained expression flashed across Princess Aracel's face, but she endured it until his entirety was inside of her that a tear slid down her eye, both in pain and happiness, for she had finally become his. Truth be told, Princess Aracel was afraid that if she returned to her people, her brother might force her to marry one of the princes of the other factions to form a strong alliance to conquer the entirety of the Signy continent. After the battle with the Wanderers ended, the Jinns would then proceed to fight in a battle royale until only a handful were left, and the last one standing would be the new owners of the Signy continent. Princess Aracel didn't wish to give herself to anyone aside from Xylen, so she made a selfish request. She was even ready to beg him if needed, desperately unwilling to return to her family's side as a maiden who would be used as a tool to further their family's political might. A month ago, she wouldn't have minded such an arrangement. Although she would feel uncomfortable marrying someone she believed was beneath her, she was willing to sacrifice herself for her family. But it was different now. She had chosen Xylen, and she would not allow herself to be sullied by anyone who wasn't him. "Let's stay like this for a while," 13 said as he lightly patted Princess Aracel's back. Princess Aracel replied. "I love this feeling of being connected to you. I feel so full." She then kissed his lips again, and again, and again. The happiness she felt was overflowing, which led to her shedding a few more tears. "I didn't know that you were a crybaby, Aracel," 13 said, not minding the tears falling onto his face and body. "You're the only one that can see this side of me, Xylen," Princess Aracel replied. "Only you have the right to see me like this." 13 nodded before he started to make love to the person whom he cared for so much in the past, whom he was forced to erase from his memory due to how hurt he became when she died. And now, they were once again reunited. This time, 13 would not allow her to suffer the same fate. When it finally ended, Princess Aracel panted for breath as she hugged the one she loved tightly. It was not only Xylen who seemed to have remembered something about her past, she did as well. But for her, it was more like a dream since she didn't believe she might have lived another lifetime before her present life. But regardless of whether it was real or not, Princess Aracel no longer cared. What mattered to her was the present, and she loved it. Perhaps, reading her thoughts, 13 raised his head to look up at her and touched her cheek with his hand. "Humans have a saying," 13 said. "Yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That is why it is called the present." The princess smiled and cupped the teenage boy's face. "You are a present given to me by the world," Princess Aracel said, "and it is the best gift that I received in my life." She knew that Xylen hated the word fate, so she hurriedly stopped herself in time, not wanting to upset him. "You need to be punished," 13 said firmly. "I accept my punishment," Princess Aracel replied. "I know my wrongs." She then kissed his lips before 13 made love to her a second time. This time, he was a bit rougher, but Princess Aracel preferred it this way because it made her feel that 13 wanted to ravage her and mark her from the inside out. A few hours later, the young lady slept peacefully in the young man's arms. Her beautiful body had small red marks here and there, but she didn't mind them one bit. For her, this was proof of Xylen's love, and she had no intention of using any healing items or abilities to make it go away, at least until the main army of House Pavareth crossed over to Pangea. 13 held her tightly before planting a kiss on her forehead. He was a bit reluctant to let her go because his memory of her was still incomplete. However, one thing was certain. She was one of his people and one of the reasons why he rebelled against the system god. But he also understood that they had their roles to play. "This time, things will be different," 13 said softly to the sleeping beauty in his arms. "I promise you, I will make sure you live a happy life this time around." Princess Aracel, who was sleeping peacefully, snuggled closer to Xylen, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Despite the pain and suffering that she had suffered under the teenage boy's hands, she knew that it was all worth it. Every hurt that he had inflicted upon her was compensated for by his tender touch. Every curse she had uttered back then was replaced by a kiss. Her arrogance and pride were replaced with bliss now that she was his. When the sun rose tomorrow, both of them would have to part, but the string that bound them together would remain strong. A string that overcame time, a string that overcame space, a bond that even death could not sever completely. Point 13 gave the princess another kiss before closing his eyes to sleep. He still had many promises to keep, but that would have to wait after he wakes up from his sleep. Chapter 978. 978. You're too smart for your own good, brat. Inside Rocky's mobile fortress, don't hesitate to call for me when you need help, 13 said as he held Princess Aracel's hand. My number is already registered in your communicator. Also, I will leave 2 of my demons to watch over you. The teenage boy then pulled out a ring from his hand and gently placed it on Princess Aracel's ring finger. This is the ring of the apocalypse, 13 stated. This will let you into the domain Metatron gave me. If anything urgent comes up, you can find me there. Princess Aracel looked at the ring on her finger before reaching out to hug Xylen and pulling him into her embrace. Thank you, Xylen, Princess Aracel said. I will treasure it for the rest of my life. You do that, 13 replied. But before he could say anything else, his lips were kissed by the princess, not once, not twice, but 4 more times. Each kiss was passionate, lasting for a few seconds. Pika and Pico happened to be around, so Giga quickly covered the twins' eyes. The 2 Pokopokos were still too young to see such things. Is this what they call a director's cut? Pika asked. Uncle Giga, we're already adults, you know? Pico complained. Pokopokos mature early. The Blaze Skunk ignored the complaints of the 2 birds and made sure they would stay put. Sherry, who had also come to see Princess Aracel, smirked. I guess Shauna will have competition in the future, Sherry thought. Princess Aracel was supposed to get Erica's and Shauna's approval first, but due to the urgency of the situation, she skipped those steps and went for the home run instead. However, the princess didn't know that 13 had already asked the permission of his 3 lovers before. He made love to Princess Aracel. Erica, who had already had a talk with the princess, had given her blessing, but Shauna opposed. Point 13 didn't know how Erica did it, but a few minutes later, Shauna changed her mind. But she gave a condition. You will visit Livia City after Princess Aracel leaves. The teenage boy agreed, and only then did the Saintess reluctantly agree to making the princess one of her sisters. Sherry had already told Xylen that she would follow Erica's decision. Since the sorceress had already agreed, the princess automatically had her blessing. When the kisses finally ended, Princess Aracel reluctantly pulled back and went to hug Sherry before thanking her for everything. Sherry hugged her back and asked her to take care of herself as well. Rocky will take you to Livia City, 13 stated. Since your Big 5 is there to protect you, I believe you won't have any trouble after you return. But remember this, the other djinns might cause a commotion, so protect yourself as much as possible. I will. Princess Aracel nodded. For your sake as well. After bidding their final farewell, 13 and Sherry left the mobile fortress. Rocky then traveled deep underground as he headed towards Alcove City. This trip would last for a day and a half, and the Hellfire Balboa would meet up with Xylen in Livia City, where the hero party was currently stationed. He had made a promise to Shauna, and he had already talked to Tristan about it. After their conversation, the field marshal made arrangements to ensure Xylen's safety. There were only 4 more days before the high-tier gates opened. Simply put, they only had 4 more days of peace before the real invasion began. Of course, it wouldn't happen right away. The Djinn armies still needed to gather information about the Wanderers first before they made their move, but it didn't change the fact that things would no longer become peaceful, and 13 would have no choice but to once again head to battle. Meanwhile, in the Sirius continent, Father, are you sure about this? Claude, who was still the patriarch of the Ashford clan, asked. This might be a bad idea. I'm not asking for your opinion, Claude, Aaron said. I'm asking you. Have you recalled our forces and briefed them of the situation? I have already done that, Father, Claude replied. They are now returning from their missions as we speak. Good. Aaron nodded. You told them to prepare themselves for war, right? Yes, Father, Claude answered. But most of them think I was referring to the Djinn invasion in the Signy continent. Claude's face was a bit pale because, within the Ashford clan, only he knew what his father was really thinking. Excellent, Aaron smiled faintly. If you do this well, I will consider letting Clark return to our family. But only if you do well. So, make sure that this operation will not fail. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Father. Claude nodded. Aaron and Norman were both preparing for war, but their enemies wouldn't be the djinns that would invade the Signy continent. and know they planned to wipe out several families in Pangaea who were opposing them. The one on the very top of the list was the Leventis family. When the war in the Cygni continent was at its peak, the forces of the Ashford and Stallard clans would mobilize and head directly to the Aldebaran continent. They would first eliminate the Leventis family before shifting their target to the Remington clan, which was the monarch clan ruling the Aldebaran continent. After that, they would force the Smith and Lockwood prestigious families to become their dogs, or else they would risk a family extermination. They planned to conduct a blitzkrieg attack, not giving the central government time to do anything. When it was over, they believed that Tristan and Lawrence would have no choice but to turn a blind eye to their action. Chapter 979, 979. I thought you were hiding from me. Huh. Claude sighed deeply as he looked outside through the window of his office. Although he had always known that this day would come, he simply didn't expect the timing, and that it would be this soon. The monarch clans had always lorded over the world of Pangaea. They even treated the prestigious families, ruled by thrones, as threats, for a monarch might one day emerge from their ranks. Many even considered Arthur Leventis as a pseudo-monarch because of the countless battles he had faced both in Pangaea and Solterra. Unlike Aaron and the other monarchs, who only attained their position by killing 13's host after the genocide-level threat was defeated, Arthur fought his way to the top ranks until he became a throned as much as Arthur was viewed as a threat. No monarchs feared him. After all, the difference between their strength was vast. There were strict requirements before someone could rank up to a monarch, and the monarch clans made sure none of the thrones would be able to catch up to them. But after losing the trust of the world, Aaron and Norman finally took off their masks, showing their true selves. And now, people will truly know just how terrifying the monarchs are, Claude thought. And they will start with the Leventis family. Truth be told, Claude didn't have a good impression of Xylen Leventis. The brat had caused him a lot of headaches during the League of Dragons and Phoenixes. However, his son, Clark, was now under his wing. Before the excommunicated prodigy of the Ashford clan left his family, Clark warned his father never to become Xylen's enemy. I'm sorry, Clark, Claude said softly. Your grandfather has finally decided to become serious. No one will be able to stop him now. He was tempted to send his son a message so the latter could warn Xylen. But it seemed that Aaron had already seen it coming and took Claude's wife hostage. The world will change. Claude looked at the distance with a solemn expression on his face. But the future doesn't look bright. I just hope you'll be safe, Clark. I wish you will grow happy and safe from the dangers of this world. Closing his eyes, Claude offered a silent prayer in his heart. Torn between his loyalty towards his family and his own morals, the patriarch of the Ashford clan steeled himself. He pushed down the feeling of guilt and remorse in his heart because his family still needed him. Gone were the days when he took pride in his position as the current patriarch of the Ashford clan. All he wanted now was to get this over with so he could finally wake up from the nightmare that was just about to start. Livia, city in the Cygni continent. The sound of helicopter rotors spread in the surroundings as Xylen's helicopter landed on the helipad of the building where the hero party was staying. Erica watched with great anticipation as the doors of the helicopter opened and his fiancée stepped out of it while wearing sunglasses. Sherry followed behind Xylen and gave the sorceress a smile of greeting. Shauna, who was also on the rooftop, fought the urge to run toward the teenage boy and hug him tightly. In the end, she endured and watched as Erica did the thing she wanted to do and even kissed Xylen in front of the others. Damn, I knew I should have waited inside my room. Derek clicked his tongue in annoyance. Master just arrived, and he's already scoring brownie points. You should up your game then, Mildred chided. One of these days, you'd probably end up with a djinn because of how shy you are in talking with girls. Shut up, Miss Single. Ha. This loser dog is barking at the wrong tree. Derek glared at Mildred, but the latter only looked at him in disdain. The rest of the hero party ignored them because they were already used to the bickering of their two comrades. You're finally here, Xylen, Roland said as he reached out his hand for a handshake. I thought you were hiding from me. And why would I do that? 13 accepted the handshake before taking out a spray of alcohol to disinfect his hands. The corner of Roland's lips twitched after seeing the teenage boy's actions. Erica wasn't able to stop herself from giggling, which was later joined by Mildred, who found this scene quite funny. Shauna, Mildred, and Diana, on the other hand, bit their lips as they held back their laughter. Joshua looked very amused, while Derek laughed out loud, making Roland wish he could smack the swordsman hard. "Can you escort me to my room first, Erica?" 13 asked. "I have something to discuss with you. Also, Shauna, your father had asked me to pass you some classified orders and information. Please come as well." "Okay." Shauna nodded. Erica took the hint and led Xylen inside the building. Shauna followed, staying a respectful distance away from the boy, while Sherry chatted with her for a bit to make the scene look natural. Roland didn't find anything suspicious about this matter, but he noticed that Sherry was wearing the same ring on Erica's and Shauna's fingers. When the two returned from their mission, Roland immediately noticed the matching rings on their fingers. The sorceress said she bought it in Casimir City, from a shop Sherry had recommended to her. And to ensure that Roland wouldn't find anything suspicious, the sorceress even gave similar rings to Diana, and Mildred. 13 had asked his father to craft multiple rings with the same design. However, he only imbued 4 of them with rune magic, which had given him a fever in the past. "I'll talk to him later at dinner," Roland thought as he watched the 4 people enter the building together a few minutes later. "You really held back for as long as you could, huh?" Erica said in a teasing tone as he watched Shauna kiss Xylen repeatedly on his lips. They had just finished locking the door of Shauna's room when the Saintess hugged her fiancé tightly and peppered him with kisses. 13 knew how clingy Shauna was, so he didn't resist and allowed her to have her fill until she calmed down. He had already anticipated that she would act this way, so he made up an excuse that her father wanted to pass confidential information and orders, buying them time together. Before dinner time. Chapter 980. D-Day has finally come. Meanwhile, Erica interrogated Sherry about Princess Aracel. "So, how many times did they do it?" Erica whispered, her straightforward question making Sherry's face turn beet red. "Did she eat Xylen up, or did Xylen eat her up?" "I don't know," Sherry replied. "I decided to give them some time alone since it was their last night together." "I see." Erica nodded. "Well, as long as she knows the hierarchy, then things will be fine." Suddenly, he heard the sound of a door closing, making the sorceress look in the direction of the bedroom. That girl. Erica didn't know if she should laugh or cry, thinking how much the Saintess, whom everyone loved, was a bona fide Xylen addict. I guess she forgot the meaning of moderation. It seemed that kissing him wasn't enough to fill up Shauna's Xylen gauge, so she dragged him to her bedroom to get a full tank. Sherry, who had more or less anticipated this to happen, decided to talk to Erica about important matters while waiting for the Saintess to finally calm down and release Xylen, who had decided to fulfill his lover's demand. "Princess Aracel asked me to thank you and Shauna on her behalf," Sherry said. "She said she promises to return this favor in the future." "I see." Erica smiled. "Well then, can you tell me the general mood of everyone in Casimir City?" "According to the Continental Energy reading, the gates will open in 2 to 3 days. Everyone here is feeling anxious because we are one of the cities near the front lines." "Is that why you also asked Xylen to come here?" Sherry smiled. "You're feeling anxious too, right?" "I won't deny it," Erica admitted. "After everything we've been through together, having him around calms my nerves. Also, I kept on having this bad feeling that wouldn't go away no matter what I do." Sherry nodded because she felt the same way. Being with Xylen made her feel like everything was going to be fine. This belief had cemented inside her mind over the years that they had stayed together. A few minutes later, the two ran out of things to talk about, so Erica opened the TV to watch the news. The protests against the Ashford and Stallard clans were no longer being aired on TV as if it never happened in the first place. Reporters also didn't dare to come close to the headquarters of these two families after some of their colleagues were detained by them. At the moment, they were even behind bars for the crime of trespassing on private property. This show of force made everyone feel fearful, so their companies and organizations decided to no longer pursue the matter. Also, there were rumors spreading that the two clans were recalling their elite wanderers, which made the public feel fearful. The former might use these forces to attack anyone bad-mouthing the two monarch clans. "I have a bad feeling about this," Erica said as she switched between different news stations. "It seems that the loud voices have been forcefully silenced. They could have also been eliminated behind the scenes," Sherry commented. "Assassinated might be a more fitting word. The monarch clans doesn't want anyone to look down on them." Erica nodded because the monarch clans were very capable of such a thing. Still, can we really do this? Two of the monarch clans have withdrawn their support. The upcoming battles will be extremely hard. Don't worry, Sherry replied. Xylen said that with or without the Ashford and Stallard clans, the conclusion of this war will be within an acceptable range. Sherry then told Erica about the preparations 13 had made right after the two monarchs had returned to the Sirius continent. The sorceress's expression turned serious upon hearing the news. Based on Sherry's report, it seemed Xylen was preparing for a war beyond the Sigmy continent as well. I think he made the right decision to send Nautilus back to the Aldebaran continent. Erica narrowed her eyes. But will the monarch clans really do such a thing? I'm sure they can. Sherry nodded. That's why he sent one of his trump cards back to protect his family. Erica felt disgusted at the thought of humans fighting against humans during a very important turning point in the history of humanity. Instead of working hand in hand to fight a common threat, the Ashford and Stallard clans were thinking of eliminating their competitors to further strengthen their hold over the world. But since there was no proof of this happening, she could only curse under her breath. After all, her family was currently living in the residence that the Leventis family had given them. This meant that if a war against the Wanderers broke out, Erica wouldn't be there to save them from harm. Don't worry. They will be safe, Sherry said firmly. Xylen have already asked his parents to let your parents live with them for the time being. They are in the safest place in the Aldebaran continent right now. The sorceress was finally able to breathe easier because her main worry was now gone. A few hours later, 13 and Shauna left the room together, with the Saintess looking very happy and satisfied. Erica could only smile in amusement because the two had obviously taken a bath together to remove any evidence of their lovemaking. Sherry told me a bit about your preparations in the Aldebaran continent, Erica said. Will that be enough? It will be enough, 13 replied. You don't have to worry about anything. Are you sure? 100% sure. Good. Erica nodded. Since you are that confident, then I no longer have anything to worry about. So, what's the plan for our own war? Nothing's final yet, 13 answered. We need to assess the might of the armies that will cross over to this side. Only after we get an understanding of how powerful each individual force is can we make our move. However, I plan to form some alliances when the right time comes. I have chosen the Skavari, House Pavareth, and the Azrakith court. The corner of Erica's lips twitched after hearing the word Skavari. Are you sure about allying with those rats? Erica asked with worry. Aren't they dead set on killing you right now? Since they already knew the kind of torture that Prince Zoran had suffered, they believed that there was no Jinn race that hated Xylen more than the Skavari. You're right. 13 nodded. But there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. Well, you are smarter than I am, so I'll leave this to you, Erica commented before a mischievous smile appeared on her face. I can understand why you have chosen House Pavareth. If Princess Aracel said that you're her significant other, so her family might form an alliance with you, or send a kill order for the crime of tainting their princess. 13 smiled faintly. Aracel is smart. She will know what to do after she meets with her family. Shauna is smart too, Erica countered, but she turns into a complete idiot when she's alone with you. Also, her IQ seems to turn into liquid and drips down there when she thinks of you. Erica, Shauna glared at the sorceress, who only smirked back at her. Fine. I won't spill your dirty secrets whenever you think of Xylen at night, sheesh. Erica shook her head with a sigh, while Sherry's face turned bright red at what she was hearing. Just as Xylen was about to make his reply, his communicator rang, prompting him to glance at the name of the caller. Did something happen? 13 asked. Several high-tier gates are emitting a powerful fluctuation, Tristan reported. The gates might open in a few hours, which is earlier than we calculated. All the city fortresses have already been informed and asked to be on high alert. As if waiting for Tristan to finish his words, a siren blared inside the city, asking everyone to go to their respective battle stations in preparation for war. Xylen, make sure you are available at all times, Tristan stated. This is going to be a long night. Understood. 13 replied before ending the call. He then glanced at his three lovers, who were looking back at him with solemn expressions on their faces. Let's go to the command center, 13 ordered. D-Day has finally come. Chapter 981. 981. The time of reckoning is near, Part 1. What's the status of the gates? Roland seriously looked at the officer who was in touch with the central government's main command center. Energy fluctuations are still rising, the operator replied. However, it's confirmed that the high-tiered gates are once again mutating. According to estimates, Rank 9 monsters are to appear in a few hours. What are the chances of a Magian Prince or a Magian Princess crossing over? Derek asked. The energy from the gate may not be enough to allow such existences to cross over. But pseudo-Magian Prince or Princess may be able to cross over from the gate. A pseudo-Magian Prince or Princess was a Rank 9 sovereign that was only a step away from becoming a true Magian Prince or Princess. They were called peak sovereigns and only needed a few more years or an opportunity to cross over to the next rank. Right now, this was the greatest worry of the central government, and the defenders of the Signy Coalition. 13 sat calmly at the command center with his arms crossed over his chest. His eyes were closed, and he seemed to be in deep thought that in reality. He was actually connecting to Athena, so he could get a better understanding of the situation through her satellite imagery. One of the gates will open in 2 to 3 hours, 13 thought as he looked at the gate shining the brightest from Athena's gaze. Although he expected the gates to open in the next few days, he didn't expect one of them would open early. Perhaps the barrier protecting Pangaea has reached its limit and can no longer block the invaders from Gamara, 13 mused. Still, I wonder what faction would be the first to cross over. The first to cross over might not necessarily be the strongest faction in Gamara, but they would certainly be the ones who made the most preparations. It was very obvious that the gate was being tampered with from the other side, causing it to undergo a mutation. A few seconds later, 13's communicator rang, and the caller was none other than the monarch of the Signy continent, Douglas Griffin. I heard you are currently in Livius City, Douglas said as soon as the line was connected. Are you going to return to Casimir City and take control of the operations of the Alliance? No, 13 replied. For the time being, Renz Elrod will become the main strategist. For the next few days, everyone should listen to his arrangements. Even if the Jinns were to cross over in a few hours, they still need some time to adjust to our world. Not to mention, if they were to attack us without any plans, I am confident that Renz alone can decimate their forces without too many problems. Trust me, when it comes to defensive strategies, Renz is better than I am. Well, my forte is offensive strategies. Douglas eyed Xylen critically. If possible, he wanted the teenage boy to take command of the Alliance from day one. But since the latter insisted that Renz should take command for the time being, he decided to respect his decision. Very well, I will send Renz to Casimir City. He'll coordinate with the central government on setting up a defensive strategy, Douglas stated. For the time being, what do you plan on doing? I need to operate independently to gather credible information, 13 replied. Don't worry about my safety. My grandfather will come with me when I move out. He will be able to deal with the small fries. 13 had already discussed his plans with Arthur and Christopher. Aside from them, he also talked to Sherry's parents. All of them were asked to go to Livius City with their forces. The 69th Battalion, the Leventis family elites, and the Legionnaires all counted as his personal forces that were strong enough to move independently. Also, he had already ordered Al Capone and the rest of the 69th Battalion in the Aldebaran continent to hop on the central government's plane and regroup with them in the next few days. Okay. But remember this, Xylen, Douglas said in a serious tone. I decided to form an alliance with the central government and the Leventis family because I trust you. Don't get yourself killed in this war. I have no plans of dying anytime soon, Sir Douglas. 13 smiled faintly. Rest assured, I'll make sure to keep myself safe. Right after Douglas ended the call, the teenage boy's communicator once again rang. This time, the caller was none other than his grandfather, Arthur. As soon as he accepted the call, the sound of the helicopter's rotors immediately reached his ears. Clearly, they were traveling by air to reach Livius City at the shortest time possible. Yes, Gramps? 13 asked. We will arrive in Livius City in an hour, Arthur replied. I just picked up Mikhail and Shasha from the airport. The other elite members of the Leventis family had come with them as well. 30 champions, 200 grandmasters, and 300 masters. Those were the forces of the Leventis family that Arthur was going to bring into this war. Half of their faction's elites were left in the Aldebaran continent, and they were to be under the command of his wife and his son, namely Lady Callista and Michael. 13 had asked his grandfather not to bring all the forces of the Leventis family into this war because of the Ashford and Stallard clans. he had already informed his grandfather that the two bastards might backstab their family, so leaving their nest without protection would be a very bad decision. If not for the fact that Xylen had already made preparations for this possibility, Arthur might have returned to the Aldebaran continent to personally safeguard his family instead of staying in the Signy continent. Understood, 13 replied. Tell them that I'll be waiting for them here. Arthur nodded and ended the call, but just like before, his communicator rang again almost immediately, making Sherry, who sat beside him, giggle. You're really popular, Xylen, Sherry commented. Who is it this time? 13 glanced at his communicator and saw a name that made him arch an eyebrow. Yes, Sir Trevor? 13 asked. What can I do for you? The monarch of the Aldebaran continent, Trevor Remington, had called him for the first time in his life. Xylen, I have known Aaron and Norman for a very long time, and they are the type who will not tolerate anyone who opposes them, Trevor replied. They cannot actively kill you because they are still wary of the Grand Marshal of the central government, but that doesn't mean the ones close to you are safe. Make sure to warn your fiancés, as well as your family in the Aldebaran continent, about any possible assassinations. The Ashford clan has the Silent Reapers who specialize in killing their political enemies. Thank you for the warning, Sir Trevor, 13 replied. I will warn them to heed your advice. Trevor nodded. Xylen, I sincerely hope that you will be able to survive this war. Frankly, I don't think we can save the Signy continent from its fate. But as long as we are alive, there will always be hope. Take care of yourself. Wendell and I will be heading to Casimir City to cooperate with the central government. Understood. 13 nodded. When the call ended, the teenage boy took a deep sigh. He hadn't forgotten that Trevor, Douglas, Norman, and Wendell had been accomplices of Aaron, who had backstabbed his host. The teenage boy still had some scores to settle with them. But for now, he decided to look at the bigger picture. For now, he will hold back and work with them to defend Pangea. But once the upcoming invasion was dealt with, he would make sure that they all paid their dues. Chapter 982. 982. The Time of Reckoning is Near, Part 2. Somewhere in Solterra, hordes upon hordes of monsters were waiting on the other side of a purple gate. Atop a colossal snow spider stood a throne, where the Magian Prince, the ruler of the continent's frozen north, sat in command. He had been waiting for this opportunity for the past few decades, and had built an army that would invade the world of Pangea, just like Camarsepa. He was one of the original jinns who had descended to invade the world of Solterra, but was spared by the Celestials and the Fiends. For many years, he had warred with his neighbors and established his own domain in the north. Now, he was looking for better and greener pastures. A day from now, this gate will finally open. The Magian Prince, who goes by the name Kale, and smiled faintly. He had assembled a monstrous army led by a rank 9 sovereign, 6 rank 8 sovereigns, and 20 rank 7 sovereigns. This was a force that wouldn't lose to the armies of the factions that belonged to Gamara. In fact, his army might even be stronger than theirs at least. That was what he believed. He had spent countless time and resources to strengthen his force, waiting for this day to arrive, and was feeling very confident about his chances of becoming the new master of the Signy continent. He was simply waiting for the gate to open to send his minions to the other side and start their rampage. Suddenly, Xylen sensed something coming from the sky, which made him frown. The sky was covered with dark clouds, so he wasn't able to see anything past them. However, a few seconds later, a few unidentified objects that looked similar to meteorites broke through from the clouds and were falling in their direction. Destroy them, Xylen ordered, and the flying monsters under his command obeyed his call. Frost wyverns and frost dragons rose to the sky and unleashed their breath attacks to destroy the meteorites that were headed toward their monster army. Their attacks landed, but some of the meteorites broke apart. However, something jumped from inside the destroyed meteorites and latched onto the flying monsters of Xylen's army. What are those things? Xylen frowned when he saw the alien-like creatures that emerged from the meteorites. A moment later, he stood up from his throne, clearly sensing that the monsters attacking his frost dragons were rank 8 sovereigns. You dare? Xylen roared in anger at the alien-like monsters who had decided to ruin the day he had been waiting for the past few decades. However, before he could jump on the back of one of his frost dragons, a meteorite bigger than the rest of the meteorites broke through from the clouds. emitting a presence that made Kalen's body shudder. An Archon. Kalen gasped in shock. Archons were the equivalent of a Magian prince. This was the term used for any beings that weren't classified as jinns. Before Kalen could even react, the meteor broke apart, and a man with 4 pairs of angelic wings descended upon the sky like lightning. The Magian prince only had enough time to summon his spear before clashing with the bastard that had come to his domain uninvited. A powerful shockwave expanded outward as the 2 powerhouses clashed against each other. "Who are you?" Kalen asked angrily. "Lucan," Lucan replied. "Remember the name of the one who will send you to the afterlife." Kalen snorted before he pushed back his enemy to unleash a barrage of spear thrusts. Lucan flapped his wings and rose high up in the air, dodging Kalen's attacks. The Artemian Archon raised his sword over his head, making it glow in a golden light. "Die!" Lucan roared as he slashed downwards. "You're the one who is going to die." Kalen roared back and once again unleashed a spear thrust that was imbued with purple light. The 2 attacks collided, killing everything within their 100-meter radius. Kalen suffered minor injuries, but Lucan remained unscathed. "What are you all doing?" Kalen shouted in anger. "Help him!" His words froze midway when he noticed that his forces were currently engaged in a battle with the alien-like monsters. Dozens of Azathrals, who were all rank 8 sovereigns, mercilessly tore through the battlefield, killing everything within their range. All of them were being led by a golden Azothral that was 4 meters tall. That a glance was enough to tell him that the golden monster currently battling with his rank 9 sovereign for dominance was a rank 9 pseudo-archon. But Kalen was not worried. In his eyes, his primal saber-toothed tiger would win this one-on-one battle, confident with its speed, strength, and power. However, it didn't take long for him to realize that the golden alien was faster, stronger, and more powerful than his own subordinate. "Damn it!" Kalen cursed. "Are you an Artemian? What are you doing here?" "What else?" Lucan answered. "That gate is ours." "Damn you!" Kalen lunged at his enemy with bloodshot eyes because he couldn't believe that someone dared to steal what rightfully belonged to him. The 2 clashed several times, and both of them wanted nothing more than to kill the other. Although Lucan was more proficient in his techniques, Kalen was using brute force to overwhelm him. However, the Artemian commander wasn't worried. Why? It was because he only needed to stall for time. The Azathrals were the perfect killing machines, and he brought 20. One of them on this mission. 20 rank 8 sovereigns, and 1 pseudo-archon. This lineup was more than enough to annihilate Kalen's entire army, but it didn't end there. The Azathrals were known to evolve as they gained more battle experience. Rocky had a hard time fighting against a single Azothral in the past because of how powerful it was. That it could adapt to any situation and modify its body when needed. That it was the pinnacle of the Artemian monster research, and to be perfectly honest, very few would be able to survive a battle against them. Damn it! Kalen cursed internally. With every minute that passed, dozens of his high-ranking subordinates were dying. Every time he tried to save them, Lucan would block his path and prevent him from helping his subordinates. Years of planning only to end like this. Kalen felt aggrieved and unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He watched as his rank 9 primal saber-toothed tiger died under the merciless attack of the golden alien, who was now eating its flesh as if it were the finest meal it had eaten in its life. That Kalen's face turned pale. He now understood that his army was helpless against the invaders, and the only thing he could do was to order a full retreat if he wished to save what little forces were remaining. Full retreat. Kalen shouted he no longer wished for his subordinates to die, so he ordered everyone to back away for safety. Kalen wasn't a fool. He knew that the golden alien also posed a threat to him. Fighting Lucan was already hard, but fighting against 2 powerful opponents could spell his doom. Even though he was unwilling, he truly had no choice but to escape as fast as he could, leaving behind his army to fend for themselves. Humph, I guess he isn't stupid. Lucan snorted before shifting his attention to the Azathrals, who were now feasting on the corpses of the powerful monsters they had slain. The Artemian king had tasked him to ensure that their forces would be able to cross over to Pangea to wreak havoc upon 13's home world. He only gave the Azathrals one order, and that was to completely annihilate the Wanderers and destroy the jinns that stood in their way. Once they had gotten a proper foothold in Pangea, it would be far easier to invade them because the barrier that protected the world of wanderers had grown thin. Endymion, your day of reckoning is near. Lucan sneered. You will regret the day that you interfered with the aspirations of our king. One by one, the Azathrals screeched towards the sky, as if declaring their victory to the world. They were created to serve as the Artemians' army's vanguard, and their mission was to conquer the world of Pangaea and add another world under their king's control. Chapter 983, Second Phase of the Jinn Invasion. Princess Aracel was unsmiling as her gaze stuck to the purple portal right in front of her. She had watched the portal grow bigger and bigger. Originally, it had only been 4 meters in height, but now, she could barely see its top as it stood 100 meters tall. It might as well be classified as a genocide-level gate. Size aside, the energy fluctuation coming from it guaranteed that a rank 9 sovereign would pass through. Fortunately, the portals couldn't support anything higher than that, but it was already troublesome enough that pseudo-Magian prince and princess could cross over to Pangaea just because they had yet to break through their desired rank. Princess, anytime now, reported one of the Big Five, who were all rank 7 sovereigns meant to protect Princess Aracel. He was one of the monsters Xylen had captured and brought to the domain of the apocalypse. Back then, they were very arrogant, thinking that House Pavareth was unparalleled. They hadn't been impressed when they saw Kamsats, Camersepa, and Paimon. After all, their faction had a few Magian princes and princesses, and they were already used to such presences. However, Metatron was different. It was a being that surpassed their patriarch, who had the rank of a Magian king. Princess Aracel didn't hold back and told them everything, including her wish to have Xylen as her life partner. To her surprise, the Big Five supported her decision. In their eyes, as long as Xylen and the princess became husband and wife, the rule of House Pavareth and Pangaea was already guaranteed. Not only was he the supreme strategist of the alliance, but he was also part of a secret organization whose powers surpassed any they had seen in the past. However, they also understood that Princess Aracel might not be able to tell her family about Xylen's secret background still. They had decided to stay on the young lady's side. Even if House Pavareth didn't agree and support her decision, they knew who would be the last one laughing at the end. Fight against a subordinate of the god of apocalypse? Thanks, but no thanks. Suddenly, the gate emitted powerful fluctuations, with purple lightning streaking over its surface. They're coming, princess, one of the Big Five shouted. Everyone, back away and give them space. Half a minute after that warning, several creatures emerged from the portal and finally crossed over to Pangaea. At the front were the flag bearers of House Pavareth, showing the insignia of the Moon Feather Phoenix, their ancestor. Countless monsters poured out of the portal. Some of them were flying, while some simply walked out of the portal with determined looks on their faces. Princess Aracel looked at the army of her faction and smiled faintly. Xylen, I will do my best, Princess Aracel thought, but I might not be able to convince my family. She wasn't naive or foolish. The young lady understood that even if her father doted on her, the true decision-maker was her older brother, who was known to be very ruthless. Even she feared him. There had been instances when a family member committed a mistake, and he'd never been lenient, even punishing the former in public in order to make an example. But just like her father, he had a soft side when it came to her, so they got along very well. He was the crown prince of House Pavareth and was a rank 7 sovereign. The prince was also 20 years older than her, which wasn't that big of a gap for a long-lived race that could live up to 2,000 years. As more monsters poured out of the portal, she finally saw a golden chariot being pulled by a rank 8 mastodon. Seated on the chariot was none other than the crown prince of House Pavareth, Prince Valendron Valora Pavareth. He gazed at his sister in the distance and gave her a confident smirk, which made the princess smile faintly. With this army, what do you think are our chances of making this land ours, princess? One of the Big Five, who goes by the name Severian, asked. You already know the answer to that question. Severian, Princess Aracel replied. The one who will rule this land is the strongest. The law of the jungle had always been the rule of the jinns. Those who were stronger had the right to make the rules. The weak had no choice but to obey. Only after meeting Xylen did Princess Aracel realize this wasn't necessarily true. Her significant other might not be the strongest, but with his brains, Even the princess felt anxious for her family's safety. I just hope brother will listen to reason, Princess Aracel thought. The mastodon headed in Princess Aracel's direction, while the rest of the army of House Pavareth continued to pour out of the portal. Her brother then took flight and landed a few meters away from her, smiling from ear to ear. Aracel, have you been well? A handsome man, who looked like in his early 20s, said with a smile. Yes, brother, Princess Aracel replied. I have been well. The two hugged each other for a brief moment before Prince Valen took a step back. He then gave his sister a long and steady gaze with his hands rubbing his chin. Somehow, you feel different, Prince Valen said. It's like you've grown up from a girl into a woman. I think you matured a bit since the last time I saw you. The smile on Princess Aracel's lips almost stiffened. Her brother was indeed spot on. She was no longer a girl but a woman who had taken her steps to adulthood. You look the same, but the overwhelming arrogance and confidence you possessed before leaving our home seemed to have diminished, Prince Valen added. The crown prince narrowed his gaze as if seeing through her sister's very soul. Tell me, did something happen? Prince Valen inquired. The princess organized her thoughts to ensure that her brother wouldn't be able to pry any secrets she wasn't ready to reveal at the moment. Only after she felt more confident that she began to speak. We can talk about it later when we arrive at Alcove City, brother. Princess Aracel looked at her brother seriously. I need to talk to you in private. It must be something serious then. Prince Valen frowned. Very well. Come and lead the way. Prince Valen opened the wings behind his back and flew back to his chariot. Princess Aracel followed suit and landed beside him. As they traveled to Alcove City, they saw other armies marching along their way, which belonged to the other factions. Princess Aracel and Prince Valen eyed their competitors, and the latter stared back at them. The only saving grace was that they were headed in different directions, so they didn't have any reason to clash against each other. The Scavari, Prince Valen snorted. These vermin are really annoying. Princess Aracel nodded and glanced in the direction of Prince Zoran, who was leading their reinforcements to his own territory. If sensing her gaze, Prince Zoran looked in her direction, and the two gave each other a brief nod of acknowledgement. She was aware that the prince was no longer the same as the one she had met back then. Just like her, Xylen had planted his own people in two of the most powerful Jinn factions that were currently vying for power and supremacy in Pangaea. Have you gotten close with Prince Zoran? Prince Valen asked. We're not close, Princess Aracel replied. But we also don't have conflicts with each other. The Scavari are very annoying to deal with, so I deemed that it would not be in my best interest to antagonize them while waiting for your arrival. Prince Valen nodded in understanding. Even he didn't want to have an all-out war with the Scavari because their suicide attacks were a very scary tactic. Are there any other factions that we need to worry about? Prince Valen inquired. Like the Velmoria royal family and Azrakith court? The princess pondered a bit before shaking her head. The succubus race had always played a neutral role in Gamara, Princess Aracel stated. They did not expand their territories, nor did they antagonize their neighbors. What they do is form alliances and connections, and avoid any kind of conflict as much as possible. They are not a threat. As for House Azrakith, Prince Xylen is just a spoiled prince who really has no power. I believe his father only sent him here so his brothers wouldn't scheme to eliminate him back in Gamara. Prince Valen laughed. Brothers and sisters backstabbing each other was rather common in their home world. But House Pavareth forbade such conflicts against family members. Everyone was given a fair chance to show their talents, and the council would decide who would become the crown prince or Chapter 984. Humanity wouldn't go down without a fight. The mass opening of mutated high-tier gates put the entirety of the Signy continent under a state of tension. The defenders were currently following Ren's Elrod's command, who guided their preparations for the upcoming defensive battle. Many felt restless and had been petitioning that Xylen Leventis be put in the position of grand strategist, putting Ren's into a bind. It was only resolved after 13 announced that two commanders were needed to win the war. One commander to focus on defense, and the other on offense. Ren's would play the role of defender, while Xylen would play the attacker. This arrangement alleviated the worries of the alliance, making them more obedient to Ren's arrangements. I really can't beat your reputation, master, Ren said as he looked at the projection of the teenage boy in front of him. A single word from you, and the opposition all quieted down. It's why you should perform well in this war, Renz, 13 stated. You need to gain the support of the entire alliance to put our grand plan into action. Don't make me step up unless it's absolutely necessary. I understand, Master. Renz nodded. I will hold the line for as long as possible. What about you? What are your plans? Will you finally reveal some of your secrets? As much as possible. I'd still like to keep the others in the dark, 13 replied. But I also know it will be extremely difficult. If we want to win decisively, some sacrifices must be made. Renz nodded because he, too, felt the same. 13 had given him a detailed layout of the battlefield using Athena's satellite imagery. The position of the Jinns and their armies was clearly marked, allowing Renz to have a full grasp of the layout of the battlefield. Although 13 said that Renz would play defensively, that didn't mean they would wait for the Jinns to attack them. Sometimes, offense was the best defense. Not to mention, Xylen already permitted him to launch preemptive strikes to boost the morale of the allied armies. Renz was also aware of 13's monster army that was hidden in the planar mountain range, which he could take advantage of when the war entered its third phase. Master, can you tell me your plan so I can coordinate with you? Renz asked. 13 nodded. The heads of the different factions of the Jinns are going to have a meeting tomorrow. They will probably form alliances and agree on where their armies would strike on the battlefield. The real problem is that all of them had brought their strategists and generals in this battle, all of whom are proficient in the art of war. Unlike before, we won't fight mindless hordes of Jinns, but actual armies that know military formations. But what I want you to be wary of are certain groups you shouldn't target with your preemptive strikes. House Pavareth, the Skavari, and the Azrakith court are off-limits. Also, you will receive a private call in an hour from now from the Velmoria royal family. They are the succubus race, and frankly, they are one of the most dangerous threats for wanderers. However, they are also known for not being greedy, happy enough if they could have a slice of the pie. It will be best to form an agreement with them. Only let Tristan, Wendell, Douglas, and Trevor know about this under-the-table agreement. The succubus likes to play both sides, so make sure to not give them too many benefits during the negotiations. I understand. Renz nodded. But, Master, why is it so noisy on your side right now? I can hear some kind of interference, which sounds like explosions. Ah, that. 13 smirked as he glanced at Arthur, the hero party, the 69th Battalion, the elites of the Leventis family, and the legionnaires as they unleashed a one-sided massacre against the Jinns that were located at the eastern edge of the Signy continent. Their enemies didn't expect that the rearmost territory from the front lines would be attacked, so their security and defenses were not up to par with the sudden invasion. There was simply no way to prepare against something no one had seen coming. Let's just say I'm launching a preemptive strike right now, 13 said. This will make the Jinns think we could strike anywhere at any time, making them more wary. The teenage boy watched as the BBC reporter conducted a live broadcast, showing the world that it was humanity who made the first move by striking the Jinns, which would help boost the morale of the Wanderers. He had asked Erica not to hold back and burn the city to the ground, showing no mercy. As expected of Master, Renz said with a smile. May fortune shine upon you. Renz bowed before ending the call, which only lasted for a few minutes. Fortune, huh? 13 muttered as he glanced at the destruction that was happening around him. Rocky, Giga, Blackie, and the rest of his monster army was assisting the Wanderers under his command, overwhelming the enemies on the ground. While Zed dominated the sky. Of course, they only targeted a middle-sized faction, which wasn't as strong as the Skavari and House Pavareth. These factions didn't have any rank 9 sovereigns under their command, and the strongest monster ruling them was a rank 8 sovereign, since Rocky and Zed could deal with it. The rest wasn't too much of a problem. Arthur rampaged across the battlefield, killing monsters left and right with his sword. The members of the hero party, who haven't participated in any battles as of late, were also putting their teamwork into practice, which was being highlighted by the BBC crew. They had sneaked to this base while hiding in Rocky's mobile fortress, which 13 had decided to reveal to his comrade Dash at Dash Arms that he asked for the spies of the Monarch clans and the prestigious families. They weren't really a problem, that he wasn't afraid of their betrayal. But just to make sure, he asked Evavug to have a nice and long private talk with them, putting them completely under the Brain Beetle's control. With them being able to attack anywhere, at any time, the elite army under 13's command could showcase their full might. Roland took deep, steady breaths before flicking his sword to the side, flicking the blood clinging onto its blade to the ground. Just like everyone who didn't know about Rocky, he was completely mind-blown about the forces that were under 13's command. He now understood why the latter was able to traverse the Temple of Courage on his own, eliminating the threats that they were unable to defeat. Just how many secrets are you still hiding from us? Roland thought as he glanced at the teenage boy, who was sitting in the distance while sipping a glass of fruit juice in his hand. Sensing the gaze of the hero, 13 looked and waved in his direction, acting very carefree. Clark and Char were standing guard beside him, making sure that no stray monsters attacked their helpless commander, who was enjoying a relaxing time while chaos and destruction happened around him. Siri and Stella, who had also joined this expedition, glanced at their commander before shifting their gaze to Mikhail and Shasha, who were fighting seriously in the battlefield. This guy really knows how to put people to work, Siri hissed. He even treats his family members as additional manpower. I think you're wrong, Siri, Stella commented. I think he is letting everyone fight because he is confident that we can handle this level of enemies. Siri scoffed, but no longer made any complaints as she joined the others in wiping out the monsters on the battlefield. Point 13 had only given them one order, and one order only. Kill everyone, and don't let a single Jinn escape this place. The war has not yet begun, but we will light the spark, so all wanderers can face tomorrow with the certainty that humanity won't go down without a fight. Chapter 985, A Small Victory, Part 1. Velgrath expanse in the Signy continent. It was the widest plain that could be found on the eastern side of the continent, and today, it would play a significant role and go down in history as the Conqueror's Summit. It looks like everyone is here to showcase their strength, Prince Valen of House Pavareth said with a smile. What do you think, sister? Who will come out on top in today's conference? It's too early to tell, brother, Princess Aracel replied before sitting on a luxurious chair that had just been set by one of her followers. But one thing is certain. Today, they will know that House Pavareth isn't a pushover. Prince Valen chuckled because that was the truth. House Pavareth had brought 2 pseudo-Magian princes to this meeting, highlighting the combat strength of House Pavareth. Of course, they also brought in additional 3 rank 8 sovereigns to make a lasting impression. Jinns like to show dominance through power, so revealing their cards at the start would make the other factions understand how powerful they were. They were one of the first factions to arrive at the Velgrath Expanse, aside from the Velmoria royal family and House Azrakith show-offs. Princess Laventia clicked her tongue as she glanced at Princess Aracel, who was seated beside her brother, looking like the princess that she was. Now, don't pout, little Laventia, a beautiful lady said with a smile. Our family doesn't need to use brute force to win wars. Let them stroke their ego while we collect spoils on the battlefield. You're right, sister, Princess Laventia replied. We'll just let these uncultured swines fight each other to the death. Hey, are you bad-mouthing us on purpose? The Prince of the Grenari Kingdom, Prince Morim, asked in annoyance. What's the problem in calling swines? Princess Laventia sneered. Or would you rather be called a pig? If so, I do apologize, Mr. Piggy. You slut sure knows how to run your mouth. Prince Morin growled. The Grenari was a kingdom of Borkins, which was located on the central continent of Gamara. Although they looked brutish and barbaric, they were very sensitive to the terms pigs and swine, because for them, it was an insult. Since the Velmoria kingdom was located on the eastern continent, they didn't have the opportunity to interact with the Borkins until now. Clearly, Princess Laventia was someone who only cared about her neighbors and disregarded the rest. She was the typical princess who bullied the weak and feared the strong. The Velmoria royal family had brought a rank 9 sovereign and 5 rank 8 sovereigns, while the Grenari kingdom brought 1 rank 9 sovereign and 2 rank 8 sovereigns. When it came to military power, it was very obvious that the Velmoria royal family was far superior, which prompted Princess Laventia to talk high and mighty to the Grenari prince. Your Highness, don't take the words of this slut at heart, the general of the Grenari stated. These wenches only know how to run their mouths and are very good at it. Why don't you ask her to service you so she can put that foul mouth of hers to good use? Huh, you're right, General, Prince Morin laughed. Hey, slut. Put that mouth of yours into good use and make me feel good. I guarantee you that you won't be disappointed. Huh? Princess Lavinia laughed out loud. I know you are a country bumpkin, but I didn't expect that you're delusional as well. Huh. Go and look for a pig as ugly as yourself. I'm sure it won't be hard for you because you're a pig. Before Prince Morin could even reply, a playful voice reached everyone's ears. It's getting so lively here, Prince Xylen said with a smile. It's a good thing you allowed me to come, General. The general of the Azrakith court nodded. Just don't stir up trouble, Your Highness. I don't want to clean up your mess for you. Prince Xylen shook his head helplessly because the one calling the shots right now was the famed bloody general of the Azrakith court, General Zelnav. Just like House Pavareth, they also had 2 rank 9 pseudo-Magian princes and 4 rank 8 sovereigns. They were making sure to let everyone know that they came to this war prepared, so the other factions should not get in their way. One by one, the 30 factions, comprising 30 kingdoms and empires in Gamara, gathered. But that wasn't all. The mere presence of the creatures standing behind their backs was enough to intimidate the monarchs of Pangaea, making them wish that they wouldn't face them in the battlefield. 38 rank 9 sovereigns. This number was completely unprecedented, putting the invasion of the Antares and Rigel continents to shame. Back then, it only took 3 rank 9 sovereigns for Antares to fall, while it took 5 rank 9 sovereigns for the Rigel continent to be conquered. The 3 Earth Dragons had ganged up on their competitors, eliminating them to become the true victors of the Rigel continent. However, everyone understood that after this war ended, only a few of those sovereigns would remain, for everyone would try to eliminate each other to become the rulers of the continent. Although 4 factions had brought 2 pseudo-sovereigns each, the majority of the Jinns weren't worried. Why? Because the enemy of their enemy was their friend. Standing out would mean that they would be targeted by more factions. So it didn't really matter how many powerhouses they possessed at the moment. Of course, House Pavareth, the Skavari, the Azrakith court, and the Garuda Empire were well aware of this fact. But did they care? Not really. They were here to prove that they had what it takes to rule over the other factions, so it really didn't matter even if the small fries were to band together against them. Since we are all here, why don't we start this discussion? Prince Valen announced fearlessly. We have our treaties, but we know that these treaties won't bind anyone, especially those who have irreconcilable grudges with each other. Prince Valen glanced at the Skavari and the Martin races, who were known to be mortal enemies. The only reason why they were not openly attacking each other now was due to the fact that they didn't want to be taken advantage of by their competitors, AS races that managed to expand their territories in Gamara. They were at least capable of looking at the bigger picture. I'm sure all of you are here to carve your own place in this world, Prince Valen stated. But in order to do that, we need to first deal with the defenders of this land before we can claim it as our own. My sister told me the history of this world, and I find it quite amusing. The Antares and Rigel continents had fallen with just a handful of rank 9 sovereigns, and we have 38 of them gathered here right now. You understand what I'm talking about, right? Unless the humans have drastically improved their ranks over the past decades, they are no match against us. However, it just so happens that the top fighters of this world are only 6 people. There are 10 thrones, but they don't really pose a threat to us. Frankly, there is no one in this world that can threaten us. So how about we just form teams to attack the humans and get it over with? Chapter 986, A Small Victory, Part 2. The eyes of the leaders of the various Jinn factions gleamed with mild interest as they looked at 13 and the 2 Pocopocos laughing together. The 38 rank 9 sovereigns didn't idle around. They strategically spread out, ensuring the area was completely locked down to prevent the teenage boy from escaping. I've heard a few stories about you, Prince Valen said. Many hail you as the legendary rookie who fought against a Magian prince and survived to tell the tale. There was an even more exaggerated story that you defeated a Magian king. And for you to come here, you are without a doubt the boldest wanderer I have ever known. So, you've heard of me, 13 replied casually. As for you, who are you again? Master, he's Prince Ego Trip, Pika replied. What? Pico blinked. And here I thought his name was Prince Valerie. Prince Celery? Pika tilted her head to the side. Well, he doesn't look edible in my eyes. Ha ha ha. The 2 Pocopocos and the teenage boy once again laughed, making the corner of Prince Valen twitch. However, He held back, curious why the supreme commander of the alliance had come to the most dangerous place in the world for him. Good, said the general of the Skavari race, General Varric. So, you are the one who set up my loyal aide, Vorin, to get ambushed by those cowardly Martin. You're right. 13 nodded. He had shown great spirit until the very end. Strength beyond death, truly a fitting war cry for the Skavari race. It is quite unfortunate he had perished before the true war started. The members of the Skavari who had come to the Conqueror's Summit no longer held back and charged at 13 with killing intent. Princess Aracel forced herself to not come to the teenage boy's rescue, biting down on her lips as the Skavari elites lunged at her lover with their deadly claws. But the Skavari's attack didn't land on their target. Instead, their attacks passed through him. What a bunch of dumb rats. Pika sneered. Did they really think we'll come here to get killed? Idiots. Ha ha. I didn't think my impression of you imbeciles can't go any lower, Pico commented. But I was wrong. You guys are more incompetent than I thought. 13 knew where the meeting would take place, so he had already made preparations beforehand. Everyone was merely looking at his hologram, which he had planted in the venue a day ago. The Skavari then dug at the location where Xylen stood and found the artifact the boy had created during his spare time. They then glanced at their general, waiting for further instructions. General Varric raised his hands, telling his subordinates to not destroy the artifact, which projected the teenage boy's image in front of them. What do you want? General Varric asked. And how did you know we'll be meeting here? Oh, come on. Do you really think such a big event will escape my intelligence network? 13 answered. Today, I only came to greet you guys before we face each other on the battlefield. I want you to know who you will be facing and what I'm capable of. You said my exploits are considered merely small victories, and I agree. I mean, defeating a Magian prince and a Magian king as a rookie isn't that big of a deal. After all, they're not even Magian emperors, like your ancestor, the moon feather phoenix of Gamara. That small bird is lucky it isn't here right now. If you brought it, I'd skewer it and cook it over an open fire. All the intelligent djinns looked at the teenage boy in disdain. Cook a phoenix over an open fire? What a joke. Phoenixes were immune to flames to begin with because they are the flame itself. Enough nonsense. General Varric shouted. Tell us the real reason you appeared before us. 13 smirked before crossing his arms over his chest. Just as the general had claimed, he had a reason for gate-crashing the summit. The meeting where the Djinn factions determined how the Signy continent would be divided among them once they completed their conquest. You're right. 13 nodded. It's time to stop this farce and tell you guys the real reason I went through all this trouble just to meet you guys. Actually, I came here to look for allies. Prince Valen and the other leaders of the different factions frowned. At first, they thought they had misheard the teenage boy, but 13 spoke once more to clarify himself. I am looking for dependable allies who wish to live alongside the people of this world, 13 stated. I'm sure not everyone believes they can take a slice of pie. After all, the competition is pretty intense. Is it not? Then, since you don't have any chances of beating the Skavari, House Pavareth, the Azrakith court, and the few other powerful Djinn factions, how about you join my side instead? I promise that not only will you gain land, but you will also be able to live alongside humans. You have seen our technology, right? Isn't it pretty convenient? That's right. Pika nodded. If you accept my master's offer, you Djinns no longer need to poop outside or hide in the bush to take a dump. You can use toilets and even wipe your bum with tissue paper. Sis, these country bumpkins sure are lucky, Pico commented. They can finally stop acting like animals. Even I feel disgusted thinking that that bird monster over there is our distant relative. The parrot-looking Djinn in the distance shot Pico a glare, but the latter just gazed back at it with a look filled with pity. Hey, uncle, why don't you form an alliance with my master? Pika asked. If you join him, he will guarantee you'll get to eat proper bird food every day. That's right. Pico agreed. It even has nuts, you know? Not only that, you won't need to compete for territory. We will give you lands, real estate for free. Pika stated. The epitome of capitalism. The parrot Djinn calmed down a bit and even eyed his distant relatives as if they had just given it a wonderful proposal. The weaker factions among the Djinns were also shaken by 13's proposal. The majority of them only wished to have a piece of land for themselves, so they could thrive in the new world they were currently in. Oh no. He's trying to sow dissension among our ranks. This was the collective thought of Prince Xylen, as well as those who belonged to the strong factions of Gamara. All of them might have come to Pangaea with various agendas, but their mission was the same: take over some territory and establish their domain. Not all factions get along, and some understood that they might be forced to be the servants of others in order to survive or risk being eliminated when the Wanderers were defeated. They had come to this summit to see who would be there: competitors, allies, and those who could give them the greatest benefits. Point 13 understood that the jinns weren't a monolith. He wanted to sow discord, so they wouldn't band together to form a bigger threat against the Wanderers. That was the main reason he had come to this summit. And judging by the way some of the jinns were looking at him, he knew that some of them were starting to waver. All he needed to do was give them all a small push, and they would start dancing on the palm of his hand. Chapter 987. 987. Someone who couldn't be explained with the laws of their world. Before 13 could continue to sow discord in the summit, the Skavari destroyed the artifact that allowed the young man to project his image in front of them. This made Prince Xylen and the other powerful factions breathe a sigh of relief, thinking they could finally continue their meeting. "I propose we place a bounty on Xylen Leventis' head," Prince Xylen stated. "The faction who will be able to kill him will be granted a territory of their own." He knew he needed to do some damage control before the other factions were swayed to form a secret alliance with the teenage boy. "I agree," General Varric replied. "Although it will be difficult to kill him, anyone who succeeds will be rewarded properly." More leaders nodded their heads in agreement. However, half a minute later, a familiar voice reached their ears. "Sis, do you think these jinns know how to spell the word delusional?" "I don't think so." All of them looked stupid, especially Prince Celery. Everyone shifted their attention in the direction from which they heard the sound, and saw 13 with the two annoying Pokopokos back again. "Since the majority of you now know how to use a communicator, here is my personal number," 13 said before waving his hand. His communicator number appeared, allowing some of the jinns to take it down. "Don't hesitate to contact me," 13 added. "I promise to keep your identities confidential." The teenage boy's projection then flickered before disappearing completely. One of the rank 8 sovereigns had attacked where his projection was located, destroying the artifact before 13 could say anything else. However, it was already too late. 13 had already accomplished his mission and laid down the foundation for the next stage of his plan. The Summit of Conquerors continued, and they discussed more about the strategy they would use against the Wanderers. Prince Zoran listened carefully to the discussion and remembered the key points of the meeting. He planned to share this information with his master so he could properly prepare for the jinns' long-awaited attack against the forces of humanity. Somewhere in the planar mountain range, the overlord beetle, Gwen, listened to the report of its subordinate. The first batch of Nightkiss moths had hatched from their cocoons. Although they were only rank 1 monsters at the moment, Gwen was happy since their birth had been a success. They had plenty of resources and could afford to increase the moths' ranks. However, the overlord beetle understood that if the war started right away, the moths would only become rank 2 or rank 3 monsters at best. Fortunately, the population of their main fighting force, made up of the bombardier beetles, the blister beetles, the giant fire ants, and the savage killer bees, was nearing their target quota. Although the strongest among these monsters were only at rank 6, their numbers were enough to deal great damage to any jinn army they would face in the battlefield. Last but not least, they had the element of surprise. The planar mountain range was located in the southeast region of the continent, and it extended for several miles. This meant that any armies marching in that direction would have to pass this location, making it the perfect slaughterhouse for the unprepared. "Gwen, how is everything on your side?" 13, who had just finished trolling the jinns in the summit, asked. They were speaking through an artifact 13 had left with the brain beetle, allowing it to deliver weekly reports on the progress of their insect army. "Master, we now have an army of over 10,000, Gwen reported. "We also managed to hatch 30 Nightkiss moths. Should we proceed with the original plan?" "Yes." 13 nodded. "The war is starting soon, and I want you to be ready to command our troops in battle. I'll be there by tomorrow to bring Evavug to your side." The overlord beetle still didn't have much experience in battles compared to the brain beetle. Evavug. 13 wished it would learn a lot from the upcoming war, so it could incorporate some strategies to command their insect army. After ending the call, the teenage boy glanced at his people, who were currently collecting their spoils of war from the battle that had just ended. They didn't suffer any casualties, but there were many seriously injured individuals. Fortunately, Shauna and the other healers were very competent and swiftly treated their injuries. They also had a surplus of healing potions and salves, which they had brought along in this journey. "What is our next move?" Arthur asked. "We will head to the planar mountain range after a short rest," 13 answered. For a brief moment, 13 thought of telling his grandfather about his suspicions about the Ashford and Stallard clan's next movements. But he set aside this plan for now, knowing that once his grandfather knew about his suspicions, he wouldn't be able to focus on his task at hand and probably return to the Aldebaran continent in haste. He needed Arthur by his side, so the two monarch clans would think the Leventis family was defenseless. "Xylen, you took a great risk to show these people Rocky's mobile fortress," Arthur sighed. "Now, they will know how you are able to travel undetected anywhere in the continent. If the monarch clans hear of this, they would definitely find a way to counter it." "Don't worry, Grandpa," 13 replied. "No one will know about this. I don't know where your confidence is coming from, but you shouldn't underestimate the hearts of people. Everything has a price." Arthur warned. "We may be allies now, but we will not be allies forever." 13 nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, Gramps. I have already made the necessary preparations to protect this secret. No one will talk about this. Even Roland?" Arthur smirked, giving his grandson a knowing glance. "Even him," 13 replied firmly. Arthur was one of the handful of people, aside from Shauna's family, who knew about her engagement with Xylen. The old man was well aware that Roland had a crush on the Saintess, which was very obvious from the glances he would give her from time to time. Truth be told, Arthur was feeling a bit anxious for the time when Roland discovered Shauna's and Xylen's relationship, which would definitely have consequences. Even he couldn't predict. "Stop worrying too much, Gramps," 13 said after sensing what the old man was thinking. "We'll cross that bridge when we get there." Arthur nodded because he didn't really want to meddle with the affairs of the younger generation. He just felt sorry for Roland, who didn't know that the love of his life had already made her choice to spend her life with Xylen. While the two were talking, a gust of wind blew past them. Zed then appeared a few meters away from Xylen and made his report. "Just as you expected, Master. None of the surrounding factions are heading in this direction," Zed reported. "Good." 13 nodded. "We will attack one more city before we head to the planar mountain range. Make sure to keep an eye out for unexpected variables." "Yes, Master." Zed nodded before once again taking flight. Arthur looked at the demi-human rock before shifting his gaze to his no-good grandson, who was filled with so many secrets. Although he was curious, the patriarch of the Leventis family had stopped caring about how his no-good grandson was able to achieve the things that he did. An ordinary person could do it. He was simply extraordinary. Someone who couldn't be explained with the laws of their world. Even the so-called prodigies of the current generation would not be able to achieve his legendary feats. Arthur believed that even if he were to be sent back to the past and do things all over again, he doubted he could accomplish even a fifth of what Xylen had managed to achieve in the past few years. He no longer cared if Xylen was really his grandson, a djinn, or an alien who had taken his current form. Arthur didn't dare to become Xylen's enemy and was even thankful to be a part of his family. After everything he had seen and done with his grandson, Arthur was convinced of one thing: as long as Xylen was on their side, they would have nothing to fear, even if the sky were to fall upon their heads right at this very moment. Chapter 988. 988. Welcome to My World, Part 1. The army from the Garuda Empire was a force many factions in Gamara didn't want to face. Their race was composed of djinns and magians that specialized in flight, allowing them to raid any location that wasn't deep under the ground or under the sea. Their ability to attack from the sky gave them a massive advantage over their foes. And over time, they had expanded their domain and became one of the 4 empires in the central continent of Gamara. Leading them was their crown prince, Safarian Razum, a very proficient general. Of course, his officers were also well-versed in the art of war, allowing them to form elite squadrons that specialized in divide-and-conquer tactics. Right now, they were leading a coalition of their race and 4 other factions in Gamara that had decided to form an alliance with them. After the Summit of Conquerors ended, The different factions decided to attack in different locations in order to conquer the Signy continent as quickly as possible, with 5 rank 9 sovereigns and over a dozen rank 8 sovereigns under their command. Nearly all of them believed the battle was already as good as won. The Skavari, House Pavareth, Azrakith Court, and Velmoria Kingdom had also formed an alliance and were currently heading northwest. Knowing that, Prince Zephyrian had chosen to attack the southwest, clearly targeting the most fertile lands of the continent. The other factions were also going to attack in other locations, which they believed would collapse the defensive formation of the Wanderers, allowing them to sweep in and go for the kill. Ren's Elrod had already learned of the monster's pending attack from Xylen, who also sent him the necessary satellite images to review. I'll deal with the Garuda Empire that is going to break through from the southeast. I leave the defense of the central plains and the northern regions to you. Rens, remember this. If you are unable to repel them, immediately order the defenders to retreat. Those were the words that 13 left him, and Rens had taken his words seriously. From the get-go, the overwhelming power of the Jinn armies was truly impossible to stop. At least, that was true a few years ago. But now, Rens already knew what to do. Grand Commander, reports are coming in from the north, center, and south. A large number of monsters are heading in their direction. One of Rens's aides in the command center reported. They are asking for orders. Tell them to hold the line for as long as possible, Rens ordered. The Death Reapers are already in place. Lastly, give the commanding officer the right to order a full retreat once the Jinns break past their defensive lines. Yes, sir. Rens gave similar orders to the other cities at the front of their defensive formation. After careful consideration, he decided to let the defenders do a full retreat and abandon the city once the Death Reapers had finished their mission. Sir Douglas, Sir Trevor, and Wendell, please head to the city of Felicia, Rens ordered. Hold the line for as long as possible. Sir Owain, Sir Liam, Sir Dave, Sir John, and Sir Logan, please assist them in dealing with the enemies. The team that comprised of the 3 monarchs and 5 thrones was the strongest attack force of the alliance. They were meant to face the greatest threats of the battlefield, allowing their allies to escape when needed. Judging by your plan, we are going to let go of the northern cities? Douglas inquired. Yes, Rens replied. But we'll make sure to deal as much damage as possible to the Jinns before we do our retreat. The Death Reapers will fulfill their mission. Douglas nodded because even they knew the fight in the Central Plains wouldn't be easy. A massive army of 10 Jinn factions was headed to their main defensive lines with the intention to obliterate any and all who stood in their way. At the bare minimum, they would have at least 10 rank 9 sovereigns and over 20 rank 8 sovereigns. The Wanderers had already anticipated that they would be at a great disadvantage. But after receiving Xylen's report, they fully realized how hopeless their situation was. However, the teenage boy promised them that, even if the Jinns were to push the alliance to the western edges of the continent, he would grant them victory, or at least a victory that everyone could accept. From the get-go, the alliance had steeled themselves and planned to use the scorched earth tactics against the Jinn armies as their way of defiance against their invasion. How long until their armies reach our defensive formations? Rens asked. 2 days at the minimum, sir, the aide reported. If we are lucky, it might take them 3 to 4 more days due to the size of their armies. Just as Rens was about to give an order, another personnel member inside the command center gave his report. Sir, massive energy fluctuations have been sensed in the planar mountain range, the aide stated. A battle is going underway, but we don't have any forces stationed at that location. The corner of Rens's lips rose up because his aide was right. Technically, they had no armies positioned in the planar mountain range, which used the natural terrain as a fortress. However, there was one crazy teenage boy who had picked this location to build a slaughterhouse, which would shred the Jinn armies to pieces. You can ignore the battle at the planar mountain range, Rens stated. Our supreme commander is currently there to hold back the enemy's advance. When the monarchs and the thrones heard Rens's statement, they felt a little worried because Xylen was a very important strategic asset to humanity. If something happened to him, then this already hopeless war no longer needed to be fought. I know what all of you are thinking, Rens said to the people inside the command center. But have you forgotten who the supreme commander is? Do you really think he's that stupid to fight a battle if he has no hope of winning? As if to make his point, the Grand Commander rested his chin on the back of his hand. You should pity the jinns who are fighting him instead, Renz added. They are going to experience firsthand the secret weapon of humanity. Everyone in the room glanced at each other. For some reason, they couldn't refute Renz's statement. Indeed, Xylen Leventis had already shown them several miracles, and they believed that another miracle would happen very soon. Planar mountain range. Your Highness, we can't break through their defenses, a giant griffin reported to Prince Zephyrian. Prince Zephyrian clicked his tongue. Even from a distance, he could tell that their armies wouldn't be able to pass through the planar mountain range so easily. Countless bombardier beetles and blister bugs unleashed a bombardment that took their vanguard by surprise, making the Prince of the Garuda Empire lose face as much as possible. He didn't want to command his rank 9 sovereigns to mobilize. He believed that doing so would make him the laughingstock of the other factions, who would mock him for using brute force in the early days of the invasion. He didn't want to be labeled as an incompetent general, but seeing that the enemy's defenses were rock solid, he had no choice but to mobilize his trump cards, send the disaster orc and the sky python to annihilate these rebels. Prince Zephyrian ordered. After giving his order, a 10-meter-tall black orc carrying 2 war axes took a step forward. The sky python, which was at least 100 meters long, flapped its wings and unleashed a screech toward the planar mountains, where the defenders were currently at point 13, standing at the peak of the mountain, overlooked the battlefield and watched as the 2 rank 9 monsters made their way to the front lines. Gramps, Zed, and Evuvig, you will deal with the sky python. 13 ordered. APOC Rangers and Khan, all of you will deal with disaster orc. 13 then glanced at his monster army and pointed his finger at the combined army of the Jinn Alliance. Do you see all those Jinns over there? 13 asked. The monsters under his command all nodded. Well, I don't want to see them, 13 ordered. Get them out of my sight. As soon as the teenage boy finished talking, the massive insectoid army, the apes, and the monkeys all mobilized to defend the planar mountain range and annihilate as many enemies as possible. Chapter 989. Welcome to my world, Part 2. Arthur rode his flying serpent, which was a third of the size of the sky python. Zed hovered a few meters away from him, arms crossed over his chest. The two of them were observing their enemy, and a faint smirk could be seen on both of their faces. The old man and the demi-human rock had one thing in common. They liked a good challenge, and they would never think of backing away from fighting strong monsters. This sky python has just recently become a rank 9 sovereign, Zed stated. As long as you don't drag me down, we'll be able to kill it. Ha ha ha, you punk. Just who do you think you're talking to? Arthur laughed. I was fighting long before Xylen was born. I can handle a little snake just fine. The two battle junkies glanced at each other before snorting at the same time. Point 1 was a pseudo-rank 9 sovereign, while the latter was a pseudo-monarch. Technically, Zed was stronger. However, Arthur had the confidence he could take down the Sky Phantom due to the preparations that his no-good grandson had prepared beforehand. I'm more worried about that Khan guy and the kids, Arthur stated. Why did Xylen send them to face that orc disaster? Maybe you'll get to see a good show if we defeat this sky python fast enough, Zed stated. So, are you ready, old man? I was born ready, Arthur said. Make sure you don't die right away, you hear? Very funny. Zed sneered before taking the lead to attack the sky python. It was said that a rock who had reached the rank of a Magian king could travel 1,000 miles with a single flap of its wings. Zed was nowhere near that level, but he was very confident about one thing. His speed. In just a few seconds, he had traversed half of the distance between him and the sky python, who was ordered to attack the blister and bombardier beetles that were raining down hell on the Jinn armies from on top of the planar mountains. The Garuda Empire was composed of flying beasts. Sure, they could fly higher than the ranged attacks of the enemies. But when they were in the sky, the savage killer bees, which were 2 meters in length, would swarm them. These bees were the elites of the elites and had the rank of rank 5 up to rank 6. While they weren't sovereigns or overlords, they were still a force that not everyone could face so easily. Of course, there had been stronger monsters that had tried to eliminate the bees, but whenever they came within its range, Evuvug would use its mind control to take over the consciousness of rank 7 and rank 8 monsters, ordering them to attack their allies. Although Evuvug could only control up to 3 rank 8 sovereigns at a time, it wasn't alone. The giant purple snail, Xylen, was also there. To assist it, dealing with the rank 7 monsters who came within the range of its sight. But it didn't end there. Although still weaker than Evavug and Xylen, Gwen was capable of controlling up to 5 rank 6 monsters, which was why the Garuda Alliance repeatedly failed to breach the mountain range from the sky. These 3 mind-controlling monsters were simply too dangerous to deal with, forcing the captains of the aerial squadrons to retreat after a few of their superiors had fallen under the Trinity's control. In short, they would be damned if they attacked, and they would still be damned if they didn't attack. They were in a predicament and couldn't break through the stalemate, which forced Prince Zephyrian to order 2 of the 5 rank 9 sovereigns under his command. The Sky Python unleashed a screech of anger as Zed used his superior speed to unleash hit-and-run attacks, targeting the Python's wings. Arthur, who managed to close the distance, drew his sword as his flying serpent, fearlessly charged at the monsters that were at least 3 to 4 times its size. While it was annoyed by Zed's pesky attacks, the Sky Python didn't reach its rank by sleeping on the land that it had fought its way to the top, so it decided to focus its attention on the slower and slightly weaker opponent in front of it. The patriarch of the Leventis family sneered as the sword in his hand glowed in a golden light. This mythical sword Xylen had given him had only tasted a few battles since its creation, since Arthur didn't want anyone to discover that he possessed a mythical weapon. Just as he was about to head to battle, Xylen had whispered something in his ears. "Gramps, I will allow you to release the seal for 10 seconds. So make sure it counts." This was one of the secrets the old man had kept as his trump card, but he also understood that holding back at this time would only put him in danger. However, since everyone here was his grandson's allies, he no longer held back and temporarily released himself from the seal that Xylen had planted on his body. Arthur then prepared to unleash the skill that could challenge the monarchs of the world. Split the heavens. Arthur shouted as he swung his sword toward the Sky Python's massive jaw that was about to swallow him. Heaven's Blade. The old man had unleashed his full power from the get-go and poured all the strength in his body in a single strike. The Wanderers, who were supporting the insectoid army, suddenly felt a powerful presence, making them all look at the sky in disbelief. A monarch. Sherry's father, Luke, gasped in shock. Arthur Leventis has broken through and has become a monarch. Everyone watched as a giant golden crescent blade cut through the sky and collided with the Sky Python's head. A second later, something unexpected happened. The rank 9 sovereign's head was split in half. That was just the beginning. That single slash had cut through the rank 9 sovereign's body, chopping it into 6 pieces. These pieces then fell from the sky and disappeared before they could even touch the ground. Rocky had decisively stored the Sky Python's remains inside its mobile fortress for future use. "I am possible." Prince Zephyrian looked in horror as one of the rank 9 sovereigns of the Garuda Empire died right before his eyes. There was a popular quote among humans which said, "Confidence is the feeling you have before you understand the situation." This was the perfect quote to describe Prince Zephyrian's current expression, which had now been distorted due to shame and anger after losing his prized subordinate in his first campaign in the world of Pangaea. Chapter 990. Welcome to my world, Part 3. What just happened? Prince Zephyrian couldn't believe what he had just seen. A rank 9 sovereign was killed with just a single sword strike, that Heaven's Blade. A slash that seemed to slash the sky. It was the divine martial technique 13 had created for the Leventis family. And up to this day, only 5 people have cultivated this martial skill: his father, Gerald, his uncle, Michael, his grandma, Lady Callista, his grandfather, Arthur, and last but not least, Hans, the butler who was Xylen's first supporter in this world. The monarchs and other thrones only had gold-grade martial skills at most, while these 5 from the Leventis family had a divine rank skill. If it were disclosed to the public, the entire world would certainly go wild. Thanks to this skill, Arthur was infinitely more powerful than the monarchs of Pangaea, and it wasn't all because of the skill being divine ranked. No, Arthur was a talented warrior, and he'd still be powerful even if he didn't put much effort into mastering it. Yet, he painstakingly practiced repeatedly, finally achieving mastery over Heaven's Blade. On top of Heaven's Blade, Arthur had also become a monarch. There were very strict restrictions to rank up, but he managed to clear them all. Fighting against the Artemians in the Arcadia archipelago was enough for Laplace Demon and the One to approve of Arthur's rank up. But 13 asked them to keep this a secret and planted rune magic on his grandfather, sealing his true rank from the world. This was also the reason why Arthur was very eager to elevate the rank of his family to become a monarch clan. However, 13 once again got in his way and told his grandfather to endure for a few years. Citing the time wasn't right, he added that even if Arthur was recognized as a monarch, the other monarchs would work together to eliminate him and the entire Leventis family. What 13 needed was time. Time for him to grow up and finish preparing his trump cards to in the end. Arthur relented and acted like everything was the same as always. Now that he had briefly shown his allies his true strength, they knew then and there that jumping off 13's pirate ship was no longer an option. In fact, they would cling to his legs and beg him to let them stay as his allies. Having a monarch, especially an extremely powerful monarch, as a backer would allow them to move unhindered in the world. The monarchs had long treated Arthur as a threat, but they still didn't know the extent of his true powers. "Someone tell me what just happened," Prince Zephyrian demanded. "How did my servant die so easily?" The rank 9 sovereign that died was one of his subordinates. If only a rank 8 monster died, he might have borne the loss easier. Although it was a strong subordinate, he had more than 5 of them under his command. But a rank 9 sovereign was the peak fighting strength of each faction, and he only had 2 of them, with 1 dead. The morale of his people dropped drastically to the point of being paralyzed due to fear and disbelief. "Why are you so surprised?" 13's voice reached the prince's ears, making the latter gaze hatefully at the peak of one of the mountains. There, he saw a teenage boy holding a megaphone in his hand, deliberately amplified to send his voice up to 5 miles in a straight line. "You have already seen me in the Conqueror's Summit, but let me introduce myself again," 13 said in a voice filled with disdain. "My name is Xylen Leventis, and allow me to welcome you to my world." 13 then smirked before glancing at the battlefield where Khan was fighting against the orc disaster. He was fighting against a peak rank 9 sovereign, so he was at a great disadvantage. Khan was only a rank 8 sovereign, but he could momentarily raise his strength to that of a rank 9. However, he had been inside the Temple of Courage for decades, and when 13 took him to the domain of the apocalypse, the teenage boy asked Kamisats to train him. So, while Khan was at a disadvantage, he wasn't in any danger of dying. High above the 2 behemoths were 5 monsters. However, if one took a closer look, one would notice that these monsters were made up of metal. A red manticore, a black gargoyle, a green griffin, a pink phoenix, and a yellow thunderbird. These 5 creatures were busy tearing the aerial squadrons of the Garuda Empire, forcing them to retreat to a safe distance. Clark paid close attention to the battle taking place on the ground, so when he saw that Khan was sent flying by a punch from the orc disaster, he finally rallied his teammates to assist their comrade. The 5 monsters flew in a V formation and circled the battlefield, ready to form Hyperion. Clark declared as he placed his emblem at the center of his control panel. Yes. Joshua, Vincent, Char, and Sherry also placed their emblems in the slot provided for them. A moment later, the 5 beasts created an electromagnetic field that bound them to each other. "Form feet and legs." Char and Sherry stated, "Form arms and body." Joshua and Vincent shouted, "And I'll form the head." Clark pressed the emblem to finish the combining process of their secret weapon, Gundam Hyperion. Clark, who was controlling the powerful robot, couldn't help but suffer from second-hand embarrassment. If it were an option, he'd rather not say anything. But Xylen had strongly insisted that they say those lines during their combining process, that he wasn't alone. But no one said anything because doing so would only make them more embarrassed. Spinning hyper blades. Clark roared, and the robot unleashed 2 giant blades that it hurled towards the orc disaster. The monster tried to parry the first spinning blade and managed to deflect it, but the second one pushed it back for several meters before it came to a complete stop. Hyperion then dived down from the sky to punch the orc disaster, which sent it flying. The giant robot, Hyperion, had the strength of a peak rank 9 sovereign. But the funny thing was that Hyperion was the finished product of 13's Voltron project. He had created a prototype back at the Aldebaran continent, and it was none other than his 5 attack helicopters, which could also merge together to form Gundam Hell. "Finish him," 13 ordered. Clark had long wished to see just how strong Hyperion was, so the moment the order was given, he took out one of the giant robot's trump cards, Hyperion's sword. The giant robot then held a golden, glowing sword in its hands. Tear through destiny. Clark roared as he made the giant robot charge at the orc disaster. Celestial Breaker. For a brief moment, Hyperion broke through the sound barrier and slashed the orc disaster's head off its body. The pitiful monster died not knowing how it died. Even its expression as its head fell on the ground was one of disbelief that a moment later, the orc disaster's body exploded, leaving only its beast core behind. When Prince Zephyrian saw that the last one of the rank 9 sovereigns in his army died so easily, he no longer hesitated and ordered a full retreat. As he stood at the peak with his arms crossed over his chest, 13 watched the Jin army retreat like a tide. But how could he possibly let it end this way? Raising his megaphone, he shouted at the fleeing prince, making Prince Zephyrian grit his teeth in frustration. All hail, Prince Zephyrian! 13 shouted, the first royal loser to set a world record in strategic fleeing. Pika and Pico, who were holding mini megaphones, joined 13's taunting of their enemy. You sure talk a lot about conquest for someone sprinting like it's cardio day. Pika stated. Must be exhausting carrying all that ego while running full speed away. Next time, maybe try sending someone who doesn't melt under pressure. Pico shouted. Not all heroes wear crowns. Some just run like one. Ha ha ha. The 3 laughed in disdain at the fleeing prince, making Prince Zephyrian wish that he could strangle Xylen and his 2 dumb birds, who were making his subordinates look at him as if he were a failure in life. Chapter 991. Behold, the Bringer of Doom, Part 1. As Prince Zephyrian's army made a full retreat after his recent loss in a battle against 13, the Wanderers at the Central Plains were about to clash with the armies of 10 Jin factions. Douglas and all the powerhouses present were tasked to defend the Ravenhold fortress. They understood they would not be able to hold the line for a long time, as it was simply impossible. But their only mission was to annihilate as many Jins as possible and give their higher-ups enough reason to hesitate advancing westward. How far are they from the fortress? Renz asked one of his aides inside the command center. They're still 40 miles away, sir, the aide reported. Good. Renz nodded. Tell the Death Reapers to give them hell. Understood. The aide replied that a siren blared within the fortress city, which was a signal for the Death Reapers to make their move. Fire the Mephisto missiles. Douglas ordered. The Cygni Coalition had managed to create 6 of these missiles that were used in the Rigel continent. It was strong enough to deal fatal injuries to rank 8 sovereigns and deal serious injuries to rank 9 sovereigns. In this confrontation, Douglas was only authorized to use 2 of them, for the last 4 would have to be saved for when they make their last stand. Once the 2 missiles were launched, the Death Reapers also fired hundreds of missiles. Although not as powerful as Mephisto, they could still decimate any Jins that were unlucky enough to get hit by their attacks. Do you hear something? The one leading the Jin coalition of 10 armies asked his subordinate because he was hearing a whistling sound from somewhere. No, master, the subordinate replied. I don't hear in it. Before the Jin could even finish whatever he was going to say, a powerful explosion rocked their army's formation, killing countless Jin as they were trapped in a blazing inferno. One of the rank 9 sovereigns marching with the army roared in pain as the first Mephisto missile found its first high-profile victim. Seconds later, another loud explosion reverberated in the surroundings, and once again, another rank 9 sovereign was hit directly by the powerful anti-sovereign missile. Before the Jin army could react to the sudden devastation that had fallen onto them, their captains, who could fly, saw several missiles headed in their direction. Intercept those things, a Harpy Queen shouted. Loud booms spread on the battlefield as dozens of missiles were successfully intercepted. However, more of these missiles managed to hit their targets and exploded in a blaze of glory. Damn it! The Prince of Arborea, Prince Aloan, cursed out loud. Defensive formations. Block those things with everything you got. The Jins who specialized in defense moved forward and tanked the attacks with their bodies. Those who were capable of range attacks unleashed their own barrage to intercept and prevent the weapons of destruction from decimating their forces. But this aerial bombardment of the Death Reapers wouldn't be ending soon. during the period of time when everyone was ordered to remain in their respective cities. The central government and the Cygni coalition had spent their time mining precious ores and other resources. They then used them to craft powerful weapons, as well as ammunition, which they were now using in full. Even as the battle raged, the production of weapons and ammunition was still well underway. This was what gave Renz the confidence to order the Death Reapers to use up all the missiles and artillery shells in their possession. They needed to give the Jinn army a strong impression, making them feel that their opponents weren't insects that they could crush so easily. When the first 2 Mephisto missiles had seriously injured 2 rank 9 sovereigns, the other 8 raised their defenses or did evasive maneuvers. None of them advanced, fearing that the Wanderers might have other weapons that could potentially kill them. As such, they had no choice but to cast their defensive skills and abilities to protect the rest of their comrades from the long-distance bombardment that they were facing. Douglas, Trevor, and Wendell, who were standing on the ramparts of the fortress city, watched the battlefield through the eyes of their surveillance drones. Although their bombardment was effective, the Jinns were able to regain their composure after their initial surprise faded, while the missiles were still able to kill dozens of Jinns. More of them were being intercepted and destroyed before they could further decrease the number of enemies. Stop the attacks, Douglas ordered. As soon as the order was given, the bombardment stopped. This all-out attack lasted for a few minutes, and nearly half of their stockpile of ammunition had been used already. Bring out the Magian cannons. This was one of the trump cards that 13 had shared with the central government. Only 5 of them existed in the world at the moment, and 3 out of those 5 cannons were brought to Ravenhold Fortress for the sake of this war. Douglas had been granted full authority over their use, but he was warned that these Magian cannons could only fire 5 times before they overheat. Simply put, they were the nerfed version of the cannons of 13's giant submarine, Nautilus. Still, not even rank 9 sovereigns would feel safe after getting hit by one of their beam attacks. Somewhere in the Sirius continent, the war has finally started, Norman said in a serious tone. Now is the perfect time to strike. Aaron nodded before turning to face the army of the Ashford clan. Everyone, the time to rid the world of our enemies has come. Aaron shouted. Prepare for war. We are heading to the Aldebaran continent. More than half of the soldiers under the command of the Ashford clan showed confusion. They find it difficult to understand why they were being sent to the Aldebaran continent instead of the Cygni continent, where the war was currently taking place, in order to ensure that no one would leak any information about their plans. Aaron and Norman only told their patriarchs about it. They then ordered their soldiers to prepare themselves to mobilize anytime, and now was the time to make it happen. Half an hour later, countless planes carrying thousands of soldiers left the airports of the Ashford and Stallard clans and headed to the Aldebaran continent. Aaron and Norman were both inside the biggest plane that left the airbase. The trump card the Ashford clan had prepared was stored inside this plane, so Aaron and Norman were inside to safeguard it from any attacks until they reached their destination, since everyone was busy fighting in the war and had no time to focus on other matters. The 2 monarch clans took this opportunity to rid themselves of the thorns that stood in their way. I'm already looking forward to seeing how Xylen and Arthur will react after they discover that there is no one waiting for them back home, Norman said. We will take key figures as hostages so we can control the 2 of them, Aaron stated. Once they are working for us, even the central government will hesitate to oppose us in fear that Xylen and Arthur would turn their backs against them. You really are merciless, Norman commented. But I like it this way. They pulled us into the mud this time. This is just the consequences of their stupidity. Aaron nodded because he wholeheartedly agreed with Norman's words. If they want someone to blame, they should blame themselves for picking the wrong enemy, Aaron stated. Did they really think that we'll just let them trample us like doormats? The 2 of them are courting death. Norman chuckled because he could already see the outcome of their blitzkrieg attack. Even if Arthur was there to defend his people, he would still not be able to stop this calamity from happening to his family. At least, that was what the 2 monarchs believed. Lawrence, who had been informed by the movements of the 2 clans, sighed inside his office. I hope you know what you're doing, Xylen, Lawrence muttered as he looked outside his window. Xylen had warned him not to do anything once he discovered that the Ashford and Stallard clans were headed to the Aldebaran continent. Everything is going to be fine. I prepared a little surprise for those 2 monkeys. Those were the words that Xylen had left him. Even so, Lawrence chose to believe that the teenage boy really had a plan in mind to defend his family, who were about to face the full might of the two monarch clans. Chapter 992. Behold, the Bringer of Doom, Part 2. As the battle at the south and center of the continent raged, the northern defenders did their best to delay the advance of the Jinns, who had already broken through their first line of defense. Unlike the Ravenhold fortress, where the monarchs were located, the north had no Mephisto missiles. However, they had an abundant stockpile of warheads and artillery shells, which they rained down upon their enemies from hundreds of miles away. "They're fighting us tooth and nail," said General Varikov, the Skavari, as he looked at the current situation on the battlefield. "Although these wanderers are weak, I can acknowledge their bravery. Still, these weapons of theirs are very annoying to face." Prince Xylen nodded. Indeed, the wanderers had far surpassed the technologies the Jinns possessed. Despite being weaker than the Jinns, the humans marvelously presented an overwhelming show of force. Even their united army, hundreds of thousands strong, couldn't brush off the devastating power of the weaponry they were facing head-on. "We can't allow this to continue." Prince Valen raised his hand. "Destroy them, Virilax, Avrith." Two of the rank 9 sovereigns of House Pavareth acknowledged the order of their prince and took off to the sky. Virilax was a giant prism-feathered peacock, whose wings were like blue crystals, reflecting the light of the sun. The royal members of House Pavareth called it the Tyrant of the Skies, as it proved to be a difficult adversary to face in aerial battles. Avrith, on the other hand, was an ice peacock and could freeze its opponents, turning them into statues of ice. The Northern Alliance of the Jinn suffered from the non-stop bombardment of the Wanderers, which significantly reduced the number of their troops. Even though Prince Valen was very prideful and disdained using the strongest trump cards of their faction early on, he couldn't possibly watch as the bulk of their army was annihilated by the incoming projectiles from miles away. For the best of their army, he had no choice but to send his trump cards. Only after those threats were eliminated could their armies continue their advance. Renz Elrod, who was monitoring the central and northern battles, received an emergency call from the commander of the northern defenders. "Sir, they have already dispatched 2 rank 9 flying sovereigns," the commander reported, his voice laced with anxiousness. "Please give me permission to use the Magian cannons." "Permission approved," Renz replied without hesitation. "Show them the power of humanity." 2 Magian cannons, which were located 600 miles away from the battlefield, raised their muzzles and started charging their beam attack. These cannons were connected to Athena, who did all the calculations at great speed to make sure that the attacks of the 2 cannons wouldn't miss. "Magian cannons, fire!" The commander of the north ordered. 2 beams of light streaked across the sky, aimed at the 2 giant peacocks advancing toward the defenders. The attack was so fast, the 2 rank 9 sovereigns didn't have the chance to evade it. Both phoenixes were hit dead center, making them screech in pain. The Magian cannons could instantly annihilate a rank 7 sovereign, but a single beam attack could give a rank 8 sovereign serious injuries, and even rank 9 sovereigns would receive significant damage. The Magian cannons were consumable weaponry, which meant they could only be used a few times before they could no longer be used. Each Magian cannon could be fired 5 times. They would be put out of commission after that, and could only be used again after their batteries were replaced and their muzzles recovered from overheating. The impact of the 2 beam attacks pushed the 2 giant peacocks back, angering them. But just as they were about to move forward, 2 more beams of light hit them without mercy, almost making them crash from the sky. Half a minute later, the 3rd wave of attack continued, making Prince Valen gasp in shock. "What in the 7 heavens is that?" Prince Valen looked at the 2 seriously injured peacocks in disbelief. Earlier, Virilax and Avrith felt very confident about annihilating the defenders, thinking they'd be done with it not long after they reached their fortress city. However, before they could even reach the city, they had been seriously injured by the trump card of the central government, which was a nerfed version of Nautilus main cannons. While the prince was reeling from the unexpected outcome, the Grand Commander, Renz Elrod, gave an order. "Tell the defenders at the north to slowly make their retreat," Renz ordered. "We can't afford to use up the Magian cannons this early in the war. Tell the Death Reapers they are free to use up all their ammunition in order to cover the retreat of our forces." Chapter 993, 993. Behold, the Bringer of Doom. Part 3. Aaron and Norman also paid close attention to the battle taking place in the Cygni continent. Their spies, as well as the news, showed a live broadcast of the battle, and from what they could tell, the defenders were going all out to ensure that the Jinns would not prevail. Unfortunately, the gap between the high-ranking fighters of each side was simply too wide. After the ammunition was all used up, the Jinns started their counterattack, leading to the Wanderers giving up their bases to flee. A futile struggle, Aaron said in disdain. It's a good thing we don't have to play the fool and act like we care for the Cygni continent anymore, Norman commented. Why fight a losing battle? Aaron smirked, agreeing that this was indeed the case. That a moment later, the captain of the plane informed them that they would arrive at their destination in 20 minutes. The two monarchs exchanged a glance with each other, knowing the moment of truth was at hand. Strange, Lawrence is not doing anything, Aaron frowned. I thought he would immediately mobilize his army to attack us during our journey. Well, even if he did, he is bound to fail, Norman replied. Our aircraft carriers have already positioned themselves in our flight path. They could try to get in our way, but their ending would be annihilation. Well, more than half of the army of the central government is now in the Cygni continent, Aaron stated. Perhaps he realized he didn't have enough soldiers to send our way. That guy loves his soldiers very much, Norman chuckled. But this is for the better. As long as we don't attack his bases in the Aldebaran continent, he will probably not pursue this matter any further. You think it's that simple? Aaron arched an eyebrow. It doesn't matter. Norman sneered. What can he do to us at this point in time? True. Aaron nodded. I can't wait to massacre the Leventis family. Let's just leave behind Xylen's family and Arthur's wives. As for the rest, kill all without fail. Of course. Norman agreed. We need them as hostages. How else can we force Xylen and Arthur to do our bidding? While the two discussed their strategy for invading the Leventis residence, Lady Callista had been informed by Lawrence about the impending danger that would befall their family. So the time has finally come, Lady Callista said as she looked outside the window of their room. I knew those two bastards would do this. It was only a matter of time. After all, we've never seen each other eye to eye. The fiercest lady of the Leventis family then glanced at Michael, who was waiting for her orders. Did you already evacuate our people? Lady Callista asked. Yes, Mother, Michael replied. I made sure to send them to the shelters Xylen had created for this moment. Only the champions and grandmasters of our families are left in this residence. They will fight with us to the death. A faint smile appeared on the beautiful lady's face because this was the moment of truth. Have you informed Gerald and Alessia? Lady Callista inquired. Yes. What did they say? They said they're just waiting for Rhea to finish watching her favorite cartoon before they make their preparations. A chuckle escaped Lady Callista's lips before she shook her head helplessly. They're not taking this seriously, Lady Callista commented. We're about to face two monarch clans and their lackeys, yet they're prioritizing Rhea's favorite cartoon show? Yes. Michael sighed helplessly. They're not taking this as seriously as we do. I've known Gerald since he was a child. Lady Callista glanced in the direction of the mountain where Xylen's family lived. If he can act like this, it means he's not worried about the Ashford and Stallard clans knocking on their doorstep. Maybe Xylen made arrangements that we're not aware of. Michael crossed his arms over his chest. That is the only explanation I can think of right now. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated in the surroundings, making Lady Callista's and Michael's expressions turn grim. They're here, Lady Callista said. Michael nodded and followed his mother to face the two monarchs who had come to eliminate their entire family. Gerald, who was reading the newspaper, looked outside through the window after hearing the loud, booming sound from the direction of the Leventis family. Honey, they're here, Gerald said. Alessia nodded and stood beside her husband. Although she looked calm on the surface, that didn't mean she wasn't feeling anxious in her heart. That a moment later, a siren blared, informing them that several people had entered the mountain leading to their home. That as soon as the two adults stepped out of their house, they found countless wanderers jumping off planes and summoning their flying avatars. It didn't take long for their house to be surrounded by the elites of the Ashford and Stallard clans. Inside their living room, Uncle, it's noisy outside. Rhea pouted. I can't watch because it's so noisy. Don't worry. I'll make them stop being noisy. Ria's uncle lightly patted her head before handing the little girl to her sister, Remy. Remy hugged Ria and looked at their uncle who had been living with them for nearly a week. At first, they had been very anxious around him. But after knowing how friendly and kind he was, the family gradually opened up to him. Boo. Albion, protect them, okay? I'm heading out for a bit. Yes, sir. Chapter 994, 994. Trump Card versus Trump Cards, Part 1. Main residence of the Leventis family. It's been a while since we last saw each other, Callista. Aaron said as he stood on top of his flying mount, the Azure Sky Dragon. You're as beautiful as the last time I saw you. And you're still the same arrogant bastard I know, Aaron, Lady Callista replied. So why are you here? If you have business with my husband, he's on the Cygni continent right now. Or are you telling me you're here because my husband isn't? I didn't know you're that afraid of meeting him face to face. The disdain in her tone was very potent, but Aaron just smiled. He believed that Lady Callista's words were merely her desperate attempt to taunt him. Today is the last day the Leventis family will be hailed as a prestigious family in Pangaea, Aaron said. It will be wise if you cooperate and allow yourself to be captured. That way, you won't have to get hurt. Lady Callista scoffed before shifting her attention to Norman, who was calmly listening to the side. And what about you, Norman? Lady Callista asked. What are you doing here? Aaron and I are of the same mind, Norman answered. The Leventis family has been basking in the limelight as of late. You know what they say, the nails that stick out get hammered down. As you know, your grandson had thrown dirt into our faces and made the world our enemy. Since that is the case, it is time to remind the world just who we are. Your family shall be the example for the fools who dared to look down on us. I'm sure after this incident ends, no one will dare to badmouth our clans again. A sneer appeared on the beautiful lady's face because she felt disgusted just by talking to the man before her. Well then, enough talk, Aaron said. Kill everyone, except for that lady. The one who kills the most will get a reward from me. The subordinates of the two monarch clans cheered and started to attack the barrier protecting the residents of the Leventis family. The elite guards behind Lady Callista and Michael looked anxious, but they held their ground. They were all loyal to the Leventis family, who had taken good care of them and their families. Even if it meant dying today, they would fight to the death and bring with them as many enemies as possible to the afterlife. Seeing how steadfast their subordinates were, Lady Callista and Michael couldn't help but praise them in their hearts. Both of them then exchanged a glance at each other, which meant they must hold their ground for as long as possible until their reinforcements arrived. A minute later, the sound of something cracking reached their ears. Aaron's and Norman's smiles widened, knowing the protective barrier of the Leventis family had started to crack. You take care of Michael, Aaron said. I'll take care of Callista. Sure. Norman nodded. The two monarchs were confident they could easily subdue the two champions, who were similar to ants in their eyes. When the barrier finally broke, Aaron and Norman lunged at their targets while their subordinates attacked the retainers of the Leventis family. But just as the two forces were about to clash, Lady Callista and Michael took out their mythical weapons and exchanged blows with the two monarchs. Aaron skidded a few meters from the ground and looked at his opponent in disbelief. Norman, on the other hand, took a step back, while Michael took 4 steps back as a result of their clash. Why you're a monarch? Chapter 995, 995, Trump Card versus Trump Cards, Part 2. Now that he had seen what Project Exodia looked like, Norman finally understood where Aaron's confidence was coming from. In their eyes, the greatest threat was the Grand Marshal of the central government, Lawrence. However, no matter how strong the monarch was, they could at most fight a rank 8 sovereign. That a rank 9 sovereign was simply too powerful for them to defeat. This was the reason Aaron felt certain that Lawrence wouldn't dare to cross them again the moment his trump card appeared. Lady Callista decisively backed away and attacked Norman, forcing the latter to distance himself to safety, giving Michael some breathing space. Mother, we can't beat that, Michael said. I know, Lady Callista replied. Although he was now a monarch, she could feel that fighting against the alien-looking monster wouldn't be an easy task. Aaron laughed when he saw Michael's panicked expression and the beautiful lady's solemn look. I admit, the two of you have indeed surprised me, Aaron stated. I came here today to capture the two of you, but I have changed my mind. I will kill you both and give your heads to Arthur as a gift. He then glanced at Exodia, who was now using its tentacles to slow its descent. Currently, it was 200 meters away from the ground, and its mere presence made the retainers of the Leventis family look at it with grim expressions on their faces. But just as everyone thought the end had come, a beam of light collided with Exodia, pushing it back to the sky. Aaron almost choked on his laughter. That sudden beam attack was strong enough to annihilate him, leaving nothing behind. Far out into the sea of the Aldebaran continent, Jubii sneered as the robots that 13 had created to become his crew confirmed that they had successfully landed their attack at Exodia. So that's Project Exodia, Jubii said. Did it die from our attack? We're supposed to take it back to Master. Life signs confirmed. One of the robots replied. Target has not died and has been sent out to the sea. Athena had detected that it is now regenerating its injuries at a fast rate. Your orders, Captain? Hit it, baby, one more time, Jubii replied. Just make sure not to kill it. E/N, my loneliness is killing me. Yes, sir, the robot replied. Firing second salvo. Nautilus unleashed another one of its beam attacks to deal with Exodia, whom 13 had asked to be captured at all costs. Back at the Leventis residence. Is that all you have, Aaron? Lady Callista sneered. You came here, bringing only one trump card? It seems that you've really underestimated our family too much. You wench. Aaron snapped back. What is that? Did your family develop a weapon we're not aware of? Do you really think I'll tell you? Lady Callista chuckled. You came here, thinking to end my family. And yet, it's you and your people who have come here to dig their graves. Mark my words, today is the day that you die, Aaron Ashford. You will die he will die by my hands, not yours, my lady. Lady Callista glanced in the direction from which she heard the voice, making her eyes widen in shock. Aaron and Norman also looked in the direction she was looking at and saw a monster that shouldn't be in the Aldebaran continent. How? Aaron, whose face had now lost all of its colors, asked. Why are you here? How is not important, Erasmus replied. Why I came here is what's more important. I came here to kill you, Aaron Ashford. I have dreamt of this for hundreds of years, and it's now time that you feel my pain. Without another word, the Lord of Death raised his hand and summoned the Undead Wyvern King and the Undead Centipede King, who immediately started to massacre the retainers of the Ashford and Stallard clans. Lady Callista and Michael both breathed a sigh of relief, seeing the rank 8 sovereign was on their side. Just like Aaron, they were wondering how Erasmus was able to come here from the Rigel continent. But what made them truly curious was the Lord of Death's hatred of Aaron to the bone. Norman, who realized that they no longer had the upper hand, decided to make a hasty retreat. However, how could Lady Callista allow him to do that? They clashed, with the beautiful lady having the upper hand in their first exchange. Callista, let's talk this out. Norman, who realized that his opponent seemed stronger than he was, decided to compromise. Aaron threatened me to come here. I had no choice. You really think I'm stupid, huh? Lady Callista replied. There will be no negotiations. There will be no compromise. Today, I will end your life. You should listen to reason, you crazy woman. Norman roared in anger. I will compensate the Leventis family. I am also willing to cede lands in the Sirius continent and in Solterra. If you want more, we can negotiate. Don't worry, Lady Callista sneered. After I bring your head back to your family, I'll make sure to take everything and leave nothing behind. Curse you, old hag. You're older than me, so it's time for you to die. While Lady Callista and Norman were fighting each other to the death, Aaron was currently being toyed with by Erasmus, who was far stronger. The two exchanged several blows with each other, and each time they clashed, blood would spill out from Aaron's body. Ah! Aaron shouted in pain, fear, and despair as Erasmus crushed his left hand when he tried to punch the latter's face. The Lord of Death had waited for many years to hear the monarch's scream of pain and desperation, which was music to his ears. This isn't happening. Aaron shouted. This is impossible. This is just a dream, an illusion. I am supposed to become the ruler of this world. I am the king of this world. No one can defeat me. No one. No ah. Erasmus crushed Aaron's right hand, making the monarch scream louder. You want to be the king of this world? Erasmus asked in disdain. You might have succeeded. Unfortunately for you, 13 appeared in this era. The moment he appeared, your fate was sealed. T13. Aaron asked through gritted teeth. I don't know anyone named 13. I know, Erasmus replied. Because you are not worthy to know someone like him. Now scream for me. The Lord of Death bent Aaron's right hand, making the monarch scream for the third time. His screams made the retainers of the Ashford and Stallard clans fall into despair, and they dropped their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. They hoped that the Leventis family and the undead monster would spare them and give them a second chance at life. Michael fixed his glasses using his middle finger as he looked at the defeated champions and grandmasters who had come to annihilate their entire family. Right now, he didn't know what to do with them because he wasn't as bloodthirsty as his father. He knew with utmost certainty that before this day was over, the balance of power of the world would be reshuffled. The Ashford and Stallard clans would fall from grace, while their family would make a meteoric rise. However, Michael knew that the only reason why the Leventis family wasn't annihilated today was due to his nephew, who had created many trump cards powerful enough to tilt the battle in their favor. Chapter 996, Trump Card versus Trump Cards, Part 3. Norman never regretted any decision he made in his life, until today that he admitted to making some bad choices in the past, which led to him suffering their consequences. But for the first time in his life, he felt regret. Why did he agree to come with Aaron Ashford to wipe out the Leventis family? The two monarchs had been confident that they could deal with whatever the Leventis family would throw at them. Given the situation now, they were obviously both wrong. They failed to handle it, and now, Norman was running away to save his own life, leaving his people behind without caring one bit whether they lived or died. Unfortunately, Lady Callista wasn't a good-natured person. Since you came here to kill, then you should be prepared to die, Lady Callista said in disdain. Stop running and face me, you coward. Callista, let's talk about this. Norman shouted back as he summoned his avatars to block the old lady's pursuit, hoping it would buy him more time to increase their distance. But Lady Callista made short work of the rank 7 sovereigns that Norman had summoned to block her path. Unlike Arthur, who specialized in brute strength, Lady Callista specialized in speed. However, she was purposely keeping her distance from Norman for 2 reasons. Point 1. She was certain Norman still had a trump card he had yet to show, and second, she wanted the monarch to feel despair before she gave him the killing blow. Don't force me, Callista, Norman roared in anger. There is still time to talk about this. The only person you'll be talking to is the ruler of hell, Lady Callista replied. Make sure to tell him all the sins that you committed in this world, you scum. Norman knew he couldn't run away forever, so he decided to go all out to kill the hateful woman who had forced him into a corner. Die. Norman summoned a black sword, emanating a black mist. Lady Callista felt a slight tremor in her body after seeing the blade, which reminded her of the illness that nearly killed her in the past. The poison blade that had injured her had caused her to lose her strength and hope of ever recovering. Only Arthur and Hans didn't give up hope, untiringly looking for anything that might cure her. Fortunately, 13 knew how to deal with the poison that had spread inside her body. If not, Lady Callista might have died before 13 could even return to Pangaea after his first wandering. So it was you. Lady Callista roared in anger. You're the one who sent that assassin to kill me. Now that you know, do you still want to fight? Norman glared. I don't know how you are able to cure the poison, but I guarantee you that this time, you will not live past this day if you cross me. The black mist could corrupt the mind and body of anyone exposed to it. Since Norman took it out, its mist had started to spread in the surroundings. Just being in the presence of the sword made Lady Callista's face turn solemn, for she knew better than anyone how dangerous the poison was. Last chance, Callista, Norman said. If you agree to turn a blind eye on what happened today, I promise the Stallard clan will not find trouble for the Leventis family ever again. I will also compensate you for everything that happened, and we can also become steadfast allies. What do you say? Go to hell. Lady Callista replied as she swung her 2 short swords, forming an X that flew toward Norman's direction, dispelling the black mist that blocked its path. So you chose death. Norman sneered as he blocked his opponent's attack with his own. Fine, I'll kill you first. At that exact moment, the sound of the rotors from helicopters spread in the surroundings. 5 helicopters, which belonged to Xylen, circled the place where the 2 monarchs were fighting. Norman gave them a brief glance before shifting his attention to his opponent. But just as he was about to go for the kill, the The sound of weapons and missiles being fired reached his ears. The 5 attack helicopters, which were being controlled by Athena, provided support fire for Lady Callista at first. Norman thought he could easily block their attacks, but it didn't take long for him to realize that the ammunition loaded into the attack helicopters was special ammunition used for killing rank 7 sovereigns and below. NGHHH. Norman was blown back after he tried to block a rocket that was targeting his body. His armor was now starting to crack after being hit repeatedly by machine guns, autocannons, and rockets that rained down on him like rain. Now I know why Xylen liked to collect those things, Lady Callista thought. They are actually this powerful. In just the span of a minute, the entire battlefield had transformed into a land of devastation. Craters that were several meters wide littered the surroundings, which made Lady Callista almost feel pity for Norman. She couldn't help but feel proud that his grandson had made several trump cards to protect the Leventis family, should it face any kind of danger. With a wave of her sword, she blew away the dust cloud that fogged the battlefield. At the center of the devastation, Norman stood but was inflicted with serious injuries. "Damn you all!" Norman shouted in anger. "Damn you, Aaron. If you want to die, you shouldn't have brought me with you." With a face filled with determination to bring Lady Callista with him to the afterlife, Norman charged at his foe with all the strength he could muster. Lady Callista knew that this was Norman's last desperate attack, so instead of clashing with him, she just sneered and backed away. "Why are you running?" Norman asked in disdain. "Didn't you tell me to face you earlier? Where did that confidence of yours go?" "It's because someone told me I don't need to dirty my hands by killing such a disgusting bug," Lady Callista replied with equal disdain. When the attack helicopters arrived, she heard a voice inside her head, telling her not to clash with Norman and leave the rest to her. While she didn't know who owned the voice, she understood that they were on the same side. Using her specialty, which was speed, Lady Callista increased her distance from Norman while still keeping an eye on his location. Norman, who thought that this was the perfect opportunity to escape, stopped pursuing the beautiful woman and ran in the opposite direction. However, he had only managed to take 50 steps when a beam of light descended on him, making him cry out in pain. "We confirmed a hit, sir," the robot inside Nautilus informed Jubii, who had ordered the attack. "Did you make sure to lower the potency of the cannon so he doesn't die?" Jubii asked. "Yes, sir," the robot replied. Satellite imagery shows that the target's body is twitching, which is an indication that he is still alive. The corner of Jubii's lips twitched. For some reason, the supposed monotone of the robot sounded rather amused. Although the cannon used to hit the monarch was only a sub-cannon, it was still an attack strong enough to turn Norman into ashes if they made a mistake in calculating its strength. "Show me images of the current Leventis residents," Jubii ordered. "Showing images," the robot replied. Using Athena's satellite imagery, Jubii saw countless undead humans killing other humans, making it look like some kind of apocalyptic horror movie. He also saw Aaron Ashford being slapped repeatedly by the Lord of Death, Erasmus, which meant the fight in the Leventis main residence was finally over. But just to make sure, he asked Athena to show him the image of Xylen's residence to check if his master's family was safe. When Athena confirmed his inference, the High Orc was finally able to sigh in relief. He then tapped a few buttons on his communicator to report the conclusion of the monarch invasion to his master. "Master, everything is finished on our side," Jubii reported. "Did the Leventis family suffer any casualties?" 13 asked. "According to Athena, 8 people died, and dozens more were injured," Jubii answered. "But the losses of the Ashford and Stallard clans are much greater." 13 nodded. "Good work, Jubii. Make sure to continue monitoring the situation and remain on standby." "Yes, sir. By the way, did you retrieve Exodia?" "Yes, sir. I have already called for Lord Metatron to retrieve it for you." 13 nodded and gave Jubii a few more instructions before ending the call. As much as he personally wanted to torture Aaron and Norman, he had promised Erasmus, the Lord of Death, that the latter would be the one to deal with the pair to vent out a 100-year grudge against the 2 monarch clans. 13 agreed to his previous host's demands and gave him full support to personally avenge himself. He had made a deal with Laplace Demon and the one to allow Erasmus to leave the Rigel continent and go to the Aldebaran continent. Since the two didn't want to lose Xylen's cooperation, They agreed on the condition that Erasmus wouldn't harm the humans and would only act if the Leventis family were to be attacked by hostile forces. Point 13 already knew that the two monarch clans were planning to eliminate the Leventis family, so he made all the preparations he could for this moment. Although he was confident in the arrangements that he had made, he still sent Nautilus back to the Aldebaran continent as a precaution, just in case a variable appeared. Now that one of his problems had been dealt with, 13 shifted his attention to the war against the Jinns, which had only just begun. Chapter 997, 997, Birth of a Sovereign Clan. Thank you for helping us, Lord Erasmus. Lady Callista and Michael bowed their heads towards the Lord of Death, who had come into their time of need. Erasmus nodded. I'll accept your gratitude because we have the same enemy. However, make sure to thank Xylen. He's the one who made this all possible. Of course, Lady Callista replied. He is, after all, the savior of the Leventis family. She then sighed as she looked at the countless undead Erasmus had summoned to protect her family. Those who had died in battle had also become the Lord of Death's new subordinates, with the exception of the retainers of the Leventis family, who fought valiantly to protect them. Lady Callista planned to give them all a hero's burial and make sure to support their families for life. Once she was done assessing the damages to their property, as well as dealing with the aftermath of this invasion, she would then consult with Xylen and Arthur as to how they would deal with the Ashford and Stallard clans in the Sirius continent. Half an hour later, the representatives of the Remington clan, the Smith family, and Lockwood family arrived at the Leventis residence after confirming that the battle was over. They all paid respect to Erasmus, who ignored them all and simply continued to slap and torture Aaron and Norman in front of everyone. I'm sorry we didn't come to help you, Lady Callista. Elijah Remington, who was Gerald's best friend, said with an apologetic gaze. We are helpless as well. Since he was a member of the Remington family that had close ties to the Leventis family, the majority agreed that it should be Elijah who should come to talk to Lady Callista and congratulate her for winning the battle. Don't think too much, Elijah, Lady Callista replied with a smile. If the same thing happened to the Remington clan, we would have also watched from the sidelines. Fighting against two monarchs is simply courting death, especially since Trevor and the other thrones are not here at the moment. The representatives of the Smith and Lockwood families felt a huge weight removed from their shoulders after hearing Lady Callista's reply. They then asked if there was anything that they could do to assist her, even volunteering to help repair the damages that were caused by the recent battle. Lady Callista thanked all of them and agreed to some of their proposals. She knew that the three families were trying their best to form a stronger relationship with the Leventis family, so she decided to throw them an olive branch, which they happily accepted. News of what transpired in the Leventis residence started to spread like wildfire, reaching Lawrence, who was waiting for news inside his office. What? Callista is now a monarch? Lawrence asked his subordinate in disbelief. Michael is a throne, and the Lord of Death, Erasmus, helped them deal with Aaron and Norman. Yes, sir, the soldier reported. I also don't believe it, but one of our captains in the Aldebaran continent has confirmed this news. There is no mistake about it. Lawrence sat on his chair before heaving a long and deep sigh. So that's why Xylen asked me to stay here. He truly has everything under his control. Lawrence shook his head helplessly. As expected of him, the Grand Marshal of the central government not only received the news of the Leventis family surviving a calamity, but he was also informed that Xylen had repelled the Garuda faction from their march toward the southwest of the continent. With two monarchs gone, the balance of power in Pangaea had been broken. Those aspiring to become part of the prestigious families definitely wouldn't let this matter slide and would ally themselves with the Leventis family to gain their protection and benefits. They would not care even if they became their direct subordinates because it was worth it. Lady Callista was now a monarch, while Michael was a throne. Everyone was shocked because the Leventis family hid their true strength, making them wonder if Arthur had also become a monarch. But even if he was still a throne, that didn't change the fact that the Leventis family was now the strongest family in the world. Whether it had a monarch and two thrones, or two monarchs and a throne, they had long surpassed the power of the rest of the monarch clans. One sovereign family, three monarch clans, and 9 prestigious families, Lawrence muttered. Fortunately, we are now allied with the Leventis family and have strong ties through marriage. My granddaughter really has a good eye for people. Although she is not Xylen's first wife, that doesn't change the fact that she will be married to him. Lawrence then glanced at the reports about the Battle of the Signy continent on his desk. The Grand Marshal of the central government sighed, thinking things would be even more perfect if humanity also won the war in the Signy continent. However, Xylen said that humanity would have to make concessions if they wished to keep a portion of the Signy continent habitable for humans. We will not win this war, but we will not lose either. At most, we will have a compromise, and that is the best outcome for humanity. Those were Xylen's words, and Lawrence believed in them. As to how the war would progress from this point onward, only the teenage boy might know. The north and center fortresses of the continent had already fallen, with the defenders falling back to their second line of defense. Only those at the south remained intact, for it was protected by the planar mountain range, where 13th's massive insectoid army was stationed. While many things were reaching their conclusions, Claude looked out of the window of his office and sighed. "You're right, Clark," Claude said softly. "We shouldn't make Xylen Leventis our enemy. Good thing that I listened to you." Now that his father had been captured, and Norman also suffered a similar fate, both the Ashford and Stallard clans had closed off their borders and waited anxiously for Lady Callista and the rest of the Leventis family to come knocking on their doors for revenge. Chapter 998. 998. Don't die until I come back. Why did you keep it a secret from me? Arthur asked. Lady Callista had just told his husband everything that had happened in the Aldebaran continent. By the time she was done sharing the news, Arthur felt like his soul had left his body. Well, the fewer who know, the better, 13 replied. If I told you about it, you would have hurried back to the Aldebaran continent and ruined everything. 8 people died and dozens of our retainers were injured, Arthur said as he glared at his grandson. Well, more would have died if you had gone there. 13 faced his grandfather's gaze without flinching. Erasmus would have watched from the sidelines, letting you duke it out with Aaron and Norman. Do you really think you alone can make a difference? Xylen. Arthur grabbed his grandson's collar and lifted him off the ground. You son of a... Words, Grandpa. 13 interjected, preventing Arthur from finishing his sentence. You and I both know I speak the truth. The teenage boy didn't bother to struggle and allowed his grandfather to lift him up because he understood that Arthur needed to vent his frustration right now. You should have still told me, Arthur growled. If you explained your plan properly, I would have listened to you. No, you won't, 13 replied. If I did, you might have died in your fight against the rank 9 sovereign, since you couldn't have concentrated on your own battle. You would have constantly worried about the Leventis family, clouding your judgment. Fighting in that state is suicidal, you know? Especially against an opponent stronger than you. You really are good with words. Arthur was very tempted to smack his grandson hard because of how casually he treated the invasion of their family. Did you not even consider that your grandmother, uncle, or your family would have died today? Not at all, 13 answered. Them dying never crossed my mind since it was impossible for them to die. I made sure of that. The teenage boy then lightly tapped the hand that was grabbing his collar. It's getting harder for me to breathe. Let go, Gramps, 13 said. Arthur clicked his tongue before lowering his grandson back to the ground. If not for the fact that Xylen was very precious to his family, he would have already spanked his bum repeatedly to lessen the anger in his chest. I'm going back to Aldebaran, Arthur said without even bothering to wait for Xylen's reply. Don't die until I come back. The patriarch left the underground cavern angrily so he could go to the surface and return to Casimir City on his own. They were currently within the underground tunnels of the planar mountain range, resting from the battle they had won a few hours ago. A few minutes later, Erica, Sherry, and Shauna entered 13's personal quarters and hurried to his side. You're hurt, Shauna said as she touched her lover's neck and used her healing magic. It's nothing, 13 replied. Grandpa was just carried away by his emotions. Rocky, take us to the mobile fortress. He didn't want anyone to overhear their conversation or see Shauna being affectionate with him. 13 understood that the Saintess held a special role for the people, and now was not the time for their relationship to be known to the public. After Rocky complied and brought the group back inside the mobile fortress, 13 sighed and told his lovers about what transpired in the Aldebaran continent. Those two are the scum of the world. Erica, whose family was currently under the protection of the Leventis family, hissed in anger after learning what had happened. Fortunately, Her parents were treated as VIP guests of the Leventis family and were given priority to enter their underground shelters. I hope Erasmus doesn't give them a quick death, Shauna said as she pulled 13 closer to her, letting his head rest on her chest while she lightly patted his head to comfort him. That won't happen. Trust me, 13 replied. He and Erasmus had waited for hundreds of years for this moment. So giving the two monarchs a quick and painless death wasn't an option. If 13 were there in the Aldebaran continent, he would personally torture the two monarchs, making what he did to Prince Zoran look cute in comparison. Erasmus must be having the time of his life right now, 13 thought, feeling a little calmer as Shauna cuddled with him. So, what do you plan to do now? Erica asked. Are we going to continue staying here? The others don't feel too comfortable being surrounded by bugs. Just like you. 13 asked back. Yes, Erica replied. I have never been good with bugs. The first thing I want to do is set them on fire. We will stay for one more night before we return to Casimir City to understand the current situation of the battlefield. 13 replied after careful thought. There is still a chance that the Garuda faction will try to attack tonight, so let's stay here just in case they come. And if they don't? Sherry inquired. Then they will never come again, 13 answered. Losing 2 rank 9 sovereigns in a single battle is a hard pill to swallow. I'm sure Prince Safarian is seething right now. The Jin army had only retreated 100 miles away from the planar mountain range. This meant they could once again launch an attack if they wished. With Arthur leaving them behind, 13 could only rely on Gandam Hyperion to fight the rank 9 sovereigns. It was quite unfortunate that it was no longer able to use its trump card, Celestial Breaker, which had insta-killed the Orc disaster. That ultimate move was a one-time trick. 13 had fallen ill right after finishing the 5 robots, leaving no time for proper modifications. If worst came to worst, it could be used one more time, but the Hyperion's core would shatter, rendering it unusable during the duration of the Jin invasion. The teenage boy then glanced at the basket on top of the table, where Tiona was still sleeping. It had been a long time since the Black Snake had gone into hibernation, and frankly, 13 was starting to miss her. Seeing where he was looking, the 3 girls' gaze softened. All of them were also worried about Tiona and hoped that she would wake up soon for Xylen's sake. An uneasy night for both the Wanderers and the Jins passed over the Signy continent. Battles were won and lost, and both sides now had a taste of what the other had to offer on the battlefield. Perhaps the exhaustion had finally caught up to him, for 13 fell asleep in Shauna's embrace. Although he looked calm and fine on the surface, truth be told, 13 had always been monitoring the progress of the battlefield in both the Signy continent and the Aldebaran continent. His mental strength had been stretched too thin since he was also very worried about his family back home. He might have planned everything, but he also knew that unaccounted variables could occur at any given time. This time, the labor of his efforts had paid off, allowing his trump cards to overcome the trump cards of his enemies. Good night, my love, Shauna planted a kiss on 13's forehead and laid him gently on the bed so that he could rest properly. Take care of him, Erica, Sherry. Although she was reluctant to part with Xylen, she couldn't stay long inside the mobile fortress because she wanted to know what everyone felt after Arthur left the planar mountain range. Now that everyone knew that a monarch had been by their side all along, they might feel anxious now that he was gone. Shauna needed to play her role as the saintess and ensure that the hearts of his allies would not waver during this critical night, where everyone's life hung in the balance. Chapter 999, A Bigger Threat. While 13 was resting, the Jins held a conference through their communicators. They had initially underestimated the Wanderers, but after the brutal battle that lasted for nearly a day, they understood they weren't soft persimmons whom they could crush just because they had rank 9 sovereigns on their side. What happened to the Garuda faction had elevated Xylen's image to the Jins, significantly raising their wariness toward the teenage boy who had come to the summit of conquerors to laugh at them. It's a good thing I listened to my sister and headed northwest instead of going to the southwest, Prince Valen thought. We might have suffered the same fate as the Garuda faction, which will be a big blow to our army's morale. What the prince didn't know was that 13 had worked behind the scenes, making House Pavareth, the Azrakith court, the Velmoria kingdom, and the Skavari form a single faction and march north, where the Wanderers' defenses were weakest. This also allowed them to gain the greatest merits on the first day of the battle, as their losses were significantly lower compared to the other factions that had decided to use divide and conquer as their strategy. Princess Aracel couldn't help but smile out of pride for Xylen, who had managed to defeat the arrogant prince of the Garuda Empire. The Garuda Empire and House Pavareth might be far apart from each other, but both didn't see eye to eye. Both factions had armies primarily composed of flying jinns, and they could have bonded over that thing they had in common. But there was one similarity that made that impossible. They were both proud races. The similarity only bred rivalry. Please tell us how you were defeated by Xylen Leventis, Prince Zephyrian. Prince Valen said calmly. Did he win by luck? Luck? Prince Zephyrian sneered. 2 rank 9 sovereigns died, and you think it's luck? How about you try to face him and see if he defeats you by luck? Prince Valen smirked, acting calm and collected, unaffected by Prince Zephyrian's taunt. We have conquered the fortresses at the north of the continent, Prince Valen said. How about you? Well, you didn't face Xylen Leventis. So why do you feel so smug about your ordinary achievement? Prince Zephyrian replied in disdain. You only fought ordinary wanderers, while I fought against an entire mountain fortress filled to the brim with disgusting insects. Prince Xylen and General Zelnav both glared at the annoying prince because even though they knew that they were not the ones being called disgusting insects, it didn't change the fact that they were insectoid jinns. We won't understand what happened if you keep on veering off the topic, Prince Zoran said calmly. Just tell us what happened, Prince Zephyrian, so we can better understand the tricks that Xylen used to force your army into retreat. Of course, Kesari knew full well what trump cards his master possessed. However, for the sake of hiding his identity, he played his role as a mediator and pressed the prince of the Garuda Empire for answers. Prince Zephyrian took a deep breath to calm himself down, knowing that many leaders of the different factions were waiting for his explanation. In order to reach the southern part of the continent, we need to pass through the planar mountain range no matter what, Prince Zephyrian explained. And that was where we were ambushed. Bombardier beetles, blister beetles, giant fire ants, and the savage killer bees attacked us without warning. The more Prince Zephyrian explained, the more they found it unbelievable. Jinns were actually listening to the orders of a human, and they numbered over 10,000. Having the terrain advantage, they could unleash a bombardment without worry of retaliation. However, when Prince Zephyrian told them that their sky python had been cut in half by a single sword strike, the faces of the leaders of the jinns became grim. That a peak rank 9 sovereign was instantly killed. This was something that none of them could brush aside so easily, and it didn't end there, Prince Zephyrian stated. He still has this thing that the humans call a giant robot. It used many different kinds of weapons before killing the orc disaster with one strike. After losing 2 rank 9 sovereigns, I immediately ordered a retreat. We are now 100 miles away from the planar mountain range. I just finished a meeting with the leaders of our alliance, and we decided to change course, avoiding the mountain range entirely. If any of you are brave enough to challenge that place, you are free to try. The different leaders didn't show it on their faces, but they internally sighed in relief because they didn't head south and follow the Garuda faction in conquering the southwest. Now that they knew that Xylen Leventis had the means to eliminate their strongest subordinates, they started to formulate a plan for their next course of action. Everyone, I have something to report. The Prince of the Martins, Prince Orin, spoke calmly. One of our allies had suddenly lost contact with us. The last thing I heard from them was they successfully conquered a fortress city on their own. However, after our own battle ended, I called them again, but I didn't get any answer from them. I knew something might have happened, so I sent a scout to the city they conquered. According to their report, the city was dyed in blood. There were no corpses left behind, and no signs of life as well. The eerie part is that this fortress is right behind our armies, which means that they should have been safe since we are dealing with the wanderers at the front lines. Xylen Leventis couldn't have done this, because he was at the planar mountain range and fighting against Prince Zephyrian. This might be a small issue in your eyes, but for me, I can sense a threat that we might not be aware of. They have a rank 9 sovereign in their army, as well as 4 rank 8 monsters. I doubt that the Wanderers, aside from Xylen, could defeat them, but none of them were ever found. There are no survivors, and only traces of a brutal battle could be seen in the city. Are you saying there might be enemies on our rear? Prince Zoran asked. Enemies that are strong enough to defeat a faction with a rank 9 sovereign and 4 rank 8 monsters? Prince Orin nodded. Yes, and this concerns me greatly. Fighting the Wanderers while getting stabbed in the back will be dangerous for any army. So, I hope everyone can take this matter seriously and make preparations. The factions who are traveling solo, make sure to keep in touch with us on a regular basis. But I advise you to team up with the others, at least temporarily, so we won't have to worry about you guys disappearing without a trace. I understand. One of the leaders of the factions replied. I will meet up with, what the hell is that? The Jin general, who had cut himself off out of shock, immediately used his communicator to show over a dozen alien-like monsters currently attacking their captured fortress. Damn it! The Jin general cursed in anger. Chapter 1000. Throwing everything in disarray, Part 1. What's that? Prince Zafarian asked with a grim expression. I've never seen any monster like those in my life. Are they Jins from Gamara? Do any of you recognize them? The leaders of the different factions shook their heads. Just like Prince Zafarian, this was their first time seeing those alien-like monsters in their life. Could they be monsters that the humans have produced? General Varric of the Skavari said. They might be one of their secret weapons in this war. Prince Zoran, who had more information about the Azathrals, frowned, not knowing if he should speak up or not. I would have to send this information back to Master, Kesari thought. I'll move according to his instructions. Xylen Leventis had commanded Jins to fight against us, Prince Martin commented. So it might not be impossible that this is also one of his trump cards. The sound of screams and static from the projection finally stopped because one of the alien-like monsters stepped on the communicator and crushed it. Even the Jin factions, who initially felt extra smug after conquering a fortress city on their own, had ordered their armies to move in haste and group up with the nearest Jin army to ensure their safety. After witnessing the earlier gruesome scene, the other factions were more than happy to accept anyone as they, too, felt a little fearful after seeing what had just transpired earlier. I think we should change our strategy for now, Prince Zafarian commented. It will be best if we form 3 main groups. That will make it easier for us to conquer the other cities, as well as guard against those monsters. The Prince of the Garuda Empire did his best to remain calm, but he failed to completely mask the worry in his voice. He had already been defeated by Xylen in battle, and to make matters worse, there was a new threat that was currently lurking somewhere at their rear. Although some of the leaders could sense the anxiety in the prince's voice, none of them chided or ridiculed him. They were also feeling a little restless after seeing such a scene. Given the power they had shown earlier, those monsters certainly wouldn't be easy to defeat. If they are really monsters working for the humans, then we cannot treat them lightly, Prince Valen stated. For now, we will form 3 factions. One of them will be our faction, the second group will be with Prince Zafarian. As for the last group, all of you can discuss who will become their temporary leader. We should also keep all lines of communication open, General Varric commented. At the first sign of those monsters, make sure to inform everyone so we can take appropriate measures to help you if we are close to your location. Everyone agreed with the general's proposal. For now, they ceased all activities of advancing toward the second line of defense of the Wanderers and prioritized regrouping with each other. The humans had already managed to catch them by surprise, and they would not let it happen again. Several hours later, the sun finally rose on the horizon, heralding a brand new day. 13 opened his eyes and found himself wrapped in the loving embrace of his 2 lovers. Erica and Sherry had stayed with him all throughout the night, making sure that he had a proper rest. There were times when Xylen would suffer from a bad dream when he slept alone, so they made sure that at least one of them would always be available to hold him whenever he slept. Feeling the softness and warmth of Erica's and Sherry's bodies, 13 decided to stay where he was and enjoyed the peace he was feeling at the moment. He knew that the moment he got off the bed, he would once again have to face a new day of battles against the Jins and help humanity defend the Signy continent. His plan was simple. Since Renz was in charge of defense, he and his team would conduct guerrilla tactics and attack the Jins from the rear, disrupting their battle formations. Since his grandfather had still not arrived in the Aldebaran continent, Nautilus was still on standby. There was also an extremely small possibility that Aaron and Norman would get lucky and escape Erasmus' grasp. And honestly, 13 would really like such a thing to happen. With Athena and Nautilus paying close attention to the Aldebaran continent, they would be able to act and neutralize the 2 monarchs. Since he didn't want to do anything at the moment, He decided to focus on what was in front of him. The teenage boy moved to kiss Erica's soft heels that were pressing against his face. However, a few seconds later, Athena made a report that made him stop whatever he was doing. Azathrals have been sighted in the Cygni continent. As soon as 13 heard this news, he immediately pressed Athena for more answers. Since he could directly connect to her, he was able to see the recorded images that happened while he was sleeping. There's no doubt they are indeed Azathrals, 13 thought. And judging by their energy readings, those black ones are all peak rank 8 monsters. As for that golden Azothral, peak rank 9 sovereign, the teenage boy could still remember his desperate fight against one of them. And seeing 21 of them, including the golden Azothral, he knew this was bad news. That as he digested the information he had received from Athena, he felt a slight tingling on his fingers. He was very familiar with this situation, which meant that someone was calling out to him from within the domain of the apocalypse. Not wanting to waste any more time, 13 teleported to his domain and saw Princess Aracel and Prince Zoran waiting for him there. The moment Princess Aracel saw 13, who was practically naked, a blush appeared on her beautiful face. However, when she saw the kiss marks on his neck, chest, and thigh, the princess pouted, making Kesari smile wryly. He knew that Princess Aracel was now one of his master's women, so he could understand that she felt a little down because she couldn't always be by his master's side, especially at this time, when the continent was filled with many variables that could throw the entire war into disarray. Chapter 1001, Throwing Everything in Disarray, Part 2. Master, you should wear some clothes for now, Kesari said with a forced, awkward smile. 13, who didn't feel embarrassed about showing his naked body in public, nodded and took out a few clothes from his storage ring. He was about to put them on when Princess Aracel approached him and took over dressing him. Kesari turned around and simply waited for the beautiful young lady to finish servicing their master. Of course, Princess Aracel didn't forget to sneak a few kisses and added a few marks on 13's body as well. You can turn around now, Kesari, 13 ordered. Did you call me because of the Azathrals? As expected of master, you already know about them. Kesari sighed. That's indeed the reason why I came here today. The Jinn Alliance thought that the Azathrals were part of your monster army. At least, that's what they assume at the moment. Should I give them information about them, or should I just let things be for the time being? 13 pondered a bit before shaking his head. Since the Azathrals attacked the Jinns, he believed they planned to evolve and become stronger. While this definitely posed a threat to everyone on the continent, it also gave the Jinns something to worry about for the time being. After giving it some thought, 13 deemed that it would be in his best interest for the Jinns and the Azathrals to fight each other and weaken both sides. Of course, he was not ruling out the possibility that the Azathrals could attack the Wanderers too, which would be just as devastating. They were a double-edged sword that could lead to the Wanderers' quick defeat or become the Jinns' living nightmare. Are they really that strong? Princess Aracel asked. Yes, 13 replied. They are very strong. Strong enough to threaten the humans and Jinns alike. They are the experimental killing machines of the Artem Empire, which is located on one of the moons of Solterra. They also have a great grudge against me, so they might have sent these things here, intending to eliminate me. Princess Aracel quieted down for a bit as she hugged Xylen. Is there a way to defeat them? Do they have any weaknesses? I have fought them once, and from what I can tell, they have no weakness, 13 answered. Their bodies could evolve to adapt to their environment, and they get stronger with every battle they fight. If they consume the cores, as well as the flesh and blood of rank 9 sovereigns, the possibility of them breaking through the next rank is also possible. One golden Azothral was enough to give 13 a headache, so having another one would be a truly big problem. Of course, there was one other worst-case scenario. If the golden Azothral evolved into an Archon, then they would truly be in danger. The appearance of an Archon or a Magian Prince in Pangaea would spell its doom. Of course, 13 had his ways of dealing with this threat, but those methods could only be used as a last resort. What are the plans of the Jinn armies? 13 asked. Tell me everything. Kesari nodded and explained that after discovering the existence of Azathrals, the Jinns decided to form 3 massive factions. They were led by General Varric of the Skavari, Prince Valen of House Pavareth, and Prince Zephyrian of the Garuda Empire. the Skavari race had taken the initiative to break free from their temporary alliance with House Pavareth, the Azrakith court, and the Velmoria kingdom. Prince Orin of the Martin race had swapped places with the Skavari and took the position they had given up, joining the House Pavareth faction. Kesari understood that his master needed to have control over several Jin factions. Because of this, he proposed that General Varric let the Skavari lead a faction of their own. Since General Varric was a famed general in Gamara, the other Jin factions approved of them leading them. "You did well," Kesari, 13 praised. "With this, I can talk to you and Aracel at any given time to know what each faction is doing. For now, I will order Athena to monitor the Azathral's movements and inform you if they are headed in your respective locations." The teenage boy then hugged Princess Aracel and lightly patted her back. "Don't worry, I won't let them hurt you," 13 said, which made the princess feel less anxious. "Thank you," Princess Aracel replied. "Just don't forget your promise." "I won't," 13 nodded. "I'll spare House Pavareth and let your brother live." One of the things that Princess Aracel had requested of Xylen was to spare her brother in the war. Also, she asked if she and her brother could keep a decent-sized army after the war ended so they could protect their territories. 13 agreed to these conditions. However, now that the Azathrals had appeared on the battlefield, things had become more complicated. "The two of you should return now to avoid suspicion," 13 said. "If something were to happen, you can talk to me here or send a message to my communicator." Kesari and Princess Aracel nodded in agreement. After bidding goodbye, the Prince of the Skavari returned to the real world, while Princess Aracel stayed behind for a few intimate moments with Xylen. When she finally got her fill, she reluctantly parted with him and returned to the city where their faction currently rested. 13 didn't return to the real world right away. Instead, he went to visit the new monster that had been brought inside the domain of the apocalypse, which Jubii had captured in the Aldebaran continent. This monster was none other than Exodia. It was a biological weapon, born from the fusion of the Black Dragon of Destruction's flesh and blood with Pangaea. Chapter 1002, A Cause of Concern. It had been 2 days since the Azathrals made their first appearance in Pangaea. The Jin armies had formed 3 main factions that would continue to wage war against the Wanderers. However, they decided to let their armies rest, both to recover from the first campaign's fatigue and to give scouts time to search the area for the strange, alien-like monsters that had suddenly emerged. After careful consideration, 13 shared the information about the Azathrals with all the Jinns equipped with a communicator within the Signy continent. When the Jinns found out that the unknown monsters weren't part of Xylen's army, the majority of them sighed in relief. But that didn't mean that they were happy to know that it was a third party from another world who had unleashed biological weapons that were engineered to be the perfect killing machines. Chapter 1003. Just wait for some good news. As the first wave of the war between Jinns and the Wanderers came to a close, Arthur finally arrived in the Aldebaran continent. Although he already knew that his family had safely survived the calamity, he still couldn't help but feel anxious until he saw them personally. However, the moment he arrived in the Leventis residence, the first person he saw was none other than Lady Callista, glaring at him. "What are you doing here?" Lady Callista glared at her husband. "You're supposed to be in the Signy continent, protecting Xylen." "I came back after hearing what happened here." Overwhelmed by his wife's glare, Arthur decided to take the pacifist approach. Right now, Lady Callista had broken her shackles, so her current rank was that of a monarch. Arthur, on the other hand, still had his seals in place, giving him the strength of a throne. Chapter 1004. They are no longer needed in the new era. The Stallard clan was currently in a state of panic. The elders who had used their authority to get their way, bullying countless people while at it, immediately held an emergency meeting. Not everyone who went to the Aldebaran continent participated in attacking the Leventis family. Some had merely come along to monitor the movements of the other families, as well as gather information, like whether the central government was going to make their move. As soon as Aaron and Norman were defeated, the intel group they brought along quickly passed the news back to their homes. When the news spread and reached the higher-ups, it didn't take long before the Ashford and Stallard clans locked down their territories under martial law, closing off their borders to and from the public. They had also activated their strongest defenses, as if hoping it would be enough to deter the Leventis family from taking revenge upon them. Callista is a monarch, and Michael is a throne. One of the elders of the Stallard clan pounded his fist on the conference room's table. Just what is the intelligence team doing? How could they not report such an important matter? Now is not the time to be pointing fingers at each other, another elder commented. The Leventis family hid their secrets and hid them well. Clearly, they could have announced to the world that they were now a monarch clan, but they deliberately held back, and we were taken by surprise. If Callista is now a monarch, I believe Arthur has long become one as well. A sovereign family. This was what the people of Solterra called any faction that had more than one monarch protecting it. Sovereign clans were more common in Solterra than Pangaea, and this had always been the goal of the monarch clans. Unfortunately, becoming a monarch had very strict conditions, including eliminating a rank 9 sovereign or defeating 3 rank 8 sovereigns with a team of other wanderers. Arthur had met all of these conditions, while Lady Callista had Xylen to help him, but he had also helped his uncle, Michael, become a throne, creating the strongest family in Pangaea. Gerald and Alessia, on the other hand, didn't wish to be involved in any conflicts since their main priority now was taking care of their family, as Xylen's father had also found his calling in crafting and finding joy in creating mythical weapons that only he could make. He was doing his best to arm his entire family to the teeth, including his children. Gerald wanted them to overcome any challenges with the equipment. He crafted with his blood, sweat, and tears. If people were to discover what he was capable of doing, everyone, including the monarchs, would try to form strong ties with him, making him the most important person in the world. Mythical equipment was the pinnacle of the weapons available in Pangaea, so any person who could craft them was bound to be treated more grandly than the monarchs, who only held their ground partly thanks to the weapons they possessed. However, despite his achievements, there was one person who still had the nerve, audacity, and qualification to mock him. "Pops, you only crafted a mythical weapon," 13 said. "I created a legendary one. Can you stop slacking and put more effort into your work?" Gerald was very tempted to smack Xylen's bum on that day, but his pride as a blacksmith prevented him from doing so. There would always be a mountain beyond a mountain. As long as you understand that, Pops, you would be able to keep your feet firmly planted on the ground. And thus, Gerald embarked on his next mission, which was to create a legendary weapon, all out of spite, and to shut his son up, then make the latter admit that his dad was cool and amazing. Of course, the elders of the Ashford and Stallard clans had yet to know that Gerald was also one of the assets of the Leventis family, an asset who would soon devour more than half of their treasury to fund his crafting sessions. "What should we do now?" the head elder of the Stallard clan asked. "We need to find a way to fix this problem." "Elder, I have a way." Kane Stallard, who had pursued Shasha since the battle in the Arcadia archipelago, spoke up. "All you need to do is convince the Leventis family to marry Shasha to me. As long as you can do that, we will all be spared." The elder looked at Kane long and hard before pointing in his direction. "Beat the crap out of that bastard and kick him out of this place." The head elder, Bastian Stallard, who was also Kane's grandfather, shouted in anger. Everyone knew that Kane had been pursuing Shasha for many years, even going to the Leventis family to ask for her hand in marriage. Unfortunately for him, Gerald smacked him into oblivion and sent him back to the Stallard clan tied up in ropes. The Stallard clan didn't take any offense at this incident. In their eyes, that was just a small issue. Shasha was one of the most beautiful young ladies of Pangaea, and her background only made her more desirable to the guys who wished to melt and win her icy heart. Unfortunately, Xylen had raised the bar of Shasha's standards. She would only seriously consider someone who was as capable as her younger brother to become her partner in life. "What about the Ashford clan?" Bastian asked the other elders. "Have they come up with a solution?" Chapter 1005, Black Sheep of the Stallard clan. When Arthur arrived at the Sirius continent, the first clan he visited was the Stallard clan. Why? Because it was closest to the airport. After their meeting had ended, the Stallard clan quickly ordered the deactivation of their territory's defenses and took the initiative to meet Arthur at the border of their territory, hoping they could pacify his anger, even for a bit. "Sir Arthur, we have been waiting for your arrival," Bastian said calmly. "I know you are angry, and we have no right to say that we don't deserve it. We can only ask that you show us mercy and give our families a chance to live. Arthur narrowed his eyes because he had come ready for a one-sided bloodbath. However, seeing that all the elders of the Stallard clan were present and seemed to be keen to appease him, the patriarch of the Leventis family reined in his anger that he might be bloodthirsty. But that didn't mean he would wantonly kill anyone who offended him. From now on, the Stallard clan will become the subordinate of the Leventis family, Arthur declared. I hope you didn't empty your treasury before my arrival, because if you do, I will start killing people. The treasury is intact, Sir Arthur, Bastian replied. Anything you wish, we will give without fail. Bastian and the other elders knew that all they could do now was lower their heads and obey the patriarch of the Leventis family. Good. Arthur nodded. Michael, I'll let you handle the transfer. If they do anything funny, just tell me, and I'll eliminate them. Yes, Father, Michael replied as he fixed his glasses with his middle finger. Lead the way, elders. I hope we all get along from this moment onward. Just as the elders were about to lead Michael away, Arthur's communicator rang. The old man answered it, and Xylen's projection materialized in front of him. Gramps, where are you now? 13 asked. I'm in the Stallard clan, Arthur replied. Why? Did something happen in the Signy continent? Did the Jinns attack? No. It seems like they decided to rest for now, 13 replied. I called to tell you something. And that is? Arthur arched an eyebrow. The Ashford clan has now surrendered to me, 13 said calmly. Give them a visit and eliminate all their elders except for Claude Ashford. I will reappoint him as the patriarch of the Ashford clan, and they will work exclusively for me. Arthur frowned after hearing Xylen's words. What do you mean they surrendered to you? Arthur asked. It's exactly as it sounds, 13 answered. They surrendered to me. All of their resources now belong to me. So don't touch their treasury, okay? The corner of Arthur's lips twitched after hearing his no-good grandson's reply. Clearly, there was a big difference in the Ashford clan surrendering to him and them surrendering to Xylen. Xylen, you should just let me handle things here in the Aldebaran continent, Arthur stated. You should just focus there in the Signy continent. No can do, Gramps, 13 said. The Ashford clan is now my toy. I don't like others playing with my toy, even if it's you. The grandfather and grandson pair stared at each other, creating a tension that even made Bastian and the elders of the Stallard clan see something that they never expected to see. Arthur was the patriarch of the Leventis family, and he was a monarch. However, Xylen was talking to him as if they were equals. No, Xylen was talking to him as if he were Arthur's superior, which made the members of the Stallard clan wonder if there was something wrong with their eyes and ears. Xylen, Arthur growled. Gramps, don't make me repeat myself, 13 said firmly. Don't touch the Ashford clan, or else I'll break ties with the Leventis family. Kane, who was also there to welcome Arthur, looked at the teenage boy, whom he also considered his future brother-in-law, with a look of admiration. My brother-in-law is so cool. Kane couldn't help but admire and respect the teenage boy, who was younger than him by a few years. Despite him being younger, Xylen was actually threatening the patriarch of the Leventis family, making Arthur's face contort in anger. Arthur clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Fine, Arthur said through gritted teeth after he regained his composure. You can have your toy, but you will share some of the resources of the Ashford clan with me, okay? Sure, 13 replied. Just remember to imprison or eliminate the list of people I will send to you shortly. They are no longer needed in the new era of the Ashford clan. Just as 13 was about to end the call, Kane shouted, catching his attention. As expected of you, brother-in-law. Kane said with a fearless smile on his face. I am truly impressed by how amazing and cool you are. Please, make me your disciple, so I will be worthy of Shasha. 13, Arthur and Michael looked at the young man, who was looking at 13's projection with the passion of youth. Gramps, beat the crap out of him, but don't kill him. Cranky needs a new chew toy. I think Kane is the perfect person for the job. Of course, Xylen. Of course. I'll prepare a coffin just in case, Michael said as he fixed his glasses with his middle finger. After all, accidents can happen. Chapter 1006. 1006. A shell of their former glory. Once he was done with the Stallard clan, Arthur headed to the Ashford clan with Bastian and the other elders who had pledged their allegiance in TOW. It be by the time he was near their gates, The elders of the family sensibly opened it for him and his people. Their intel had already told them everything that could be found out about Arthur's trip to the Stallard clan, and they now hoped to receive the same treatment after they surrendered. "Welcome to the Ashford clan, Sir Arthur," greeted Romulus. "Ashford, the new self-proclaimed patriarch. We have been waiting for your arrival, and we hope you can show us mercy." It was the former patriarch's decision to attack the Leventis family, and none of us had been willing to be a part of it. However, we know saying this will not be enough for our transgressions to be forgiven. So, we are willing to work for the Leventis family as your subordinates. We will do our best to show our sincerity, and we hope you will give us this chance, Sir Arthur. Arthur scoffed. "Where is Claude? Take me to him." "Now." "Of course." Romulus nodded. "That traitor is currently imprisoned, and we will be more than happy to hand him and his wife over to you, Sir Arthur." Not wanting to anger the patriarch of the Leventis family, they all headed to the prison where they held Claude and his wife locked up. "It's time for you to pay for your sin, traitor," Romulus shouted as soon as they arrived at Claude's prison cell. "Sir Arthur is here to decide your fate. I hope you're ready to pay for your transgressions with your life." Claude looked at Romulus, who had always coveted his position as patriarch. Despite their blood relation as cousins, not once had they ever been fond of each other, not even in their childhood. "Bring him out," Arthur ordered. Xylen had already told him what to do, and for the sake of their family's peace, he reluctantly agreed to listen to his no-good grandson's demands. After Claude and his wife, Natasha, were both out of their cell, Arthur asked for a general assembly of all the elders, as well as those who held a high position in the Ashford clan. Thinking the old man only wished to make an announcement, Romulus complied and called all the elders, as well as their high-ranking subordinates, to attend to the emergency summons. "Is everyone here?" Arthur asked. "Yes, Sir Arthur," Romulus replied. "Everyone who matters in the Ashford clan is here right now." Even the members of the young generation, who were close to Xylen's age, were also present to listen to the monarch, who now held their lives in his hands. "First off, I have an announcement to make," Arthur said. "I will reinstate Claude Ashford as the patriarch of the Ashford clan." Arthur's words sounded like thunder in Romulus' ears, making him look at his cousin in disbelief. "Sir Arthur, why are you reinstating that traitor?" Romulus asked. "He is the one who planned everything, including the extermination of your family." It was very obvious that he was unwilling to give up the position of patriarch, which he had long sought to acquire. Truth be told, Arthur really didn't care who would become the new leader of the Ashford clan. What he only needed was a loyal dog who would obey his every word. Unfortunately, Xylen had claimed the Ashford clan as his own, and the young man wanted Claude to be its patriarch. Since that was the case, Arthur had no choice but to follow his grandson's arrangements and capture the people who would threaten Claude's rule. Michael had brought the elders of the Stallard clan, including Bastian, who was more than willing to show their loyalty to their new masters. "Everyone who is on this list will be taken under our custody," Michael declared. "Relax. As long as you cooperate, your lives will not be in any danger. We don't plan to kill anyone. But if you really want to die, then we will be more than happy to oblige." Michael released the pressure of a throne, making Romulus, who was about to resist being detained by Bastian, shudder uncontrollably. With the ringleaders of the Ashford clan taken under custody, Claude couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These people had dragged him and his wife to the prison as soon as they heard the failed attempt of their monarch to eliminate the Leventis family. They had planned to make him the scapegoat and take the blame for everything his father had done if not for his son, Clark, who had truly pledged his allegiance to Xylen. He and his wife, Natasha, might have suffered a fate that was worse than death. "You're very lucky, Claude," Arthur said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "But remember this. You can't be lucky forever, so make sure you obey my grandson's order to the Of course, you also need to obey me. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, Sir Arthur," Claude replied. Gone was his arrogance of the past, who looked down on the prestigious families because a monarch was supporting their clan. They didn't even have a throne, and only champions remained. They were no longer a monarch clan, nor did they have the right to be even called a prestigious family. Claude knew that they were now just a shell of their former glory, forever to become the subordinates of the family whom they had tried to eradicate from the world. Arthur didn't hesitate to loot the entire treasury of the Ashford clan, which he planned to bring back to the Aldebaran continent as for Romulus and the others. They would be sent to the Cygni continent to redeem themselves through military merits. Although these elders were very reluctant, they would rather fight for humanity than be labeled as criminals and be stuck in prison. With this, the glory days of the Ashford and Stallard clans were finally over. Many families whom they had trampled in the past rejoiced after hearing this news. Many more cheered because they were the people who had been bullied by these two clans in the past. Lawrence had arrived at the territory of the Ashford clan to meet with Arthur. The two then discussed for more than 2 hours on how to strengthen the alliance between the central government and the Leventis family. They also discussed the plans for the Cygni continent, where Arthur and Lawrence would head together to join the fight that would decide the fate of. Chapter 1007. For the sake of the bigger picture. No more. Please. I beg of you. Have mercy. Stop. Just kill me. Kill me. Aaron and Norman, who once lorded over the wanderers of Pangaea, now both looked like disheveled, wrinkly old men as they begged for their lives. Erasmus had slowly refined their bodies and souls, making their strength a part of his power. He did this as slowly and as painfully as possible, making the two proud monarchs lose their vitality as their rank degraded. After 3 days of torture, both of them had returned to being rookies and could no longer threaten anyone. Erasmus made sure to cut off their arms and legs, preventing them from escaping. He would burn their bodies with dark flames every day, specifically hurting their souls. Physical pain, emotional pain, and spiritual pain. The Lord of Death made sure to inflict all of this and more on the two people whom he had wished to take revenge on for the past hundreds of years. But it would not end there. He also planned to take revenge on Trevor Remington, Douglas Griffin, and Wendell Elrod. The only reason he hadn't made a move to do all that was thanks to the fact that the three were currently fighting for the sake of humanity. Depending on their performance, Erasmus might only give them a light punishment in return for his forgiveness. 2 more days passed, and the Lord of Death finally came out of his cave. I expected them to last longer, but it seems trash will stay as trash, Erasmus muttered. Aaron and Norman broke in both body, mind, and soul after the Lord of Death's continuous torture. With his revenge on the two monarchs finally finished, Erasmus returned to Xylen's home. As soon as he appeared, Rhea immediately ran in his direction to hug his leg. "Uncle, let's watch TV together?" Rhea asked, looking very happy to see her uncle once more. "Okay." Erasmus nodded before picking up the little girl and making her sit on his lap. The 13th arrangements were only for him to go to the Aldebaran continent and deal with the two monarch clans who planned to exterminate the Leventis family. Now that he had finished his revenge, he was left with nothing to do. At least for the moment. 13 had made another arrangement for him, but now was not the time for him to take action. The Cygni continent was currently unstable, with 3 major factions vying for supremacy: the Wanderers, the Jinns, and the Azathrals, who had once again gone into hiding. But this balance of power would soon be broken due to the actions of several individuals who had decided to finally make their move to somewhere in the Cygni continent. Dozens of wanderers walked into the Jinn camp with calm looks on their faces. When they saw Princess Aracel, all of them knelt like knights, paying homage to the Magian princess who was their master's secret lover. 13 had shown his face to the top executives of the Church of Destruction and was now using them to make contact with the faction where Princess Aracel was a part of. "So, you are the humans who wish to serve us, right?" Prince Valen looked at the humans who had contacted Princess Aracel to form an alliance. "Yes, Your Highness." The man leading the Church of Destruction removed the hooded cloak that hid his identity. "I am the Archbishop of the Church of Destruction, Colbert Riggs. We are here to collaborate with your faction for a swift end to this war, which shall be in your favor." Prince Valen nodded with a smile. "I like the sound of that. But why did you approach us and not the other factions?" "It's because our saintess is here," Colbert replied before shifting his gaze to Princess Aracel. "She had been chosen by our Supreme Master to become his queen." Prince Valen sneered in his heart, thinking Colbert was simply being delusional. His sister had countless suitors in Gamara, yet a mere human dared to even think of making her his queen. Simply delusional. However, Prince Valen didn't say anything and only nodded in understanding. "I'll just make use of you for now," Prince Valen thought. As long as your Church of Destruction does your part, I won't mind letting you continue to serve us. The prince had known his sister since she was a child. He was confident that Princess Aracel would play her role as the chosen queen of the Church of Destruction until the war ended in their favor. With a group of wanderers working alongside them, they would be able to gather important information that would help them conquer the continent as fast as possible. Princess Lavinia and her sister, Princess Xylen, looked at the wanderers with great interest. The two of them were succubi, and with the power of their charm, they were confident that they would be able to make use of these wanderers who had come to serve themselves on a silver platter. Prince Xylen and Prince Orin were also present, as they were very curious about the Church of Destruction, who had pledged allegiance to them. "Who is your supreme master?" Prince Orin asked. "We cannot reveal his identity now," Colbert replied. "But we are certain that all of you will be very happy to meet him in the future." "Oh," Princess Lavinia arched an eyebrow. "We can meet him?" "Of course," Colbert replied. "In fact, one of the reasons I am here is for me to set a time and place for all of you to meet our supreme leader. He has already heard about the Azathrals, and he wishes to help you get rid of them." "Really?" Prince Valen arched an eyebrow. "You mean to say that you want to set a time and place for us to meet him, so we will all walk into a trap, right?" "No," Colbert shook his head. "The time and place of the meeting will be at your camp. Our supreme leader is not afraid to talk while being surrounded by your entire army." "Is he handsome?" Princess Lavinia asked, which made Princess Aracel glare in her direction. Seeing her reaction, the succubus princess couldn't help but smile. With that one simple reaction, she quickly deduced that Princess Aracel and that supreme leader might have already met in the past. But why do I have a bad feeling about this? Princess Lavinia thought. Am I just overthinking things? Colbert glanced at the succubus princess, not knowing how to reply. Was Xylen handsome? Not really, he was only slightly above average. But he had this irresistible charm that worked well against the ladies that in fact, Princess Aracel was one of those ladies who could no longer live without Xylen. Colbert glanced briefly at the beautiful princess, who was looking at him with a mischievous smile on her face. It was as if she was daring Colbert to call her beloved ugly right in front of her, which made the latter suddenly feel as if he was about to sweat buckets. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, Colbert replied. What is handsome to me might not be handsome for any of you. As such, I will let the ladies be the judge of whether our supreme leader is handsome or not when you finally meet him. Princess Aracel nodded, satisfied with this answer. However, Princess Lavinia only became more curious about the identity of the supreme leader of the Church of Destruction. After setting a time and place for their next meeting, Colbert and the rest of the members of his organization exchanged contact numbers with the leaders of the Jinn before leaving their camp. Since the Azathrals made their appearance, 13 had no choice but to move the meeting with the Church of Destruction and the Jinns ahead of schedule. The battle was far from over, but 13 was more than happy to flip the table and break the rules of the game for the sake of the bigger picture. Chapter 1008. Thank you for being born in this world. How did Aaron react after he found out you were the person he killed 300 years ago? 13 asked Erasmus. After the latter had called to him to report that he had already dealt with Aaron Ashford and Norman Stallard, he immediately went for the most interesting part. You should have seen his face, Erasmus replied, the scorching flames in his eyes dancing with satisfaction. He didn't believe it at first, but when he realized that it was really me, the terror he felt was second to none. I wish I were there. 13 sighed in regret. It must have felt good to break their mind, body, and spirit. It was the best. Erasmus nodded. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to take revenge. You're welcome. 13 smiled evilly. So, did you take their souls? Of course, Erasmus replied. I plan to let them recover a bit, then torture them again and again and again for eternity. Let me play with them once they recover. 13 said. Okay. Erasmus nodded. I'll even plant their souls on temporary bodies to ensure that they will feel pain. Perfect. 13 clapped. I want to hear them scream. Can I watch when you torture them? I want to see what you can do. Of course you can. The two chuckled evilly, knowing their revenge was far from over. After exchanging some information, 13 finally explained the current situation in the Signy continent. Are those Azathrals strong? Erasmus inquired. I believe you can fight the black Azathrals, 13 replied after careful consideration. But the golden one might pose a problem for you. Unfortunately, Laplace Demon and the one only allowed you to make a round trip from the Rigel continent to the Aldebaran continent. Quite unfortunate, Erasmus commented. The Earth Dragons also wanted to have a piece of action. They feel bored after decades of being cooped up in the Rigel continent. The teenage boy could only smile wryly. Actually, he had already tried to ask Laplace Demon and the one to allow the Earth Dragons to help him in the Cygni continent. However, they forced Xylen to make a choice. Either let Erasmus travel freely to the Aldebaran continent or let the Earth Dragons go to the Cygni continent. Since 13 prioritized the safety of his family, he decided to choose the first option. This allowed Erasmus to go to the Aldebaran continent, boosting the defenses of the Leventus family, which proved to be the right thing to do. With his help, Lady Callista and his parents were able to survive the calamity that had befallen them. So, what do you intend to do? Erasmus asked. Those Azathrals sounded like a real pain. 13 nodded because this was indeed the case. The other factions didn't know how strong the Azathrals were. But as someone who had fought against one of them in the past, 13 understood how dangerous they truly were. I'll work with the Jinns to defeat them, 13 answered. It is the only way that I can think of. Nautilus is now heading back to the Cygni continent, but it will take them a week to get there. Many things can happen at that time, so I need all the help that I can get. Also, I have carefully selected the factions for this task. Erasmus nodded. It seems you already have a plan. However, Xylen, don't forget, there are always unexpected variables in war. I know, 13 replied. These Azathrals might have learned from my fight against their predecessor and found ways to counter Rocky. I am not underestimating them. But you plan to use them as well, right? Erasmus chuckled. They are like a double-edged sword. If they attack the Jinns, then the Wanderers will be able to have some breathing time. But if they attack the Wanderers alongside the Jinn army, the Wanderers would be defeated very easily. They would likely temporarily ally with your enemies. If that happens, what would you do? What else? 13 smirked before raising his finger to point upwards. Erasmus nodded in understanding that 13's strongest trump card, Athena, wasn't just for show. It had been lying dormant in space for many years, continuously absorbing solar energy from the sun. With a command from the teenage boy, the sentient weapon from space could unleash a devastating beam attack that would vaporize anything it hit. The only downside was that he could only use it 3 times, and it dealt an area of effect. Damage. Athena's single beam attack was equivalent to a nuclear strike that could obliterate anything within a 500-meter radius. Of course, this wasn't its only means of attack. Instead of a single beam, it could disperse the attack from space, making smaller laser beams descend like shooting stars from the sky and deal wider area damage. The only downside was that it was less potent than the concentrated beam. 13 couldn't possibly use Athena's main beam strike if he was forced to use it at point-blank range against a stronger enemy. That he would also be vaporized by the impact if he were within the striking range of the attack. So he made an alternative option for emergency purposes. But if you wish to do it, can't you wipe out the 3 main factions right now? Erasmus inquired. Why are you not using it to decrease the number of your enemies? That's because not all high-tier gates have opened, 13 replied. Athena has been monitoring 6 more gates. If my theory is correct, we might not only be facing attacks from Gamara and the Artemian kingdom. Other worlds might also join this battle once everyone thinks that the war is over. Since there are still uncertain variables, I cannot use Athena until all the players have gathered on the battlefield. There are still 6 gates that haven't opened. Erasmus was truly surprised by this piece of information. What class are these gates? Genocide class, 13 replied. This is why I still haven't used Athena. Erasmus pondered for a while before making a guess. They might be from factions in Gamara who are late to the party, Erasmus stated. Or they can also come from Solterra. Both are possible, 13 replied. I guess we'll just have to wait until the gates fully open. And when will they open? Erasmus inquired. A month from now, 13 answered. Within that month, I need to crush the Azathrals and wipe out the other Jinn factions that will not align with my goals. Can you do it? Erasmus had full faith when it came to 13. However, even he felt that this mission would be extremely difficult, especially since Xylen's hands were tied by several variables on the battlefield. That was also the reason why he moved his plan ahead of time and allowed the Church of Destruction to make contact with Princess Aracel's faction. Point 13, were even looking forward to meeting with them personally and seeing their reactions, especially Prince Valen, the Crown Prince of House Pavareth. With the Scavari becoming the leader of the second faction, Xylen now gained indirect control over it. Only the Garuda faction under Prince Safarian was outside of his sphere of influence. Frankly, the Jinns weren't 13's main target right now. He was more worried about the Azathrals than the entire Jinn faction combined. With their ability to adapt and evolve, those 21 Azathrals, excluding the Golden One, had the strong possibility of evolving and becoming rank 9 sovereigns. Their attacks on the Jinn factions, leaving no survivors behind, were proof that they were devouring their bodies to rapidly increase their strength, allowing faster breakthrough to the next rank. If all 21 of them became Golden Azathrals, 13 wasn't confident about being able to stop them all. "I'll do what I need to do," 13 replied. "In any case, I have no other choice." Erasmus nodded in understanding. As long as there was a chance, he believed that 13 would be able to pull through. His only regret was that he was unable to help the teenage boy because he was not allowed to travel to the Signy continent. That a few minutes later, 13 finally ended his call and sighed while looking out from the window of his office. He had already taken everyone back to Casimir City in preparation for the next round of battle against the Jinns. "Why are you sighing?" Shasha hugged her brother from behind and kissed his cheek. "Are you worried about the war?" "A little bit," 13 admitted. "You should get some rest while you can." "Maybe later," Shasha replied. "It has been a while since we spent some time together because you're always with Sherry, Erica, and Shauna." 13 smiled faintly and allowed his sister to hug, pamper him, and pat his head. It had truly been a while since they had been together and spent some time like this. Back then, 13 would always spare time to train his brother and sisters, ensuring that they were on the right path to become strong warriors. This was also the reason why his brother and sisters think of him as their pillar and role model, despite the fact that he wasn't the oldest among them. Mikhail, Shasha, Remy, and Ria respected and loved Xylen very much. His parents, Gerald and Alessia, loved all of their children. But even they paid more attention to Xylen, as he was the most special of them all. Shasha then led 13 to the couch and made him rest his head on her lap and continued to lightly pat his head. "Xylen, Mom and Dad called me and Mikhail today to inform us on what happened at the Leventis residence," Shasha said softly. "Thank you for protecting our family. Things might have ended differently without the arrangements you have prepared in advance." "You don't need to thank me, sis," 13 replied. "That is what being family is all about, right? At least, that's what they say on TV." A faint smile appeared on Shasha's beautiful face because she knew that her brother wasn't someone to show his emotions so readily. When they were still young, she had to admit that she was intimidated by her little brother. He was a wall that they couldn't break. He was the mountain that they couldn't conquer. However, this also made them feel safe. They always felt that as long as he was around, they would be protected. Shasha never felt this as strongly as she did when she was sent to the Arcadia archipelago. There, her little brother. Chapter 1009, 1009. The northern battle lines are already compromised. "I see. So this is Exodia," 13 muttered as he looked at the monster currently tied by chains within the domain of the apocalypse. Body now fully regenerated, it thrashed around in an attempt to break free from the shackles binding it, only to fail miserably. "Can you understand me?" 13 asked, standing several meters away from the monster, an abomination created by the Ashford clan to take down Lawrence, the Grand Marshal of the central government. Exodia glared at the teenage boy before opening its mouth to unleash an acid spray in his direction. The spray hit an invisible wall, stopping it midair. "You're a pretty feisty fellow, huh?" 13 smirked. "Too bad. I don't have time to play with you." It was also very unfortunate that the leaders of his monster army, like Khan, Harahan, and Lord Zorka, weren't strong enough to deal with Exodia. As a rank 9 sovereign, the only ones who could beat the crap out of it were Kamasats, Camarasipa, and Paimon. But those three also seemed particularly busy as of late, and would only appear inside the domain from time to time. 13 also didn't want to rely on them too much, so he decided to put training Exodia on hold for the time being. When he returned to the real world, the teenage boy was forced to join the meeting of the Alliance, which would dictate their next course of action. As the supreme strategist of the Alliance, everyone wanted to hear his opinion, especially after he managed to defeat one of the Jinn armies that had tried to conquer the southern part of the continent. Our satellite images show that the Jinns have reorganized their forces and divided them into 3 main armies, Tristan explained. They have positioned themselves on the north and the center of the continent, leaving the south untouched. The field marshal glanced at Xylen's direction as everyone in the room had been briefed that the Jinns had failed to pass through the planar mountain range after facing off against their supreme strategist. All of you are already aware that we're facing another threat just as dangerous as the Jinns, the Azathrals. Xylen had encountered one in Solterra, and according to him, they are relentless killing machines developed by the Artemians. I won't go over the specifics since all of you should have read Xylen's briefing. But I will say this. In my opinion, the Azathrals pose an even greater danger. Unlike the Jinns, they move undetected by burrowing underground to mask their presence. As we speak, their current location is completely unknown. That alone puts our entire defense at risk. They were last spotted at the rear of the Jinn armies, but there's no telling if they've since diverted in our direction. That's what makes them so terrifying. We don't know where they are, or when they'll strike. Even 13 was struggling to find traces of the Azathrals since they were outside of Athena's scope of supervision. While it could still scan for traces up to 300 meters below the ground, it wasn't capable of anything deeper than that. The Azathrals travel at least 1 kilometer or 2 deep under the ground, making them undetectable even by radar. May I speak? 13 raised his hand. Go ahead, Xylen. Tristan replied. 13 then scanned the faces of everyone before saying what was on his mind. I'm not sure if you know, but I've dealt with Artemians before the Azathrals, 13 said. The first time I came across them was during my sister's first wandering. The Artemians were connected to her mission at the time. Helping my sister succeed in her mission essentially thwarted the Artemians' plans, and ever since then, they've hated me to the core. I believe I'm one of the main reasons the Azathrals were sent to Pangaea. Surely, the Artemian king still wishes to exact his revenge on me. Hearing his explanation, everyone had the "so it's your fault they're here" gaze, but Xylen only shrugged as if this wasn't a big deal to him. Regardless of whether they are sent here to get revenge on me or not isn't important. 13 continued his explanation. The main point is, we can use this calamity as an opportunity. The way I see it, there are only 4 possible outcomes for this war. The first possibility is that the Azathrals will target the high-ranking Jinns to eat their flesh, blood, and cores, allowing them to evolve into rank 9 sovereigns. There's also a possibility they will prioritize feeding these cores to the Golden Azothral, which would make it break through the rank 9 threshold and become an Archon. If that happens, everyone, both us and the Jinns, will no longer have a place to stay here in the continent. We're a little luckier than most since we can still evacuate. As for the Jinns, they have nowhere to go and will just have to serve as food for the Azathrals. 13 smirked before raising another finger. The second possibility is that they will ignore the Jinns and come to find me. They will then do their best to kill me, and once I die, everyone else will follow me to the afterlife. The teenage boy was smiling, but the rest inside the room was not. Based on their expression, he must have made a terrible joke. That said, he quickly raised a third finger. What most of you don't know is that the Azathrals can breed and increase their numbers, 13 said in a solemn tone. However, they prefer to capture ladies who possess holy or divine powers in their bodies. Shauna, who was inside the conference room, bit her lip. She could still remember how Xylen fought against the Azothral in Solterra to keep her safe. Tristan frowned and looked at his daughter with worry. Xylen didn't include this information when he sent the data of the Azathrals. While Shauna is a prime candidate, we can't rule out the possibility of Jinns who also possess these qualities, 13 stated. So, if there are any wanderers who possess holy or divine powers, the central government should gather them now. It's best that we temporarily evacuate them from the continent. Tristan's expression was dark after realizing that the Saintess was in grave danger. The last thing he wanted to happen was to let the Azathrals capture Shauna and make her suffer a fate worse than death. But 13 was still not finished with his explanation. He raised a fourth finger to say the last possibility. But before he could do that, a soldier entered the room in haste and whispered something in Tristan's ears. The field marshal's face became solemn after hearing his subordinates. Report. The Azathrals have appeared in one of our fortresses in the north, Tristan said in a grave tone. A battle is already taking place. But I have a piece of bad news. They have completely destroyed the 2 Magian cannons stationed in the north, which is one of our trump cards. I'm afraid even if we send reinforcements now, it is already too late to do anything. 13 sighed because this was one of his worries. The Azathrals were very smart, and he wouldn't put it past them from learning the technologies of the human race. The Magian cannons were one of the weapons that could harm them. Now that they were destroyed, the North would no longer have a deterrent against the jinns who might attack them at any moment. Tell everyone to evacuate if they can, 13 said. We cannot send reinforcements because none of them can fight against the Azathrals. Sending our people will be just sending them to die. Order all the armies on the north to evacuate to the center. The northern battle lines are already compromised. We cannot risk sacrificing more of our manpower to defend it. Tristan knew that time was of the essence, so he immediately sent an order for mass evacuation. Now that the Azathrals had appeared in the territory of the Wanderers, it meant that they would have to make a difficult choice for the sake of everyone's safety. 13 looked at Shauna, who was looking back at him with a calm expression. The Saintess knew that no matter what happened, Xylen would not abandon her. So she didn't panic despite feeling anxious deep inside. The teenage boy could tell what she was thinking, so he urged Tristan to gather all the Wanderers who possessed holy and divine powers and to send them to a ship that would set sail away from the continent, away from the monsters, who wanted nothing more than to capture them and increase their numbers. Chapter 1010 A Crazy Proposal. The Azathrals' attack on the northern fortresses of the Wanderers had also reached the Jinn factions. 13 decided it was in their best interest to let the Jinns know that the Azathrals were spotted in the human territories, which would make them hesitate in attacking them. He asked the Church of Destruction to pass this message to Princess Aracel, allowing him to gain merits for the information. The teenage boy planned to share all his information to only her, elevating her standing in the Jinn army. He also passed the information to Prince Zoran and told him what to do next. On that same day, another conference was held between the Jinns, so they could discuss the best course of action to take. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to attack the Wanderers? Prince Zafarian, who was very eager to take advantage of the situation, said, Let's attack them now and capture their territories, bringing a swift end to this war. His faction completely agreed with him, and he also gained support from the 2 other factions, who wished nothing more than to have a quick resolution to the war. What you propose is good, but we should also look at the bigger picture, Prince Zoran said. Think about it this way. Once the Wanderers are defeated, we will become the owners of this continent. That is all well and good. However, there's one big issue with this outcome. Since our goal has been reached, our armies will then split apart. Each of us will then take over a territory. That is a peaceful resolution after the war ends. But are you all forgetting something? The Wanderers might be no more, but the Azathrals will remain. What stops them from eliminating us one by one? Or are you going to say that all of us should continue to stick together like scared martens who only know how to turtle up in their territories? Hey, you're taking things too far, you rat. Prince Orin, who was the prince of the Martins, cried foul. However, Prince Zoran only chuckled because he had already made his point. Let's all face it, Prince Zoran stated. This war was supposed to be a war between us and the Wanderers, with a third party joining and taking advantage of both sides. The only ones who will be on the losing end will either be us or the Wanderers. Wouldn't it be better if both sides compromised and eliminated this third party first before resuming the war? I know this sounds crazy, but I think the Azathrals pose a greater threat to us than the Wanderers. Their numbers might be few, but they still have 20 rank 8 sovereign and 1 rank 9 sovereign. That kind of force. Do you guys understand how threatening they truly are? Or am I the only one who truly understands the danger we are in? Prince Zoran's words struck a nerve. They might be reluctant to admit it, but 20 rank 8 sovereigns and a rank 9 sovereign posed a significant threat to them. Only the truly powerful factions, like House Pavarith, the Garuda Empire, the Azrakith Court, and the Skavari, had 2 rank 9 sovereigns each. Aside from them, each faction only had 1 to the rank 8 sovereigns, also numbered around 4 to 7 per faction. which was nothing compared to the forces that the Azathrals have at their disposal. Just like Prince Zoran said, so what? If the Wanderers were defeated, it was not like they could split their armies apart and claim their own territories. That would be an extremely foolish thing to do. Such a move would only lead to their destruction, which would also make their enemies stronger. Perhaps knowing that the perfect time was ripe, Princess Aracel joined the discussion. Let us not forget that these Azathrals can evolve, Princess Aracel stated. Once they gain one more rank 9 sovereign, or their rank 9 sovereign breaks through to become an Archon, forget about the Wanderers. All of us will become sitting ducks on this land, and we won't even be able to leave due to the laws of this world. Did it ever occur to any of you that the Wanderers could evacuate and leave us to deal with the Azathrals? They can just come back after a few years to deal with whoever is the victor of this war. Believe me when I say that our chances of winning against the Azathrals might be lower compared to our chances of winning against the Wanderers. Simply put, we just need to choose the lesser evil. As long as we do that, then we will have a higher chance of success. Finally, someone with brains. Prince Zoran clapped happily. I've always heard about Princess Aracel's beauty, but now, I am assured she also has the brains to back it up. You're too kind, Prince Zoran, Princess Aracel replied. I never thought much about the Skavari, but knowing that someone like you is taking command, I believe there is still a future for your race. Princess Aracel and Prince Zoran were 13's people. He had already briefed the two to cooperate with each other and make the Jinns also target the Azathrals, forming a united front with the Wanderers. Although it would be difficult to convince the other leaders, 13 gave them tricks how to do it, and he was right. The Jinns were now starting to waver. So, Prince Zoran once again gave everyone a slight push. You know what they say, an enemy of our enemy is our friend, Prince Zoran said. Wouldn't it be best if we cooperate with Xylen Leventis and deal with those Azathrals once and for all? I mean, all of you know how much I hate that bastard. But after suffering from his hands, I still have to admit that he is one of the most brilliant minds on the side of the Wanderers. Also, isn't this the best opportunity to eliminate him? We just need to put our people in his group. Once the threat of the Azathrals ends, we can just assassinate him before we can even break our temporary alliance. Isn't this a win-win situation for everyone? Prince Zephyrian, who had also been bested by Xylen, couldn't help but agree with Prince Zoran's proposal. While I also hate to admit it, Prince Zoran is right, Prince Zephyrian commented. An enemy of our enemy is our friend. We should consider this temporary alliance. Once the Azathrals are dealt with, we can just assassinate Xylen and take over the continent in one fell swoop. Prince Zoran smirked before glancing at Princess Aracel, Prince Xylen, Prince Orin, and Princess Leventia. Then, to show our sincerity, how about we send Princess Aracel and Princess Leventia to negotiate with Xylen Leventis? Prince Zoran asked. I heard that humans are weak to beautiful ladies, so this might be a good opportunity to seduce him. Also, we should send Prince Orin and Prince Xylen as an added measure to show our goodwill. Even the Wanderers wouldn't want to fight on two fronts, no? They have no choice on the matter aside from cooperating with us to deal with the Azathrals. This is the best time to extend an olive branch, while they are still in a state of shock and panic. Princess Aracel also joined the conversation, and soon, the Jinns were all in agreement to form a temporary alliance with the humans. With their mission accomplished, Princess Aracel and Prince Zoran made contact with Xylen and proposed the details of the temporary alliance between them and the Jinns, who thought that they now had the upper hand in the negotiations. What they didn't know was that they had been enlisted by 13 to become part of his temporary army to fight against the Azathrals, who were currently the greatest threats on the battlefield. Chapter 1011, 1011. Now you have to pay for the price of your stupidity, Part 1. Can they really be trusted? Douglas asked 13 after they received the message from Princess Aracel, asking them to work together with the Jinns to eliminate the Azathrals. We can trust her, 13 replied. As for the other Jinns, we'll only know once we meet them. After hearing the news of what happened in the Aldebaran continent, Douglas Griffin, Trevor Remington, and Wendell Elrod knew that the balance of power had now tilted in favor of the Leventis family. This also elevated Xylen's popularity and value in the alliance. His every word already held great weight, even more so now that both of his grandparents were monarchs. Given the importance of this discussion, 13 decided to bring Douglas, Tristan, and Hans with him to his meetup with the Djinns. Trevor and Wendell would remain in Casimir City as its protectors while they were away. "Are you sure only the 4 of you will go meet them?" Trevor asked. "Even if we bring more, it will not make a difference," 13 replied. "In fact, bringing more will just hinder our escape if the discussion goes south." "I see." Trevor nodded in agreement because the teenage boy was right. "You're very brave, Xylen. I'm sure you're at the top of their kill list right now, yet you still dare to meet them." "Our side needs to show our sincerity," 13 stated. "Since they personally asked me to come, I have no choice but to come." It was not like 13 could tell the monarch that Princess Aracel was his secret lover, and the prince of the Scavari race was his subordinate. The Church of Destruction had also laid out the groundwork for future meetings, and at that time, he would meet them as the leader of the organization who planned to make a world where humans and Djinns could live side by side. "We'll leave in 3 hours, Tristan said. "Finish everything that you need to do by then." 13 and Douglas nodded before going their separate ways. By the time he was back to his room, he found Erica, Sherry, and Shauna were already inside, waiting for him. "When will you leave?" Erica asked. 3 hours from now," 13 replied. "Unfortunately, I can't take the 3 of you with me. I'll be traveling with the Field Marshal, Douglas Griffin, and Hans. So wait for me here, and don't go anywhere." "Understood." Erica nodded. "Xylen, I feel uneasy for some reason," Shauna said as she hugged her lover. "Make sure to bring Rocky and the others. Although I believe that Princess Aracel will not hurt you, the other Djinns might." "I know." 13 lightly patted the Saintess back, as if to assure her he would do everything in his power to stay safe. "Don't worry. At the first sign of trouble, I'll take your father and the rest with me to flee." "My father is also your father, silly," Shauna replied, cupping Xylen's face. "Please, both of you, come back safely for me. Promise me." "I promise." 13 smiled. "I'll keep your father safe." Knowing that Shauna would still feel anxious even with his promise, he kissed her lips in order to calm her down. He then reluctantly pulled back and hugged Sherry, who also told him to be careful in his journey. 13 was the mastermind behind this temporary truce between the Wanderers and the Djinns. So he needed to be there in person to ensure that Tristan and Douglas wouldn't say anything that would make things spiral out of control. This was a critical period, so this discussion must push through no matter what, as long as they were able to eliminate the Azathrals. The major problem would also be dealt with. 3 hours later, 13, Tristan, Douglas, and Hans traveled together on the Field Marshal's giant flying manta ray. The meeting place was one of the cities that once served as the first line of defense against the Djinn invasion. It took them an entire day to reach their destination, and they were escorted by flying Djinns halfway through their journey. "So you are Xylen." Leventus, Princess Zenalia lowered her head a bit to take a better look at the supreme strategist of the alliance. "You're not as handsome as your brother, Mikhail." The princess then shook her head in disappointment, making Princess Aracel have the strong urge to give her a slap. Unaware of what the beautiful princess was thinking, Princess Zenalia then patted 13's head with a cheeky smile on her face. "Guys like you often only last for 1 round and are quick to find release," Princess Zenalia stated. "Truly disappointing. I expected more from the person that the Djinn coalition wished to kill the most." Beads of sweat formed on Princess Leventus's forehead as she dragged her sister away from the teenage boy, who had skinned Prince Zoran alive just because he tried to kidnap his fiancée. Please don't take offense, Xylen," Princess Leventus stuttered. "My sister is just a very straightforward person. Don't take her words seriously." "Okay." 13 nodded. Frankly, he didn't really care what the succubus princess thought. Although he believed that his techniques in lovemaking were lacking, his lovers were very supportive and even encouraged him to try new things, spicing up their nightlife. "Wait, these succubi might know a thing or two," 13 thought as he gave Princess Zenalia a second look. "I'll go ask them for tips later after I'm done with the meeting." When Princess Leventus saw Xylen looking at her sister, she subconsciously shuddered. She couldn't help but overthink that the teenage boy had already marked Princess Zenalia to be skinned alive. I'd better ask her to apologize to him later. Princess Leventus's face paled a bit as that horrifying sight of the Scavari prince being skinned repeatedly was still fresh in her mind. The last thing that she wanted to happen was for her sister to offend Xylen and suffer his revenge. "We meet again, Human, Prince Zephyrian said, standing with his arms crossed as he looked down on the teenage boy who had defeated him in the planar mountain range. Greetings. 13 extended his hand for a handshake. I hope we can temporarily set aside our differences for the bigger picture. Prince Zephyrian looked at the hand that was extended to him before extending his own to shake Xylen's hand. He then increased the strength of his grip, making Xylen wince. Tell me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you now while I have the chance? Prince Zephyrian asked with a sneer. Princess Aracel and Prince Zoran were about to make their move when Prince Xylen and General Varric blocked their path. The two men made sure that no one interrupted this confrontation between the Prince of the Garuda Empire and the teenage boy, who was gazing at the prince with a calm expression, even though one of his hands was about to be broken. Chapter 1012, 1012. Now you have to pay for the price of your stupidity. Part 2. Don't interfere, Prince Xylen said. Your Highness, stay where you are, General Varric ordered. Brother, they are our guests, shouted Princess Aracel, who was very worried about Xylen's safety. Are you telling me you are going to trample on the dignity and honor of House Pavareth? Sister, honor and dignity belong only to the strong, Prince Xylen replied. The strong don't need to lower their heads to the weak. If they want to work together with us, they must prove that we are equals. Prince Xylen is right, General Varric said to Prince Zoran. Also, Your Highness, why are you so concerned with the person who had tortured you until you begged for him to kill you? Did you suddenly develop admiration and respect for the puny human that trampled on your honor and dignity? Prince Zoran narrowed his eyes and was thinking of ways to save his master when suddenly, 13's voice reached his ears. Prince Zephyrian, please stop this childish game, 13 said. Did you think I came here without some kind of insurance? If you don't want things to end badly between the two of us, I ask that you act as expected of your position. The sneer on Prince Zephyrian's face widened as he once again increased his grip. The sound of something cracking reached everyone's ears, making Tristan, Douglas, and Hans step forward with the intention to fight. But at that moment, the overwhelming pressure of rank 9 sovereigns descended on their bodies, pinning them in place. 13, whose right hand was broken, didn't shout in pain. Instead, he only frowned as he looked at the smug-faced prince, who seemed to want to humiliate him in front of everyone. Let go of my hand now, 13 said firmly, which only made Prince Zephyrian chuckle. Without saying anything, Prince Zephyrian grabbed Xylen's left hand and applied pressure on it. Seeing both his hands held by the Prince of the Garuda Empire, everyone thought Xylen was done for. They were all paying close attention to his expression, wishing to see his face contorting in pain and begging for forgiveness, but none of that showed. Instead, Xylen only looked at Prince Zephyrian as if he were a dead man. I gave you a chance, 13 said. Since you want to play, I'll play along with you. It was already nighttime when 13 and his entourage arrived at the city of Velmusa. They were all standing at the plaza of the city, surrounded by the djinns, who were all looking at this scene with amusement. Suddenly, a sigh escaped the teenage person's lips, which made them believe that he sighed because of the pain he was feeling. However, a second later, countless shooting stars descended from the sky, piercing through the bodies of the rank 9 sovereigns. That a moment later, Prince Zephyrian screamed in agony as a faint beam of light sliced through his arms, severing them cleanly from his body like a hot knife through butter. You made me waste one of Athena's light beams, 13 sighed as he kicked the knee of the prince, forcing him to kneel in front of him. You shouldn't have done that. Now you have to pay the price for your stupidity. Without another word, 13 used his left hand to grab the back of the prince's head and smashed his face with his knee. While this was happening, the countless beams of light danced like a deadly apparition, cutting all the buildings around them in half, and seriously injuring all the rank 9 sovereigns that had come to the meeting. That Athena's beam attack was too potent, so he used the second option of making it disperse into countless beams of light from space, reducing their lethality before they reached Pangea. That he was planning to use this against the Azathrals, but he decided that it was also a good opportunity to let the djinns know that they shouldn't think of him as a soft persimmon that they could pinch to oblivion. It was not only the rank 9 sovereigns that were affected by Athena's beam strike. The rank 6, rank 7, and rank 8 monsters were also not spared. All of them suffered serious injuries, though none were fatal. This absolute control was enough proof that if Xylen wished for it, he could have killed everyone in the city without any problem. The sound of Prince Zephyrian's pained cries spread in the plaza as the jinns watched in horror. None of them dared to make a move and stop the little devil, who had almost unleashed a one-sided massacre. With one last kick, 13 sent Prince Zephyrian flying and watched him crash down on the ground like the bastard that he was. He then kicked the bloody arms on the ground and made it land beside the prince, who thought he could humiliate the guest that they had invited from afar. Go and heal him before he really dies of blood loss, 13 said as he used his left hand to brush his hair upward, making Princess Xylen, who had looked down on him earlier, look at the teenage boy with starry eyes. The princess was a fan of bad boys, and in her eyes, Xylen was the baddest of bad boys that she had seen in her life. Perhaps sensing her gaze, 13 glanced in her direction, making Princess Lavinia, who was standing beside her sister, shudder as her face lost all of its color. Oh no, we are doomed, Princess Lavinia thought. He's going to kill my sister. Of course, 13 wasn't thinking of such a thing. Chapter 1013, 1013. The person that would make her life complete. Can you stop screaming like a girl and actually find someone who can reattach your arms? 13 said as he glanced at Zephyrian, who knelt on the ground while screaming as if he were trying to summon the blood gods with his voice alone. As Princess Aracel used her powers to heal 13's broken hand. She couldn't help but wish she could kick the screaming prince to the Antares continent. Unfortunately, she couldn't do that, as it would only make things more complicated than they already were. Prince Xylen was already shocked that his sister had prioritized healing Xylen over Prince Zephyrian, who was actually their ally. Perhaps due to almost all the high-ranking jinns around them being seriously injured, no one paid too much attention to Princess Aracel. Freed from the pressure of the jinns, Tristan, Douglas, and Hans stood around Xylen, ready to fight the jinns if they were to harm him once more. Little did they know that all the jinns present in the scene no longer had the guts to harm Xylen, especially after that beam that shot from the sky. 90% of their forces had been injured, and they would be fools if they still didn't know who was responsible for making them suffer. Douglas glanced at the Magian princess and wondered why she was healing Xylen instead of her other comrades. Tristan and Hans, on the other hand, weren't too surprised by this action. After all, Princess Aracel had been with Xylen in Casimir City for a time. They believed that the two might have become good friends during their short time together. If they only knew that the relationship between the two was already more than friends, they would probably give the teenage boy a pat on the back for getting himself a beauty that could bring the downfall of a nation. Your right hand is already healed, but it will be best if you don't strain it for a day or two, Princess Aracel said before reaching out to hold Xylen's left hand, which was also injured by Prince Zephyrian. She used her divine magic to heal him once more, this time taking extra care to do it properly, extending the session just a little longer so she could keep holding Xylen's hand. Prince Zoran, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but facepalm. Girl, can you not look at the master like a lady in love as you hold his hand? Prince Zoran thought. You're just making trouble for him. Unfortunately, Princess Aracel's common sense had stopped working the moment she saw that her lover was hurt, prioritizing his safety over others. Princess Lavinia and the other succubi had also used their healing arts to heal the injuries of their allies. The healers of the Garuda Empire worked together to reattach the arm of their prince and make sure that he wouldn't suffer a lasting injury. That a few minutes later, Princess Aracel pulled Xylen towards her brother with a determined look on her face. Brother, our guest seems to still be shaken by what happened earlier, Princess Aracel said. Can I take him to our quarters so he can rest until everyone is ready to resume the peace talks? The corner of Prince Valen's lips twitched, not knowing if the peace talks would still push through after Xylen had injured the high-ranking jinns in the city. Still, seeing that something might be going on with his sister and the teenage boy, he decided to give his approval. Princess Aracel didn't waste any more time and took away from the plaza so the young man could rest. Naturally, Tristan, Douglas, and Hans followed them. They couldn't possibly allow Xylen to remain unprotected in the Jinn territory. When the Wanderers were finally out of sight, Prince Valen and General Varric exchanged a glance with each other. They had just watched from the side as Prince Zephyrian tried to bully Xylen. Both of them agreed that making the Wanderers understand that they were helpless against them was a good move to intimidate them. Unfortunately, it wasn't a good move. It was a very bad move, and they were now paying for their actions. I told all of you not to underestimate Xylen Leventus, Prince Xylen said in disdain. Look at what happened. You embarrassed us in front of those humans. Prince Xylen glared at Prince Zephyrian, but deep inside, he was gloating at the prince's misfortune. 13 had treated him well, and even gave him some cool tools to make himself look cooler as Masked Rider Beetle. The teenage boy also gave him some sound advice, which raised his influence among his own people. Even General Zelnav found the prince's change in attitude to his liking. Of course, he wasn't aware that Prince Xylen and Xylen were friends behind the scenes. A few minutes later, the moment Princess Aracel closed the door of her room, she immediately went to hug Xylen and kissed his lips. Tristan, Douglas, and Hans were all in the living room, waiting for Xylen to finish his treatment. The teenage boy had assured the three that Princess Aracel wouldn't hurt him. He added that he needed to have a private chat with her and ask for her help to smooth the situation they were in. Thinking that the Jinns might attack Xylen again, the three agreed. They also believed that the princess had some kind of authority over their own faction. Don't leave marks on places that can be seen, 13 said, because Princess Aracel liked to nibble his neck and put kiss marks on it to annoy Shauna, who was also very possessive of him. Don't worry, I know, Princess Aracel replied as she hugged Xylen tightly. But I wish I could have stopped that bastard Zephyrian right away. You didn't scream or cry out in pain earlier, but I'm sure it hurt a lot. It did. 13 nodded. But compared to the pain that I've been through in the past, this is nothing. Princess Aracel then pulled Xylen to the bed, where they sat together. There's something that I need to tell you, Aracel, 13 said in a serious tone. You are in danger. What kind of danger am I in? Princess Aracel asked. The Azathrals can breed, but they choose ladies who possess holy and divine powers to increase their numbers, 13 replied. If they sense your divine power, they might attempt to kidnap you. Princess Aracel frowned after hearing her lover's explanation, but a moment later, a smile appeared on her face as she whispered something in Xylen's ear. How about you make me pregnant? Princess Aracel asked. If I'm already pregnant, they can't make me pregnant again, right? Can you take this more seriously? 13 looked at the beautiful princess whose IQ seemed to have decreased drastically after she gave her lover a kiss. I'm serious, you know? Princess Aracel smiled. If you want me to be safe, wouldn't giving me a baby be the best course of action? You're really like Shauna. 13 sighed. She said the same thing before I left for this meeting. Princess Aracel pouted. Her recent pet peeve was to be compared to the saintess of the hero party. 13 was really worried about his two lovers, who were both very smart ladies. Unfortunately, both of them would lose their intelligence whenever they were together with him in private. Let's talk about the leaders of the Jinns for now, 13 stated. After my demonstration, do you think that they will be eager for a temporary alliance or not? Xylen, always remember this. Princess Aracel cupped her lover's face. The Jinns always respect the strong. We might not always get along, and we can hate each other to the bone, but strength is the language of our race. What you have shown them today will be deeply rooted inside their hearts and minds. This is especially true for Prince Zephyrian. I doubt that he will try to mess with you again, but I didn't know that you were capable of doing something like that. You really are amazing, Xylen. Princess Aracel looked at him with pride and was very tempted to tell her brother that Xylen was actually her secret lover. If this alliance pulls through, I want you to always be around the Jinn armies, 13 said as he held the princess gaze. I know you cannot escape the Signy continent, but you need to ensure your safety. You really care about me, huh? The smile on Princess Aracel's face widened after seeing how worried Xylen was for her safety. Don't worry, I'll stick with the main army. Those Azathrals will need to think twice before trying to kidnap me. I hope you're right, 13 commented. Just remember, you cannot use the Ring of the Apocalypse to escape. It doesn't work that way. You can only safely go to the domain of the Apocalypse when there are no hostile creatures around you. 13 then lifted Princess Aracel's hand and slid a ring on her finger. This is the same ring I gave Erica, Sherry, Shauna, and Tiona, 13 explained. With this, I will know when you are in danger, and I can also send my monster army to your rescue. The princess' gaze softened. If she were being honest, She had long been very envious of the rings that Xylen had given his lovers. Now that she also possessed a ring of her own, she understood that Xylen had truly recognized her as one of his women. "Let's go back to the living room," Xylen proposed. "If we stay too long, my comrades might get jealous." 5 minutes, Princess Aracel said before giving 13's lips a quick peck. "Just 5 more minutes." "Fine," 13 replied. The princess smiled sweetly and gave her lover a long and very passionate kiss, pouring out her feelings of love towards the teenage boy, who was making her feel that she had finally found the person who would make her life complete. /in, not feeling well. Chapter 1014, 1014, A Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. For hours later, 13, Tristan, Douglas, and Hans sat in a conference room with the other leaders of the different Jinn factions. The Jinns had completely changed their attitude, at least no longer looked down on the teenage boy who had given them a slap on the face. His show of strength even made some of them more eager to ally with him, so they could deal with the Azathrals. Of course, some of the leaders didn't take his show of strength as lightly as the others, even thinking of making things hard for him in this upcoming conference. "We gathered here today to discuss a temporary alliance with the Wanderers," said Prince Valen, the spokesperson of the Jinns. "Before we start, I would like to ask if there is anyone who opposes this proposal." There were 29 leaders of the Jinns present at the conference. There used to be more, but the Azathrals had wiped out their factions, which had prompted the Jinns to take them as a serious threat. Some of the Jinns raised their hands in response, exactly as Prince Valen had anticipated. But then, one hand rose that he had not accounted for. It wasn't just the prince who was surprised. The corners of Tristan's and Douglas' lips also twitched as they looked at the teenage boy in disbelief. Hans, on the other hand, smiled faintly. Though he also didn't see it coming. He knew his young master was planning something. Princess Aracel, Prince Zoran, and Prince Xylen were also surprised, as they had not even imagined this response from Xylen. The three even wondered if Xylen was just trying to annoy the leaders of the Jinns who didn't want to form an alliance with the Wanderers. Xylen Leventus, did you raise your hand because you don't want to have a temporary alliance with us? Prince Valen asked, genuinely curious why their guest had a sudden change of heart. I'm not going to lie to you, Prince Valen, 13 replied. Before we want to meet with everyone here, we already made some plans just in case this alliance doesn't push through. Unlike the Jinns, we Wanderers can just leave the Signy continent anytime we want. Wouldn't it be a great idea if we let the Jinns and the Azathrals fight each other while we eat popcorn at the side? We won't lose any manpower, and we can just focus on eliminating the survivors. I think this is the best course of action that we can take. Isn't that right, Sir Tristan? You're right, Xylen. Tristan decided to go with the flow because he trusted Xylen completely. That's actually a great plan. Isn't that right, Douglas? Great. Douglas had to use all of his willpower to stop the smile on his face from breaking as he agreed to Tristan. Wait. Prince Zephyrian shouted. Aren't you worried the Azathrals will evolve and become Archons? Nope, 13 answered. Not worried at all. Do you remember how I almost wiped out all of you with my trump card earlier? We can just do the same to the Azathrals after they wiped out the Jinns from this continent. I think that's not a very appropriate thing to do, commented Prince Morim of the Granari Kingdom. Since we have decided to form an alliance, we should push through with it. 13 blinked. Weren't you one of those who raised their hands earlier to oppose the temporary alliance? I just raised my hand because I was just doing a light stretch, Prince Morim stuttered. It's not like I was opposed to having a temporary alliance with you, you know? Ha, that's right. I was just teasing you earlier. I felt an itch earlier, so I raised my hand to scratch my back. Who are the fools who didn't want this alliance to push through? Come out, so I can smack you. I saw my subordinate waving at me from far away, so I decided to wave back at him. One by one, the Jinns who had raised their hands to oppose the alliance made some dumb excuses that made 13 laugh internally. It seems that they are more afraid of the Azathrals than us, 13 thought. Well, they have a very good reason to fear them. 13 understood that not all the Jinns agreed to the idea of allying with the Wanderers, as the other party inwardly believed that they were very weak. The fact that they were able to take over their city fortresses during the first day of the war was proof that the Wanderers didn't have the strength to push them back. If not for the fact that the Azathrals had made their appearance, they wouldn't even bother talking with the humans, whom they didn't think of as a threat to their conquest of the continent. But after seeing Xylen's show of force, they had no choice but to reevaluate the humans of Pangaea. Xylen, I think we should all work together for the time being, Prince Valen said after the surroundings had calmed down a bit. Should we really work together? 13 asked back. Like I said earlier, we can just leave the continent and watch as you guys fight against the Azathrals. What benefits can we get by helping you guys get rid of them? All the Jinns were very tempted to spit on the annoying teenage boy. They had already taken a step back to form an alliance, but he wanted to ask for benefits. This made them feel as if they were the ones at a disadvantage when, in fact, they should have had the upper hand in this negotiation. You should be careful about what you say, Xylen, Prince Moram said. Do not forget that you are in our territory. Do you not wish to leave this place alive? 13 tilted his head before raising his finger to point at the ceiling. Did the shock earlier make you forget that I could have killed all of you here if I wanted to? Please, don't get the wrong idea, Prince Moram. It is not I who has to worry if I can leave this place alive. It is you guys who should be worried instead. The teenage boy's reminder made the Granari prince stop talking, unable to refute Xylen's words. I'm sure you can't use such a weapon multiple times, General Varric of the Skavari replied. If you can use it repeatedly, you could have wiped us all when we arrived in your world. 13 nodded, and even clapped his hands, affirming the general's theory. You're right, General Varric. 13 smiled. At most, I can only use that attack 2 more times. Once those 2 uses are gone, I will have to wait for a month before I can use it again. Frankly, I plan to use that weapon against the Azathrals, but I don't mind using it against you guys. After all, I just need to wait for 3 months, and I can use it again 3 more times. Very convenient, right? Everyone in the room quieted down, including Tristan and Douglas, who only learned that Xylen had this kind of trump card now. Both of them knew more than the Jinns, and from what they could gather from the scene they saw earlier, this meant only one thing. Xylen Leventis had created some kind of satellite weapon that was currently in space. The 2 of them were shocked to their very core since they had no clue that the Leventis family had such a weapon. I'm so glad that I didn't make him my enemy, Douglas thought. I'm so glad that Shauna chose him as her fiancé, Tristan mused, as expected of the young master. Chapter 1015, 1015. I heard you the first time, you bastard. After the Jinns realized that the Wanderers had the option to leave the continent, they all started to change their minds if they were left behind to fight against the Azathrals. What awaited them was a slow, painful annihilation. Of course, there were other options. For example, the Jinns could form a megapolis and live together as one. But this was not a good option for them. Jinns were prideful to begin with. Perhaps in the first few months, or even years, of living together, they might be able to accept it. But as time went on, that choice would start to bother them. They'd begin to see it not as a strategic decision, but as an act of cowardice. And the shame would follow. And even if they did choose that path, the Azathrals could still strike using guerrilla tactics, weakening their forces while strengthening the enemies. With that as a comparison, the Jinns would rather form a permanent alliance with the Wanderers, sharing the Signy continent, than face the Azothral threat on their own. Of course, no one mentioned this permanent alliance. Everyone was only aiming for a temporary one. Once the Azathral's threat was gone, they would once again resume slapping each other's faces, as if the alliance never happened in the first place. After agreeing on the conditions of the alliance, 13 warned the Jinns that the Azathrals were capable of increasing their population. They just needed broodmares that had divine or holy powers. So he advised every Jinn who possessed such qualities to be protected at all costs. Prince Valens' expression became solemn, torn inside. Princess Aracel's divine power was a secret among House Pavareth. Her bloodline was the purest among them and was closest to the Moonfeather Phoenix, a divine beast in Gamara. After the contract had been signed by blood, the only one the Jinns honored, 13 was invited by Prince Valen to their residence so they could talk in private. Tell me, what's going on with you and my sister? Prince Valen asked as soon as he ordered his guards to leave them. I've watched her grow, and I have never seen her look at someone like that. Wouldn't it be better if you ask your sister instead? 13 replied. I want to ask you first, Prince Valen insisted. So, what is your relationship with my sister? 13 pondered for a while because he wished to explain this in a manner that was easy to understand. Aracel put my triple X in her triple X, 13 replied in an innocent tone. We did it a couple of times until she was satisfied. Prince Valen almost coughed out blood then and there, never expecting that the teenage boy in front of him would reply to his question in a literal manner. You bastard! How dare you do that to my sister? Prince Valen roared in anger. He could have accepted it if Xylen had said that he was in a relationship with his sister, but the other party's crass words made him lose control of his emotions. Point 13 also didn't expect the prince's outburst and wondered if he wasn't able to pass the message properly. You know girls have triple X, and guys have triple X, 13 explained. When they triple X each other. I heard you the first time, you bastard. Prince Valen shouted, his face turning beet red from anger and frustration. You don't have to explain it to me. Oh, 13 nodded in understanding. I thought you didn't understand it, so I decided to elaborate on it properly. If not for the fact that he was afraid that the alliance would fall apart if he punched the bastard in front of him, the crown prince of House Pavareth used all of his willpower to stop himself from smacking Xylen's innocent face hard. Suddenly, the door opened, and a worried Princess Aracel entered before closing the door firmly behind her. Brother, why are you shouting? Princess Aracel asked. Xylen, did my brother say anything bad to you? He called me a bastard. 13 blinked. Princess Aracel immediately glared at her brother and lightly smacked his shoulder with her fist. Why are you calling Xylen a bastard? Princess Aracel pouted. He's a very good person. The corner of Prince Valen's lips twitched because his sister was siding with Xylen instead of siding with him. So, is it true? Prince Valen asked. Is he your chosen one? Princess Aracel glanced at Xylen to inquire whether he had already told her brother about their relationship. The teenage boy nodded, which confirmed her suspicion. Yes, brother, Princess Aracel replied. I gave him a drop of my heart's blood. What? Prince Valen looked at her sister in shock. You gave him a drop of your heart's blood. You actually gave him a drop of divine blood. Princess Aracel nodded as a blush crept on her face. Truth be told, 13 initially refused her heart's blood, but he gave in after she repeatedly insisted that he accept it as proof that he recognized her as his significant other. But what Princess Aracel and Prince Valen didn't know was that Xylen already had divine blood flowing in his veins. When he decided to save Rhea, he transferred all of his blood into her new body and accepted her blood in return. The king of Artem needed this divine blood to step into the ranks of a celestial, so he had been nourishing it for decades. Unfortunately, when the final ritual was about to be completed, 13 thwarted his plans and took the blood into his own body. If any ordinary person were to do that, they would implode, for their vessel wouldn't have been capable of accepting such a powerful bloodline. But Xylen's body was different. It was a body remodeled by the system god, allowing it to accept the restrictions placed by someone who held divine powers. That was the only way that he could prevent 13 from harnessing his powers as a system, which would have broken the balance of the world of Pangaea. The truth that many didn't know was that systems were actually lesser gods. While they were weaker than the gods who resided in the temple of the 10,000 gods, they could still bestow great powers to anyone. That was their role as the systems of the multiverse. However, these powers were something they couldn't personally. Chapter 1016, 1016, The Azathral's Goal, Part 1. Tristan and Douglas made their way back to Casimir City, while Hans decided to stay behind, sticking to his duty to protect Xylen. After hearing that the teenage boy had stayed behind, Princess Xynalia dragged her unwilling sister, Princess Laventia, to the residence of House Pavareth, intending to have a chat with him. But first, the prince wanted to reject his visitors. But after Princess Xynalia whispered something in his ear, the crown prince of House Pavareth decided it would be best to let the two enter their residence, lest rumors spread among the members of their alliance. You're really a smart person, Prince Valen, Princess Xynalia said. I like working with smart people. I'm sure you do, Prince Valen replied. But you better keep your promise. Of course, we succubi keep our words. Isn't that right, sister? Princess Xynalia glanced at Princess Valentia, who was walking 3 steps behind her. Yeah. Princess Laventia replied casually, not really wanting to be where the devil Xylen was. She believed that if Princess Xynalia saw what she saw, she wouldn't be actively seeking the teenage boy, whose cruelty was now etched in the hearts of every djinn on the continent. By the way, Where is Xylen right now? Princess Xynalia asked. He's currently talking to my sister about the matters of the alliance. Prince Valen replied. Sure. If you say so, Princess Xynalia said in a teasing tone. Prince Valen then ordered one of his subordinates to call for her sister and Xylen, who were currently in the guest room. He decided that it was best if he kept an eye out for Princess Xynalia, because he was certain that the succubus was up to no good. Several minutes later, Princess Aracel and Xylen appeared in the living room. What are you doing here, you two vixens? Princess Aracel didn't mince her words and immediately confronted the two succubi. Her intuition was telling her that the two didn't come to their residence to talk to her or her brother. She was certain that the pair of sisters had come for Xylen. Oh dear, is this how House Pavareth treats their guests? Prince Xynalia smiled. Guests? Princess Aracel replied in disdain. More like pests. Are you perhaps competing with House Azrakith for the Best Pest of the Year award? If yes, then you are definitely doing the right thing. Princess Xynalia giggled because the lofty and arrogant princess of House Pavareth wasn't the cold beauty that she had been once before a succubus. She was able to tell that the princess was no longer a chaste maiden, which made the smile on her face widen. You are a very capable person, Xylen, Princess Xynalia said. How did you manage to tame such a cold-hearted woman? I didn't tame her, 13 replied as he sat on the chair beside Princess Aracel. Oh, then did she tame you instead? Princess Xynalia asked with great curiosity. Enough. Princess Aracel glared at the pests that had come to disturb her quality time with Xylen. I believe our two factions aren't this close. Why have you come here? Of course, I've come for him. Princess Xynalia winked at Xylen. I want to have a private talk with the person who made this temporary alliance possible. Of course, depending on our discussion in private, that temporary alliance might become a permanent one. Prince Valen arched an eyebrow. Will the Velmoria royal family really form a permanent alliance with the Wanderers even if the rest of the Jinn faction don't? Princess Xynalia shrugged. The Velmoria royal family has always taken a neutral stand on everything. Other Jinn factions may not be able to pull it off, but it is one of the rules of our family. The Jinns knew this as well, so although they won't like it, they will still turn a blind eye to it. Prince Valen couldn't refute the princess' words. Knowing it was true, the succubus race of Gamara got along well with everyone and was the only neutral party among the factions that had crossed over Pangaea. I won't beat around the bush, Princess Xynalia stated. I just want to talk to Xylen in private. After that, I'll leave. You're not going to use your charm spell on him, right? Princess Aracel eyed the succubus coldly, fearing this was the true reason that Princess Xynalia had come to their residence. Even if I do, I feel like it won't work on him, Princess Xynalia replied. That's what my intuition is telling me. But just as Xylen was about to give his reply, one of Prince Valen's subordinates hurried to his side and whispered something in his ear. Immediately, the prince's expression turned grim as he shared the news that he had just received from his subordinate. For Azathrals have appeared at the gates of the city, and they wish to meet the leaders of the Jinn factions, Prince Valen said, making everyone look in Xylen's direction. Looks like they have become smarter, 13 said. But maybe they've come here for a different reason. 13 glanced at Princess Aracel, which made Prince Valen's eyes widen in shock. Are you saying that? Prince Valen's face turned pale after realizing what Xylen was hinting at. They might have other reasons for coming, 13 replied. If they are here, I'm sure they want to negotiate for a temporary truce or an alliance with you guys. Of course, I believe that they will ask for a price that some Jinns would be willing to give. Princess Xynalia frowned because the Azathrals came at the wrong time. She knew that she could no longer have a private talk with Xylen at the moment because she and the other leaders of the Jinns needed to meet the representatives of the enemies that they wanted to eliminate. Stay here, Prince Valen said as he stared at his sister. Understand? Yes, brother, Princess Aracel replied. I'll listen to you. Prince Valen, Princess Xynalia, and Princess Lavincia left the residence in haste, so they could be there when the Azathrals stated their purpose for coming. 13 then reached out to hold Princess Aracel's hand. Be ready to escape at any time. He then shifted his attention to Hans, who was standing behind him. Hans, stay close to me, 13 ordered. If things go south, Rocky will immediately take the three of us inside his mobile fortress and make a run for it. Yes, young master, Hans replied. The teenage boy had already thought of the possibility of the Azathrals making contact with the jinns and the Wanderers to offer them an olive branch. Of course, they wouldn't do it without anything in return. For the Azathrals, the thing they lacked the most was numbers. The best way to solve that problem was to go to either the jinns or the Wanderers and ask for some tribute, which would be none other than the ladies who possessed divine and holy powers. However, after connecting with Athena, 13's face became solemn. The Azathrals had not only sent 4 of their numbers to the jinns, but they also sent 4 of them to the human race. Clearly, they wanted to negotiate with both sides and see if one of them would bite the bait. But 13 knew that the Azathrals had another option if the negotiations didn't push through. He was certain that the alien-like monsters would throw caution to the wind and immediately attack Casimir City and the city of Velmusa. Their goal? To capture the ladies who would be the key to increasing their numbers, making them an unstoppable force that both Wanderers and jinns wouldn't be able to defeat even if they were to work together as a team. Chapter 1017, 1017. The Azathrals' Goal, Part 2. The jinns never expected that the same enemy they had been plotting to eliminate would appear in front of them, and asked to talk. 13 had sent a few of his demons to watch over the Azathrals, while Rocky positioned itself right beneath the residence of House Pavareth. If anything unexpected happened, it would immediately pull Xylen, Hans, and Princess Aracel into its mobile fortress and flee. The young man had a bad feeling about the appearance of the Azathrals, knowing they didn't only go to meet the jinns. Some had also gone to Casimir City to negotiate with the Wanderers. 13 had already instructed Shauna to hide inside the military base, since she was wearing the engagement ring he had given her. His monster army, currently inside the domain of the apocalypse, could help her if ever she needed them. Given the situation, the teenage boy felt a little thankful that Princess Aracel had asked him to stay over for the night. Had he not been at the right place at the right time, his lover might have encountered a problem she wouldn't be able to handle. "What's the reason for your visit?" Prince Xylen asked the Azathrals, who were standing outside the city. One of the Azathrals spoke with the language of the jinns, telling them they had come to offer an alliance against the Wanderers. "However, we require that you give us a sacrifice in exchange," one of the Azathrals stated. "As long as you agree to these terms, we and the jinns won't have to fight each other." "Sacrifices?" Prince Xylen asked. "What sacrifices are you talking about?" "Sacrifice a woman with divine or holy powers to us," the Azothral replied. "We will personally choose that person. After that, we will leave peacefully and not bother you again." Prince Xylen's expression became solemn. Xylen had already mentioned that the Azathrals needed women who possessed divine and holy powers to increase their numbers. "If we give you what you want, then you will leave us alone?" Prince Orin asked. Frankly, as long as the Azathrals promised not to interfere in the war, he didn't mind agreeing to their request. "Yes," the Azothral replied. "We will only choose one, so it has to be the best." The jinns started to waver. Sacrificing one woman for the sake of everyone's safety was something they could accept. However, Prince Xylen understood what the jinns wanted to do and snorted in derision. "Don't make me laugh." Prince Xylen sneered. "You want a woman so you can increase your numbers through breeding. Sure, you might not attack us now, but in the future, how can we be sure that you won't do it? And we cannot trust your words. We don't know your real goals, nor whether you will stab us in the back." Hearing that the woman the Azathrals were asking for was meant to increase their numbers, the jinns realized that their enemy must have understood that they had the disadvantage in numbers and wished to fix that problem. 13 frowned, his gut feeling telling him that the Azathrals would offer the Wanderers the same proposal. In fact, Renz had sent him a report a few seconds ago, telling him about the demands of the Azathrals. Just as he expected, the Azathrals also asked for someone with divine and holy powers. But unlike the jinns, they gave a name, which made 13 clench his fist. "We want the Saintess, Shauna Summers." That was what the Azathrals demanded in exchange for an alliance. The teenage boy didn't expect that the alien-like monsters would be so cunning as to negotiate with the jinns and Wanderers at the same time. Clearly, they were taking advantage of the situation, not knowing that Xylen, Tristan, and Douglas had already gone first and met with the jinns to form an alliance with them. While Renz had no idea that Xylen and Shauna were in a relationship, he still didn't hesitate to turn down the Azothral's proposal. After all, Shauna was the daughter of Tristan and the granddaughter of the Grand Marshal of the central government. After receiving their reply, the Azathrals left Casimir City, but 13 had a nagging feeling that everything wasn't over yet. Despite the fact that Prince Valen had revealed the purpose of the jinns asking for women who had holy and divine powers, the jinns were still considering agreeing to the other party's condition. Their reasoning was simple. Even if the Azathrals were to use the woman to breed, it would take them months or even years to give birth. Also, raising the strength of a newly born Azathral couldn't be easy, so they believed they wouldn't be a problem in the short term. Of course, there were still some who had rejected this idea, like the House Pavareth, the Uzrakith court, the Skavari, and the Velmaria kingdom. They reminded the other leaders of the jinns that they were now allied with the Wanderers and had even made the blood oath, which was sacred to the Jains. In the end, they agreed to reject the proposal of the Azathrals, prompting the four monsters to leave. After the discussion ended, Prince Valen hurried back to his residence to report everything that happened. Since 13 didn't want the crown prince to know that he had already sent his subordinates to listen to the discussion, he waited until the prince was finished with his explanation. I received reports that the jinns have also appeared in Casimir City, offering the same conditions. 13 stated. They are very cunning and try to play both sides at the same time. Did your side agree to the alliance? Prince Valen asked. He looked very concerned. If the Wanderers accepted Azathral's proposal, it would complicate the alliance that they had all agreed to honor. Our side also refused their offer, 13 said. But my intuition is telling me that the Azathrals will not give up so easily. The young man then felt someone giving his hand a light squeeze, making him turn to the side to look at Princess Aracel. The Azathrals can't be trusted, Princess Aracel stated. Since they try to play both sides, I believe they didn't come in good faith. 13 nodded. That's right. But before 13 could say something, Rocky suddenly issued a warning, prompting him to speedily grab Princess Aracel, pulling her away from where they originally sat. A moment later, an Azathral burst out of the floor. The 4-meter-tall creature scanned its surroundings and locked its gaze at Xylen and Princess Aracel. Indy, Mayan, the Azathral screeched. Kill. Just as the Azathral was about to lunge at Xylen, Rocky's head erupted from the ground and tackled the monster head-on. 3 more Azathrals clung to Rocky's body, which was probably the reason why it had sent a warning to its master earlier. The Azathral snuck up so silently, slipping past the Hellfire Balboa's senses unnoticed. By the time it realized what was happening, it was already too late, but Rocky didn't falter. It opened its mouth to devour 13 and Princess Aracel before digging on the ground. Prince Valen shouted in anger and used an artifact to blast the 4 Azathrals away, giving some time for Rocky to escape. Hans had also revealed his true strength as a throne and clashed with one of the Azathrals, kicking it away. The Azathral skidded for a few meters before burrowing into the ground. Intending to pursue the Hellfire Balboa that had escaped, they had sensed the presence of their hated enemy, Xylen, due to the power of the Artemion and Chanrian bloodline flowing in his veins. Also, the strong divine power that they felt on Princess Aracel had prompted them to target her as well. Now that the 2 people they sought were trying to escape, the Azathrals didn't hesitate to pursue them as fast as they could. Damn it. Prince Valen cursed loudly as he... Chapter 1018, 1018. The Azathrals' Goal, Part 3. Casimir City. I can't believe those Azathrals came to Casimir City, Erica said. If Xylen were here, he would have definitely dealt with them by now. I know, Shauna nodded. She was still shaken about the Azathrals demanding the human race to specifically offer her as a sacrificial offering in exchange for their alliance with the human race. Roland and the other members of the party were among the people who met with the Azathrals earlier. Naturally, the young man was enraged when the Azothral demanded that Shauna be given to them as a peace offering. If not for the fact that he was weaker than the rank 8 sovereign, he would have already attacked them. After the negotiations failed, he immediately went to look for Shauna and assured her that the Wanderers would not yield to the Azathral's demands. Trevor Remington and Wendell Elrod, the 2 monarchs guarding the city, also didn't think twice before rejecting the monster's proposal, then asked them to leave at once. Both monarchs thought a fight would happen right away, but to their surprise, the Azathrals left without saying another word. This made the wanderers very uneasy. They knew that things weren't that simple, but at the same time, their radar couldn't detect the Azathrals until they made their appearance. Clearly, they were traveling underground to hide their presence from the ever-watching eyes of the wanderers. Suddenly, Shauna pushed Erica and Sherry away before jumping to the side that a moment later, the ground under her feet burst open, revealing the head of an Azathral, which immediately locked its attention on the Saintess. Just as the Azothral was about to grab her, a portal opened in front of the young lady, and Khan jumped out to tackle the alien monster. The room where Shauna stayed was immediately destroyed as the two monsters wrestled with each other. "Get out of here, now!" Khan shouted as he pummeled the face of the Azothral, who was stronger than he expected. Shauna didn't hesitate and left the room as fast as she could. Erica and Sherry followed right behind her. "Come, Morse." Sherry summoned her armored blade panther, Morse, which took the three girls outside of the residential building. But as soon as they stepped outside, the ground beside Shauna's feet burst open, and a black, alien-like hand reached out to grab her. "Oh no, you don't." Harahan stepped out of the portal and grabbed the hand about to catch his master's lover. Zed also stepped out of the portal and carried Shauna like a princess before taking off to the sky. Two more Azathrals burst out of the ground. They crouched down, and 4 pairs of wings sprouted from their backs. The two immediately pursued Zed to the sky, and their speed was only slightly slower than the fastest winged monster in Xylen's army. Not long later, the two Azathrals that Khan and Harahan were fighting also took flight and left the scene to follow their comrades. "Damn it," Harahan cursed. "Erica, Master is also preoccupied right now, so mobilize the army to follow those Azathrals." Without another word, Harahan and Khan entered the portal that sent them back to the domain of the apocalypse. Both of them would wait for an opportunity to save their master's lover, who was currently being chased by 4 rank 8 sovereigns. Half a minute later, Roland, Trevor, and Wendell arrived at the scene. Erica didn't mince her words and explained everything that happened earlier. As soon as the two monarchs understood the situation, they summoned their flying avatars to follow their enemies. The rest of the hero party also arrived at the scene, and after hearing what happened, they also summoned their flying avatars to take flight. "Sherry, tell Sir Renz what happened here," Erica said. "I'm going with them." Without another word, a pair of flaming wings appeared behind her back. Sherry could only watch the young lady leave, leaving trails of flames in her wake. "I need to do what I have to do," Sherry muttered as he punched a few keys on her communicator to contact Renz Elrod. That it didn't take long before the sound of fighter jets reverberated over the city as they were mobilized to assist the monarchs in protecting the Saintess. While this was happening, Metatron watched this scene with an amused expression on his face. 2 projections were in front of him. 1 of the projections showed Rocky, while the other showed Zed, carrying Shauna in his arms. "Well, then, I wonder how this will end," Metatron muttered as he swirled the wine in his glass, clearly enjoying the show that was happening in front of him. "I wonder if those 2 bastards will do something to help their precious wanderer." The god of the apocalypse was referring to Laplace Demon and the one, whom he believed was also monitoring the situation on the continent. The chase in both land and air was currently happening, and Xylen was involved in both of them. Metatron understood that the teenage boy would fight tooth and nail to protect his lovers, but the enemy wasn't an easy opponent. In fact, the other Azathrals who were both lurking within the territory of the Wanderers and the Jinns had started to move after hearing the reports of their comrades. 13's forces were stretched thin, but the teenage boy still kept his calm. High above the clouds, floating in outer space, Athena's lenses locked in on the Azathrals that were pursuing Zed and Shauna. Its concentrated beam attack was like a nuke, which could destroy an entire city. However, since it could hurt its allies, Athena needed to use a scatter shot in order to target only the Azathrals. 13 and Rocky were escaping deep underground, so Shauna's situation was given priority. Athena had informed her master about Shauna's situation, and the teenage boy didn't hesitate to give an order to eliminate the 4 Azathrals that were pursuing his lover. After confirming her orders, Athena's main cannon channeled the power of the sun and unleashed an attack that rained down on the monsters who dared to target the people her master held sacred. Chapter 1019, 1019, Baptism of Fire, Part 1. "I apologize in advance, mistress," Zed said as he flew as fast as he could. Please protect yourself from the air pressure. Shauna didn't wait for Zed to warn her. She had already cast a barrier around herself, ready for the high speed she knew was coming. While the Azathrals had also taken flight, they were not able to catch up to their targets, who were slowly but surely gaining distance from them. The Azathrals had detected two powerful presences in the Signy continent. Although their main target was Xylen, the divine bloodline that flowed inside his veins was sealed by his body, preventing the Azathrals from knowing where he was. Since that was the case, they simply targeted their two other priority targets. The first was Shauna, whose holy powers were the strongest that they had seen. The second was Princess Aracel, whose bloodline exuded the power of divinity. If they were able to capture the two of them, their mission in Pangaea would be halfway complete. They had precisely chosen to target Shauna and Princess Aracel first for a reason: to ensure no one would be able to react in time. The Azathrals weren't confident in this mission, so they split their forces. 4 of them went to Casimir City, and another 4 went to the city of Velmusa, where the leaders of the jinns were gathered. The rest were on standby, ready to assist if a mishap were to happen to their targets. Their creator made sure that they were genetically engineered to never underestimate Xylen Leventus, for he was truly a cunning adversary. Even though he wasn't that strong, his ability to strategize was second to none. When the 8 Azathrals reported their current status, the reserve forces made a beeline for the location where Xylen and Princess Aracel were fleeing. Xylen was their priority target, and since Princess Aracel was also with him, the Azathrals didn't hesitate to trap him in an encirclement. However, their leader, the Golden Isothral, commanded 4 more of his subordinates to pursue Shauna since they were already in the territory of the Wanderers. But right after it gave its order, it sensed a powerful presence descending from the sky. It wasn't only the Golden Isothral who felt this, but almost all powerhouses on the continent. Even from a distance, the jinns saw the phenomenon that nearly wiped their leaders from the face of the world. They watched as countless beams of light rained down from the heavens over the horizon. The Azathrals that were pursuing Shauna sensed the attack from above and tried to evade it. However, how could they possibly do that? Athena made sure that her targets wouldn't be able to escape, no matter what. They did. 2 of the 4 Azathrals were instantly vaporized by the beam attack. The other 2, on the other hand, increased their speed in order to evade it. But where could they go? Although they had succeeded in evading the first wave of attacks, the second volley annihilated them without fail. Zed shuddered as the 4 powerful monsters were instantly killed by one of his master's secret weapons he hadn't known of until recently. Since the danger was gone, he stopped flying and tried to see if any part of the Azathrals remained. But nothing remained of the horrors that had tried to capture Shauna and make her suffer a fate worse than death. For Azathrals have been successfully eliminated, Master. Thank you, Athena, 13 replied. Make sure to monitor Shauna and us in real time. Yes, Master. 13 didn't want to waste Athena's last beam strike if possible. It would be a waste if his strongest trump card were to kill only the 4 Azathrals who were pursuing them. 13 was hoping that they would call for reinforcements, so he could wipe them all out with one strike. I'm sorry, but we need to use ourselves as bait this time, Aracel, 13 said to the young lady, who was standing beside him inside Rocky's mobile fortress. As long as I'm with you, I don't care where we go. Princess Aracel replied. Thank you. 13 gave her hand a light squeeze before closing his eyes to extend his senses that he had already summoned his parade of 100 demons and ordered them to scout and spread out in different directions. The Azathrals had evolved and gained a stealth ability, preventing Rocky from detecting them until the last minute. Since that was the case, it was very important to increase their detection range, allowing 13 to know if the Azathrals' reinforcements had arrived. The Azathrals might be strong, but Rocky's battle with the previous one had taught it many things that it lacked in the past. Its entire body was covered in blazing flames, melting the ground around it, creating a sea of magma. The Azathrals might be able to adapt and evolve, but they had their limits. Rocky also couldn't go too deep under the ground and was maintaining a 2-kilometer distance from the surface. If more Azathrals came, Rocky would simply head to the surface and bait them all, so Athena could wipe them with her final beam strike. But so far, none of the Azathrals had arrived within the scout's detection range, So Rocky had no choice but to create a battleground that would allow it to stall its pursuers. With a roar filled with battle intent, Rocky expanded its magma domain, forcing two of the Azathrals to back away. The last two monsters had reformed their bodies and jumped into the magma with ease, moving as if they were swimming in normal water. However, just as they were about to engage, Rocky, the Hellfire Balboa, disappeared from their sight. To be more precise, Rocky dispersed itself in the magma, making itself one with nature. A moment later, both the Azathrals found themselves being smacked by a tail formed out of magma, sending them flying toward the surface. While Rocky couldn't stay in magma form for a long period of time, it was only trying to bait the rest of the Azathrals, so it wasn't a problem. Lastly, it had long wanted a revenge match against the bastards, so while Chapter 1020, Baptism of Fire, Part 2. Are you all right, Shauna? Tristan's worried voice reached the young lady's ears as soon as she accepted her father's call from her communicator. I'm fine, Shauna replied. I'm more worried about Xylen. He's also running away from the Azathrals. Is he? Tristan frowned. I already mobilized fighter jets to fight your pursuers. Do you see them right now? Yes, Shauna answered as she gazed in the distance, where over a dozen fighter planes were flying in a formation. Tell them the monster carrying me is an ally. He is one of Xylen's subordinates. Tristan nodded and immediately passed his order. The planes then flew past Zed and circled around to head to the location where Xylen was fighting against the Azathrals. Each fighter plane was equipped with missiles meant to annihilate Rank 7 sovereigns. They were made up of extremely rare materials, which they only planned to use against the powerhouses that belonged to the Jinn armies. Since the missiles were limited, they were only ordered to sortie during emergencies. 13th location was being broadcast by Athena and relayed to the servers of the central government. The teenage boy wasn't taking any chances, and if the central government could provide him with cover fire, it would be more beneficial to him. Father, the Azathrals are targeting me, so I need to hide for a while, Shauna said. Don't worry. I know of a place where they couldn't find me, and I assure you, I'll be safe there. Tristan nodded. The earlier incident had proven that Casimir City wasn't as safe as they assumed. After all, the enemy successfully infiltrated past their defenses without being detected by their instruments. This meant that Shauna would only put herself in danger if she returned, and Tristan wouldn't want that to happen. I'll keep in touch, Tristan replied. For now, be safe. Also, please tell the Jinns who rescued you that I said thanks. If there is an opportunity to repay the favor, all they need to do is ask. Shauna nodded and ended the call. Meanwhile, Zed, who had listened to the entire conversation, finally spoke. Mistress, please go to the domain of the apocalypse, Zed said. You'll be safe there. Understood. Shauna nodded and activated the ring of the apocalypse, creating a portal that would send her to safety. Upon entering the domain, Shauna immediately found Xylen's monster army paying close attention to the projection in front of them. Kamasats, Camerasipa, and Paimon were also present, and all of them had solemn expressions. Clearly, this wasn't an ideal scenario for Xylen. Even his three most powerful allies were paying close attention to the battle in real time. They gave Shauna a brief glance of acknowledgement before shifting their gaze back to the projection. Metatron sat on his throne and swirled a wine glass in his hand, making sure to enjoy the show in front of him. But as the minutes passed by, Rocky's limit was also nearing its end. The Azathrals didn't move from their encirclement as if they knew that Rocky was currently on borrowed time. The rest of the Azathrals had yet to make an appearance, especially the golden one that was their leader. 13 sighed internally. He believed that somewhere out there, the golden Azothral was paying close attention to the battle with no plan to show itself until it was certain that there were no signs of danger. As expected, 13 thought. Their leader knows what it's doing. 5 more minutes passed, and the teenage boy finally ordered Rocky to surface above ground. The sudden movement was followed closely by the Azathrals, but only 4 of them rose to follow their prey. Rocky finally returned to its original form and took a fighting stance. The 4 Azathrals encircled the Hellfire Balboa and screeched at it in anger. Rocky roared in retaliation as if daring its opponents to attack. Unfortunately, the Azathrals didn't hold back and lunged at the Hellfire Balboa, and a fierce battle began. But 13 and Rocky weren't alone. Come, 13 ordered. Immediately, a portal appeared beside Rocky, and 13's heavy hitters joined the battle. Khan, Harahan, Zed, and Lord Zorka had entered the scene. 3 rank 8 sovereigns and 1 rank 7 sovereign joined Xylen's side in battle. Prince Zoran and Prince Xylen watched the battle from a distance before glancing at each other. "Let's go," Prince Zoran said. "Okay." Prince Xylen nodded. The two princes joined the fray, which tilted the battle in Xylen's favor. However, the Azathrals had an uncanny regeneration ability. Whenever parts of their body were severed, they would always regenerate within half a minute. The only way to kill them was to sever their heads completely or vaporize their bodies in an instant. However, targeting their heads wasn't an easy task because the Azathrals were very cunning. They would rather lose a limb or two in order to protect their heads, escaping any killing blow. Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound reverberated from the sky as the fighter jets of the army arrived at the scene. 13, who had the ability to give an order to the entire Allied army, immediately sent a message to the pilots of their fighter planes. "Now." 13 ordered. As soon as he gave the signal, Rocky wrapped its tail on one of the Azathrals and tossed it to the sky. "Target locked on," one of the pilots said before pulling the trigger to unleash the missile that it was carrying. The Azothral that had been tossed suddenly grew wings behind its back, allowing it to narrowly escape the missile that flew past it. The other pilots unleashed a barrage of Vulcan cannons, making the Azothral scream in pain. However, its body was able to withstand the special ammunition and engaged the fighter planes in a dogfight. While this was happening, the 5 Azathrals that had remained underground finally joined the battle and latched onto Rocky. Without hesitation, they clawed the Hellfire Balboa's body, trying to tear it apart, their assault drawing a roar of pain from it. Giga, Blackie, Hercules, Drazit, O1, O2, and the trolls wanted to go out and join the battle, but Xylen forbade them. This battle was a battle of true powerhouses, and he couldn't allow any of them to risk their lives at this point in time. 1 mistake, and Xylen would once again lose one of his comrades who had sacrificed themselves in the battle against Arundel the Destroyer. He didn't want to experience it again, so he asked Rocky to hold on for as long as it could while Athena calibrated its final strike to finish off the Azathrals that had appeared to torment his comrade. Chapter 1021. 1021. A new hell will descend upon the world of Pangaea. As the battle between 13's army and the Azathrals went on, the golden Azothral lurked a few miles away. Underneath, its eyes closed as if deep in meditation. All of a sudden, its eyes opened wide, and it let out a silent screech, which traveled toward its comrades. As soon as the Azathrals received their leader's command, they hastily stopped attacking 13's monster army and swiftly attempted to burrow underground. Countless beams of light soon descended from the sky, piercing through the locations where they had tried to escape. 13 frowned because even he didn't expected that the Azathrals would escape at the last second to avoid Athena's sneak attack from space. Out of the 9 Azathrals who had tried to capture 13 and Princess Aracel, 3 were instantly killed, while the rest lost their limbs or had their bodies vaporized in half. Unfortunately, Azathrals had an uncanny regeneration rate. Those who didn't suffer serious enough injuries grabbed their allies, bringing them along as they escaped as fast as they could. "Don't let them escape," Rocky, 13 ordered. Now that Athena had used up all of her beam attacks, she would need a month to recharge her main cannons. With the satellite at rest, the only thing 13 count on was Nautilus, which was still on its way to the Cygni continent. 13 did not want the Azathrals to escape, and he would do everything he could to prevent it. Unfortunately, Rocky was also seriously injured. As much as it wanted to follow its master's order, it could no longer move due to its weakened condition. That it had completely escaped 13's mind that his friend had also suffered from the combined attacks of the Azathrals, and upon realization, he closed his eyes and sighed in his heart. "Forget my order," Rocky, 13 said. "Just rest for now. You did a great job in keeping me and Aracel safe." Rocky growled softly in apology, guilty for its inability to follow its master's order. 3 Azathrals have been successfully eliminated, Master. "Thank you, Athena," 13 replied. "Please, initialize charging mode." "Yes, Master." In this battle, Athena had killed 7 Azathrals in total. This meant that there were still 14 of them remaining in the continent. And now that they knew of his trump card, those Azathrals would certainly be more cautious in attacking them. Point 13 didn't know how the Azathrals predicted Athena's beam strike, preventing it from annihilating all the enemies that had dared to attack them. But knowing Shauna and the princess of House Pavareth was still not safe, he shifted his thoughts and started planning. In the end, he decided to let his lovers stay in the domain of the apocalypse for the time being. Stay there for a while, 13 said. Shauna is also there to keep you company. I'll talk to your brother and explain the situation to him. Understood. Princess Aracel nodded and entered the portal 13 had created for her. Once the princess was safe inside the domain of the apocalypse, 13 ordered Rocky to rest deep under the ground and recover its body in the sea of magma below. The fighter jets circled on the battlefield a few times, but after the teenage boy told them the battle was over, they all returned back to Casimir City. Prince Zoran and Prince Xylen came to meet Xylen, as well as the rest of the jinns who had finally caught up. Prince Valen landed beside the teenage boy, and above his head were the two rank 9 sovereigns of House Pavareth, the giant prism-feathered peacock, Virilax, and the giant ice peacock, Avarith. Seeing that Princess Aracel was not with Xylen, the prince's face turned grim. Where is Aracel? Prince Valen demanded. Where's my sister? Did those jinns capture her? I took her to a safe place, 13 replied. But since the threat is not yet over, you won't see her for the time being. You can contact her through her communicator to ease your worry. After hearing that his sister was safe, Prince Valen was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Those fiends, we didn't see them coming, Prince Xylen said in a serious tone. Even the rank 9 sovereigns on guard duty had been unable to detect them. It's possible that all of them were too injured to notice, General Varric commented. After all, Xylen made sure to teach us all a lesson that we will never forget. The general of the Skavari race eyed the teenage boy who had unleashed that terrible attack 2 more times. He could make a guess on where the other beam strikes landed since it was within the territories of the Wanderers. This just proves how dangerous our opponent is, Prince Zoran said. We should eliminate them first since they could attack us anytime and anywhere. Indeed, Prince Zafarian nodded. But they will only grow more cunning and more dangerous from now on. After their defeat today, they will definitely come prepared next time. 13 nodded in agreement because this was also his worry. Gather all those who possess divine or holy powers among the jinns, 13 ordered. I will take them to a safe place, so the Azathrals will not be able to capture them. All of you already know what they want to do, and it's probably even worse now that I've killed 7 of them. Why you killed 7 of them? Prince Orin of the Martin race gasped. Well, I could have killed more, but they were able to escape at the last minute. 13 shook his head regretfully. Let's go back to the city and plan our next course of action. Everyone nodded in agreement and left to return to the city of Velmusa to gather those who possessed holy and divine powers regardless of their genders. Point 13 didn't want to take any chances when it came to the Azathrals, since they were capable of constantly evolving and mutating their bodies. He wouldn't be surprised if they could also change their gender of their choosing. He had also given this order to Renz, which should be prioritized at all cost, since the jinns couldn't escape the Signy continent. 13 planned to knock them out and toss them to the domain of the apocalypse for their own safety. Since they were already there, he would make sure to have Evavug and Asen take a good look at them and bring them under his control. That way, they wouldn't be able to remember anything that they see and hear during their stay in his secret organization, .as for the Wanderers. They would be sent back to the Sirius continent by plane at the fastest time possible. Since the Azathrals had shown that they were capable of flight, they could intercept the plane if they wished. However, 13 believed that they may not be too keen to do that right now, especially after what they experienced today. It was a race against time. Fortunately, the Azathrals didn't know that Athena's beam strike had a limit, which they could have taken advantage of. After returning to the city, the jinns didn't hesitate to gather their people who possessed holy and divine magic. The earlier incident was enough for them to fear for their lives, so all of them cooperated without resistance. Point 13 then asked Rocky to take them all inside his mobile fortress before 13 sent them to the domain of the apocalypse. Of course, not all the jinns were gathered in Velmusa City, so their corresponding leaders hurried back to where their armies were stationed to handle this important matter. The same could be said for the Wanderers. Those with holy powers and specialized in healing were spread out too. the different cities to tend to the wounded. Tristan and Renz were desperately doing their best to quickly evacuate them all, and several planes and helicopters had already departed various cities, taking the candidates with them to Casimir City. All wanderers were in heightened alert, and everyone was making sure that they would be able to react at any time just in case the Azathrals were to make their appearance once more. 3 hours after 13's battle with the Azothral, Prince Zephyrian was informed that a handful of his subordinates, who were already headed to Velmusa City, had been ambushed by the Azathrals and taken away. When everyone heard the news, they knew the Azathrals must have noticed their movements and decided to take a gamble. They likely didn't target the Wanderers because they thought the beam strike from the sky was a technology that belonged to them. The Golden Azothral was connected to all the Azathrals, so it saw everything that had happened. It saw how the Azathrals were annihilated after their attempt to kidnap Shauna in Casimir City. The second beam strike happened when they targeted Xylen Leventus, who coincidentally had Princess Aracel with him. Since Xylen was a wanderer, the Golden Azothral deemed that the weapon that killed its comrades was under the control of the Wanderers. With that logic, they decided to attack the Jinns instead and succeeded in their mission. The Jinns they captured might be leagues away from Shauna's and Princess Aracel's holy and divine powers, but they were still able to match the requirements that the Azathrals needed to increase their population. The only saving grace was that raising the ranks of the newly born Azathrals wouldn't be that easy, and they would also be far inferior compared to the originals. If they had captured Shauna or Princess Aracel, a more powerful version of their race might have been born. Only existences that possessed holy or divine powers would make them stronger, more cunning, and more dangerous than the Azathrals that arrived in the world of Pangea. High above the celestial realm, Laplace Demon sighed. He knew 13 had done his best, but the Golden Azothral was given special powers by the King of Artem in order to make their mission succeed at all cost. Aside from the alien monsters, there were 6 other gates that had still not fully opened. Given that all those gates had mutated, the right-hand man of the one worried that whatever creatures would cross over those gates would also pose the same threats as the Azathrals, who were already giving everyone a headache. 1 more month, Laplace Demon thought. After that, a new hell will descend upon the world of Pangea. They had already done their best to prevent other parties from entering the world under their protection. But with the barrier, Chapter 1022, 1022, tonight was the night only meant for them. All the wanderers who have holy or divine powers are now safely evacuated and on their way to the Sirius continent, Renz said. Only Shauna remains. Good job, 13 replied. I asked her if she wanted to return to the Sirius continent until the threat of the Azathrals is over, but she refused. She insists on fighting them with everyone. Renz sighed. If it were only against the Jinns, that's fine. But the Azathrals are different. 13 nodded in agreement. The enemies had managed to capture at least 10 Jinns who had holy powers, and their locations were currently unknown. The teenage boy hastily went to meet up with the other candidates and personally escorted them to safety. The Azathrals would flee the moment they saw him on the scene. Clearly, they were still wary of the beam attacks from space, which had killed their comrades. That a meeting between the Jinns and the allied forces of the Wanderers was set to happen in 4 days. Everyone was busy reorganizing their armies and was on the lookout for any signs of the Azathrals that had gone into hiding. After his talk with Renz had ended, 13 went to the domain of the Apocalypse, where Shauna and Princess Aracel were currently staying. Both ladies held irresistible temptations to the Azathrals due to their outstanding holy and divine powers. Has everything settled down? Shauna asked as soon as 13 made his appearance. Yes, 13 replied. But 10 Jinns with holy powers have been captured by the Azathrals. Princess Aracel's expression hardened after hearing that her allies had been captured. What do we do now? Princess Aracel asked. 13 shook his head. There's nothing we can do but wait. I already sent the demons to look for the traces of the Azathrals, but the continent is big. Then there's only one thing we can do, Princess Aracel said. Use me as bait. We will force them to appear. 13 stared at the beautiful princess, who held his gaze without blinking. What she proposed might be the only way to lure their enemies out of hiding, but it also carried a risk. This time, the Azathrals would come prepared. They had the ability to transform their bodies to fit their needs. That it was highly likely that they would change their body parts to accommodate quick movements meant for capturing their targets. Not to mention, if he agreed to use Princess Aracel as bait, they couldn't place too many protectors around her since it would make the Azathrals wary of attacking. However, lowering the number of guards protecting her would increase the risk of the Azathrals succeeding in kidnapping her. If they were going to use this strategy, 13 needed to formulate a way to make it happen, a trap that would be too irresistible for the jinns to ignore. I don't really want to use any of you as bait, 13 confessed. I would rather use myself as bait instead of endangering the two of you. But they won't be able to sense you, Shauna replied. So using yourself as bait won't work. 13 nodded because this was the truth. The Azathrals didn't sense him in Velmusa City. It just so happened that he was with Princess Aracel at that time, and the Azathrals also recognized him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found him. Even now, 13 was quite thankful he didn't leave right away and stayed with the princess due to her request. If she had been captured by the Azathrals, 13 might have flipped the entire continent upside down in an attempt to save her. But he also understood that it was easier said than done. You look tired, Shauna said as she hugged the teenage boy, who was carrying a lot of responsibilities on his shoulders. You should rest for a day or two. As you said, the Azathrals have gone into hiding. Maybe they won't do anything for the next 2 days. It will be best if you recover your strength first, so you can think better. I'll sleep with you, so you can recover faster. I'll also sleep with you to help you rest. Princess Aracel stated that it was very obvious that she didn't want to lose to Shauna when it came to giving tender loving care to her lover. 13 blinked. I might recover more slowly if I sleep with the two of you. Don't worry. Shauna smiled sweetly. We will heal you. Princess Aracel smirked. We'll make sure that you'll be in peak performance after 2 days. The two girls exchanged a glance and nodded at the same time. It seemed that both of them had come to an agreement as they led 13 to his bedchambers within the domain of the apocalypse. The teenage boy accepted their advances, and soon, he found himself being embraced by two of the most beautiful ladies in the world. The domain of the apocalypse was cloaked in velvet silence, broken only by the soft rustle of sheets whispering secrets in the dark. 13 allowed himself to be gently laid down. Chapter 1023, 1023. How about we compromise? Just like Shauna and Princess Aracel predicted, the past 3 days were uneventful. This time, it was the jinns that headed to Casimir City, which was the strongest fortress in the Signy continent. At least, that was what it was supposed to be until the Azathrals infiltrated it in broad daylight. For the first time in history, all the leaders of the human race and the jinns gathered inside one room to talk about the fate of the Signy continent. They had temporarily set aside their differences, since they were up against a common enemy. Sometimes, all it took was a third party to muddy the waters in order for two warring factions to unite. 13 sat between Tristan and Douglas, which was the main seed of the alliance. The leaders of 28 factions of the jinns had come, bringing a small entourage alongside them. Of course, this small entourage was composed of 10 rank 9 sovereigns and 20 rank 8 sovereigns. The rest of the jinns had formed one mega army around the city of Velmusa, gathering all of their forces in one place. Right now, they couldn't afford to divide their forces, especially after what happened recently. Only 10 rank 9 sovereigns and 20 rank 8 accompanied the leaders to Casimir City, and the rest of the sovereigns were left to guard Velmusa City. When everyone was ready to talk, the first thing that they discussed was how to locate the Azathrals. Finding them is the greatest challenge that we face at the moment, Prince Valen said calmly. If we can't find them, then this war will never end. I don't want to say this, especially after we have just allied with each other, but the current situation puts both of our factions in a bind. Tristan nodded. I agree. But what can we do? The room quieted down for a bit before Wendell Elrod raised his hand. Finding the Azathrals is like going fishing, Wendell stated. We need to use the right bait to hook them. Tristan's and Prince Valen's expressions hardened a bit, but they didn't say anything to oppose Wendell's proposal. Xylen, I know that you're hiding Shauna and Princess Aracel, Wendell said. But if we want to find the Azathrals, we will need their powers. Everyone's gaze landed on the teenage boy. Waiting for his answer, he looked calm on the surface, but many believed that he was thinking of other things behind his poker face. I also agree that using them as bait is the only way that we can entice the Azothrall to take action, 13 replied. I already have their consent, and both told me that they were ready to take a gamble as long as I'm the one in charge of the operation to capture the Azothralls. I have no objections, Tristan declared. No objections here, Prince Valen commented. Since the members of the two girls' families had given their consent, everyone was finally able to sigh in relief. The only reason why Tristan and Prince Valen didn't disagree with the plan was due to the fact that Xylen would be the one to lead the operations if it were anyone but him. The two would not readily agree to use their family members as bait. 13 and Shauna were secretly engaged, so Tristan trusted that the teenage boy wouldn't allow his daughter to suffer days for Prince Valen. He was now aware of his sister's relationship with Xylen. Also, after the teenage boy risked his life to protect her, the prince knew that his sister was in good hands. In order for this plan to succeed, I will need 5 to 6 rank 9 sovereigns from the jinns, 13 stated. But since I don't know their abilities, I would need everyone to list them down for me. I will only pick the candidates who can play a role in this operation. This is the only way we can defeat our enemies. The leaders of the different factions frowned as divulging the abilities of their sovereigns was detrimental to them. Sure, they might be allied with the Wanderers now, but what of the future? After the Azothralls were defeated, they would once again be fighting each other. Lastly, Xylen wasn't just an ordinary Wanderer, he was the supreme strategist of the Alliance. None of them felt safe giving their greatest enemy the information about their trump cards if Xylen were to come up with a way to counter. They're high-ranking fighters. Wouldn't that put them at a disadvantage? Seeing that the leaders of the jinns were hesitating, Prince Valen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He understood them very well, and if his sister wasn't the one who was in danger, he would be thinking the same way as they do that a few minutes passed, and the leaders of the jinns kept their silence. 13 could empathize with the jinns. If he were also in their shoes, he would definitely not say anything. After a few more minutes, he lightly tapped the table to get everyone's attention. How about we compromise? 13 said. I will need the 2 rank 8 moles of the Skavari, the rank 9 death worm of the Azrakith court, the 2 rank 9 peacocks of House Pavareth, and Princess Laventia of the Velmoria kingdom. Princess Laventia, who was just minding her own business, almost fell off her chair after her name was called out by Xylen. Why me? Because you're going to be of use to this operation, 13 replied. I need you, princess. I hope that you will agree to help me. This time, all the jinns looked at the young lady, making her turn pale. The succubi had always played a neutral stance in anything, not dabbling their hands in politics or plans of war. They would simply follow what the majority had decided, like they always did. But now, their princess was forced into the limelight, making her feel anxious. How about I take my sister's place instead? Princess Xylen proposed. I'm sure anything she can do, I can do better. No, 13 shook his head. It must be Princess Laventia. Can I know why? Princess Xylen asked. I am her guardian, so I have the right to know. 13 hesitated, but still agreed to talk about it. However, he planned to talk about it in private, rather than in public. After that was settled, the awkward atmosphere in the room was lifted. 13 would talk with Princess Laventia and Princess Xylen in private after the conference ended. So, for the time being, the Wanderers and the jinns talked about the possibility of a long-lasting alliance between both sides. This meant that they wouldn't need to go to war after the Azothralls were defeated. A quarter of the jinns liked this proposal, but the rest were still on the fence about it. For the Wanderers, they knew that their survival rested upon the teenage boy who had single-handedly eliminated the Azothralls and given the jinns a taste of what he was capable of doing. Also, the Leventis family was currently the most powerful family in the world, so his words held a lot of weight when it came to important matters. An hour had passed, and the jinns and the Wanderers agreed to have another talk a week from now about the possible non-aggression pact. Even after the fight with the Azothralls had ended. With the meeting adjourned, 13 led Princess Laventia and Princess Xylen to his room to talk about the reason why he needed the princess to join the operation that would allow them to capture or eliminate the Azothralls once and for all. Chapter 1024, for the greater good of humanity. Now, can you tell me why you cherry-picked my sister? Princess Xylen asked, staring at the young man with her arms crossed over her chest. Are you interested in her, Cherry? Sister. Princess Lavincia's face turned beet red after hearing her sister's words. You're surprisingly innocent for a succubus, 13 said to Princess Lavincia. Are you still chaste? I still remember your interest in Roland. Do you want to eat him up? If yes, I can knock him unconscious for you. You would? I would. For a brief moment, Princess Lavincia wavered. After all, Roland was the first person who piqued her interest after she crossed over to Pangea. He was very handsome and looked very charismatic on television. With the devil named Xylen offering to serve the hero to her on a silver platter, Princess Lavincia gulped in temptation. Princess Xylen had also seen Roland and liked his looks. However, she was now more interested in Xylen. Although the latter wasn't as good-looking as Roland, his potential was greater. We're getting off topic. Princess Xylen raised her hand. Tell me why you need my sister for your operation to capture the Azathrals. Just so you know, my sister might be beautiful, but she's a scaredy cat. She only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Sis, just whose side are you on? Princess Lavincia pouted, making her sister giggle. I'm on your side. Of course, Princess Xylen replied. Why do you think I asked Xylen why he picked you for the team that's supposed to take on the Azathrals? Knowing the conversation might veer off topic once more, 13 explained the reason why he needed Princess Lavincia's help. The two succubus listened with serious expressions, finally understanding why Princess Lavincia was needed to make Xylen's plan work. That is indeed a good plan. Princess Xylen nodded. It might just work. Princess Lavincia nodded in agreement. The strategy the teenage boy had shared was truly exceptional. Not only was her safety basically guaranteed, but her contribution would also be the greatest of all. However, she still had one concern. How did you learn about that special ability of mine? Princess Laventis asked. Your rank 7 Nightkiss Moth told me. 13 replied. That traitor. Princess Lavincia's face palmed, not expecting that one of her loyal subordinates would divulge one of her secrets. Did you torture it to give you any information about me? No, 13 shook his head. I didn't use torture. I just gave it some benefits, and it spilled the beans without holding back. Liar. Princess Lavincia and Princess Xylen said at the same time. Both of them could faintly tell that Xylen was lying, so they called him out without hesitation. Let's put that aside for now, 13 stated. So, will you lend us your strength? Will you give me Roland in exchange? Princess Lavincia asked. Of course. I'll knock him unconscious for you. Deal. Wow, you must really hate him, huh? Princess Xylen giggled. Imagine sending him to a succubi princess with a smile on your face. I can't tell whether you're evil or you just want to get rid of him. 13 could only smile. Knowing how fate worked, Roland would certainly be saved from getting eaten up by the succubus princess. Though if nothing saved him, maybe he'd end up enjoying himself and forget about Shauna completely. Either way, the hero's sacrifice was needed in order to catch the Azathrals. Even though 13 was reluctant to offer him on a silver platter to Princess Lavincia, he had to steal his heart for the bigger picture. Somewhere in Casimir City, Roland suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, making his body shudder. What's wrong? Derek asked. Nothing, Roland replied. I just felt like I was in danger all of a sudden. Ah, that might be Xylen thinking about you, Derek commented casually. Should we get some pizza? Pizza sounds good. Roland nodded. Do you really think Xylen is planning to do something bad to me? Master does it to me all the time, Derek answered. It's a normal thing. Roland frowned. From his point of view, Xylen was a rival, and he had tagged the other party as a danger. It didn't help that his usually accurate sixth sense warned him of a threat. As to whatever that threat was, he had no idea and could only wait to face whatever situation in the future. After receiving Princess Lavincia's agreement, 13 informed them that the operation would start after 4 days. Don't forget, my ability can only last for 3 hours at most, Princess Lavincia said. Any more than that, and the plan will fail. Then we must ensure it won't fail, 13 replied. After all, the Azathrals will not be tricked a second time. We only have one chance, and we should make it count. Princess Lavincia nodded because Xylen was right. The plan in itself was solid, and as long as the right conditions were met, they might be able to wipe out the Azathrals once and for all. In 2 days, Nautilus would finally reach the seas of the Cygni continent, giving 13 some support fire that he badly needed. Princess Xylen wanted to chat with Xylen more, but he made an excuse, saying he needed to refine the strategy that he was planning to use against the Azathrals. Left with no choice, the princess left with her sister and asked 13 to meet her after the operation was over. 13 agreed, deciding it would be best to agree if he didn't want the princess to keep bothering him in the future. He had a succubus host once, so he understood what the princess was thinking. I guess I'll just have to tie up Derek and throw him as a package deal with Roland, 13 mused. He will finally be useful. Inside the pizza store, I suddenly felt a chill, Derek said. Oh no, Master is planning to do something bad to me. Roland looked at his friend, not knowing how to feel. The two of them didn't know that both of them were now going to be used to become sacrifices for the greater good of humanity. Chapter 1025, 1025. I don't want a future that is already set in stone. At the highest building of Casimir City, two young ladies sat on its edge, looking at the sun slowly setting in the west. My mother told me this land will face a series of calamities, Siri said. She said she saw it in her visions. Did she tell you to leave? Stella inquired. No, Siri shook her head. But she told me to be extremely careful. What did she see? Stella asked out of curiosity. If it's not something you can tell me, then you can forget my question. Siri pondered for a while before telling her friend what her mother had told her. A battle between a golden beast and a being that isn't supposed to appear in this world will take place, Siri said. Countless golden chains bound that golden beast and erased its existence completely. The second calamity will not happen in this land, but in another land. A spider with a human face will capture the seeds of the future, intending to eat their flesh and blood. This will turn it into a creature that no wanderer can defeat. Last but not least, a creature more savage than the jinns will descend upon this world. It will be the strongest monster that has ever appeared on this continent. The scary part is, unlike the jinns, it isn't bound to one place and can travel anywhere it wishes. Stella nodded calmly. That does sound very ominous. Have you told Xylen about it? Not yet, Siri admitted. He has a lot of things to do, and I don't want to add additional problems for him to worry about. Still, I think you need to tell him about this matter. Stella insisted. He basically controls the Alliance right now. Having this information will allow him to plan for the future. Siri sighed. I know you're right. I'll meet him later tonight. No, Stella shook her head. Meet him now. I'll go with you. The sooner we inform him, the sooner you'll feel better. Stella was able to convince her friend, and the two went to find Xylen in his office in the military. Siri shared everything her mom told her to the teenage boy, and the latter only listened from start to finish. Thank you for telling me this, 13 replied. I greatly appreciate it. Do you have any clue about those visions? Stella inquired. No, 13 shook his head. I have no idea what these three calamities are. What I do know is we need to focus on fighting against the Azathrals for now. Any other threat can wait until we defeat those guys. But doesn't the first part of the vision closely resemble the Azothral? Siri commented. She then repeated the first passage of the vision. A battle between a golden beast and a being that isn't supposed to appear in this world will take place, Siri said. Countless golden chains bound that golden beast and erased its existence completely. If we are being objective, that golden beast can refer to the golden Azothral, no? Well, the possibility exists. 13 agreed. But it's hard to say if it really has a connection with the Azathrals. Xylen, just remember this, Siri said in a serious tone. All of my mother's visions always come to pass. It doesn't matter what preparations anyone makes. Those events will happen without fail. 13 rested his chin on the back of his intertwined hands. If this matter was already a done deal, then he could only do what he had always done, defy fate. Even if these calamities would truly come to pass, 13 wouldn't take it lying down that he would use everything in his arsenal to deal with the problem. A being that isn't supposed to appear in this world, 13 mused. Just what kind of creature is it? In the end, he had no choice but to push this matter aside for the time being. The only thing he could do was handle the things that he could as for the things that would happen in the future. He would cross that bridge when he got there. 13 didn't want to dwell on things that were outside of his control. Stella looked at the teenage boy and paid attention to the color he possessed. Now is not the time, Stella thought. This world still needs him. Since they had nothing more to discuss, Stella and Siri bid Xylen goodbye. The two then left the military base and took a stroll in Casimir City. You're right, Stella, Siri said as she walked with her hands behind her back. I do feel lighter now. I no longer feel burdened. See? Stella smiled. You did the right thing, and your words might have been the key to saving many lives in the future. The future? Siri shook her head helplessly. You know, I hate seers, oracles, and those who can see the future. It makes me feel like no matter what I do, the path that I'm taking is already predetermined since my birth. The mere thought that my choices don't really matter in the bigger picture makes me feel anxious and helpless. A future already set in stone and cannot be changed is a scary future. Don't you agree? Stella nodded. I will also hate that kind of future. But I believe that nothing is final. There will always be those who can change a future that cannot be changed. Is that even possible? Siri arched an eyebrow. If it's already set in stone, then it's impossible to change, right? Stella would have agreed with Siri if it weren't for the fact that her father was one of those people who had managed to overcome great adversity and defied fate. Siri, you might not know this, but somewhere out there, a few individuals are fighting a battle for the sake of those who cannot change their fates, Stella stated. They are the unsung, nameless heroes of their respective worlds. So, maybe that future your mother saw is not final. Maybe it can still be changed. Siri looked at her friend with curiosity. You talk about unsung, nameless heroes. If you were to choose someone from this world, who would you choose as the person who fights for the sake of others? Someone who would fight against fate for the sake of those who are unable to fight for themselves. It's Xylen, Stella replied without any hesitation. He is the only one whose colors I see in this world. If it's not him, I don't know anyone else who fits the bill. Siri smirked. I hope you're right. I really don't want a future that's already set in stone. Stella nodded and continued to stroll the city with Siri, who was worried about her own future. Chapter 1026. 1026. Take one for the team. Although 13 had promised he would deliver Roland to Princess Lavinia on a silver platter, he wasn't really going to do it without civilly talking it over with the other party. That said, 13 started looking for the hero and asked his disciple, who mentioned they were currently having an afternoon snack in a cafe. 13 quickly headed there and saw Roland, Derek, Joshua, Clark, and Char seated at a table together. Master, over here. Derek waved at the teenage boy, who had arrived wearing casual clothes. 13 sat on the chair Derek had personally pulled back for him and ordered coffee from the waitress. It looks like you're alone today, Char commented. Where are Erica and Sherry? They're doing something important, 13 replied as he shifted his attention to Roland, who was also eyeing him as he drank his coffee. What brings you here? Roland asked as he set his cup on the table. I'm sure you didn't go out of your way just to have coffee with us, did you? Of course not, 13 replied. I'm a very busy person, you know. Then why? Wait a second. 13 took the cup of coffee from the waitress, added 6 sugar cubes, and stirred it thoroughly with his spoon. That's a lot of sugar, Char commented. I need my brain to work properly today, 13 said. There are lots of things on my plate, you know. After taking a few sips of his coffee, 13 placed it on the table and finally went to business. A few days ago, the Azathrals attacked Casimir City and Velmusa City at the same time, 13 stated. Their targets are Shauna and Princess Aracel. Although we managed to save them both, the Azathrals succeeded in capturing a few jinns who possess holy powers. Even with active search, their whereabouts are currently unknown, making them extremely dangerous. As such, I proposed a plan to find their base and eliminate them all. The succubus princess, Princess Lavinia, holds the key to making this operation succeed. However, she has a few conditions. One of those conditions was for Roland to spend the night with her. Roland choked on his coffee, coughing uncontrollably. It took him a few minutes to recover, but when he did, he stared at 13 as if wondering if the teenage boy was just pranking him. Are you serious? Roland asked. Yes. 13 nodded. Derek's going with you too. This time, Derek choked on his milk tea, drawing a few sympathetic glances from the others. Ignoring Derek's hardship, Roland glared at Xylen and demanded an answer. Why would I agree to that condition? Roland asked. Don't tell me you agreed to it. I agreed to it. Cur. Roland couldn't help but curse, hearing the teenage boy confirm he had agreed to something without consulting him. Listen here, Roland. 13 placed his cup on the table and looked at the hero with a serious expression. Everyone is doing their best to end this war as soon as possible. If your sacrifice can save millions of people, why won't you do it? That's easy for you to say because the one Princess Lavinia wanted wasn't you. It's me. Roland scoffed. It's not my fault that you're more good-looking than me, 13 stated. You should be happy instead, you know? Although Princess Lavinia is a succubus, she's still a chaste maiden. Before Roland could even reply, two young men suddenly barged in and made their presence known. You came to look for the right men, Xylen, Vincent said as he flipped his hair as if he were some kind of shampoo model. I'll take one for the team and handle this on my own. Sir, you can count on us. Mr. Penetration saluted. If we can save millions of people by sacrificing our bodies, we will not hesitate to do it for the sake of humanity. 13 blinked once, then twice, wondering how these two womanizers got wind of this conversation. However, he still nodded in the end. I guess I can send you guys to the other succubus as freebies. Make sure to leave a good impression on them, okay? I only want 5-star reviews and nothing else. Trust me, Xylen. I got this. Sir, you really are the best commander ever. Clark eyed the three young men and couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. However, that feeling quickly disappeared when a chill ran down his spine. He then glanced at his side and saw Char smiling sweetly at him. They said that action spoke louder than words, and her smile was telling Clark that if he didn't want to sleep on the floor tonight, he better behave himself. Knowing how to retreat and advance, Clark decided to make a strategic decision and held Char's hand. I will not exchange you even for 1,000 succubus, Clark said with a straight face. Char's smile deepened. Good answer. She then gently squeezed his hand, and Clark wisely chose not to continue this topic for the time being. You can just send them since they are willing, Roland stated. I'm not going. 13 sighed. Roland, Shauna is in danger, and you are the only one who can help her. Do you want her to fall into the hands of the Azathrals? Do you want her to suffer a fate worse than death? Of course not, Roland replied in anger. Then help me, 13 stated. Help me find those Azathrals so I can kill them all. But Roland gritted his teeth because he was having an internal battle. Look, why are you looking at this as if you're about to be tortured? 13 arched an eyebrow. Princess Lavinia is quite beautiful, you know. She wouldn't lose to Shauna or Erica when it comes to good looks. Also, like I said earlier, Princess Lavinia is still a maiden. Do you know how many guys would kill for the chance to take your place? Are you really sure you would have agreed if the one she chose was you? Roland inquired. Even though you're already engaged to Erica and Sherry? Are you underestimating my future wives? 13 asked back. They may feel bad about it, but they can see the bigger picture. Although they will be reluctant, they will still agree to it since this is something that must be done. Unfortunately, I am not as good-looking as you, so she chose you instead of me. That's just how it is. If I were you, I'd just charge it to experience. After all, you will learn many things if you try something different. Then how about Joshua? Roland, who wanted to drag his ex-best friend to the mud with him, asked. He's also handsome. Why didn't the succubus ask for him? Actually, I asked them this question as well, 13 replied. Their answer was quite interesting. The room fell silent as everyone waited for the teenage boy to continue, curious to hear why Joshua hadn't been chosen. Princess Lavinia said Joshua looked sly, so she didn't want him. She said he might manipulate her and her sisters to do something. Joshua smiled faintly as he could see himself doing just that. With a bit of struggle, peer pressure, and a few more coffee breaks, Roland reluctantly agreed to go with the delegation that would visit Velmusa City to seal the deal with the Velmoria Kingdom. 13 sighed in relief. If he could help it, he didn't want to clobber the hero unconscious and tie him up like a pig for slaughter. Frankly, he wasn't too worried about Roland since fate might once again intervene to save his innocent bum. This was actually an experiment by the teenage boy to see what fate's limitation was when it came to protecting her chosen ones.